So he spoke, and all of them stayed stricken to silence, held in thrall by the story all through the shadowy chambers. Then Alcinous answered him in turn and said to him, Odysseus, now that you have come to my house, bronze-fronded with the high roof, I think you will not lose your homecoming, nor be driven back from it again, for all your sufferings. Now I lay this charge upon each man of you, such as here in my palace drink the gleaming wine of the princes, always at my side, and hear the song of the singer. Clothing for our guest is stored away in the polished chest, and intricately wrought gold, and all those other gifts the Phaeacian men of council brought here to give him. Come, let us, man by man, each one of us, give a great tripod and a cauldron, and we will make it good to us by a collection among the people. It is hard for a single man to be generous. So Alcinous spoke, and his word pleased all the rest of them. They all went home to go to bed, each one to his own house. But when the young dawn showed again with her rosy fingers, they came in haste to the ship, and brought the lavish bronze with them, and Alcinous, the hallowed prince, himself going on board, stowed it well away under the thwarts, so it would not hamper any of the crew as they rowed with their oars and sent the ship speedily on. Then all went to Alcinous's house and made the feast ready. Alcinous, the hallowed prince, sacrificed an ox for them to Zeus, dark-clouded son of Cronos, lord over all men. They burned the thigh pieces and enjoyed feasting on the glorious banquet. And among them Demodocus, the divine singer, sang his songs and was prized by the people. But now Odysseus turned his head again and again to look at the shining sun, to hasten its going down, since he was now eager to go, and as a man makes for his dinner, when all day long his wine-colored oxen have dragged the compact plough for him across the field, and the sun's setting is welcome for bringing the time to go to his dinner. And as he goes, his knees fail him. Thus welcome to Odysseus now was the sun going under. Now he spoke loud to the oar-loving Phaeacians, addressing his words to Alcinous beyond all others. O great Alcinous, preeminent among all people, make libation, and send me upon my way untroubled. And yourselves farewell, for all my heart desired is now made good, conveyance and loving gifts. May the sky gods make these prosper for me. May I return to my house and find there a blameless wife and all who are dear to me unharmed. May you, in turn, remaining here, bring comfort and cheer to your wedded wives and your children. And may the gods grant success in every endeavor, and no unhappiness be found in your people. So he spoke, and they all approved his word and encouraged convoy for the guest. For what he said was fair and orderly. Then the hallowed prince Alcinous spoke to his herald, Pontonos, now mix a bowl of wine and serve it to all in the palace, so that, with a prayer to our father Zeus, we may send our guest on his way, back to his own country. So he spoke, and Pontonos mixed the sweet wine and served it to all, standing beside each person. They poured a libation to all the blessed immortal gods who hold wide heaven from the chairs where they were sitting. But great Odysseus stood up and put the handled goblet into the hand of Arete, and spoke to her aloud, and addressed her in winged words, saying, Farewell to you, O queen, and for all time, until old age comes to you, and death, which befall all human creatures. Now I am on my way, but have joy here in your household, in your children, in your people, and in your king Alcinous. So spoke great Odysseus, and strode out over the door-sill, and great Alcinous sent his herald to go along with him and show him the way to the fast ship and the sand of the sea shore. Also Arete sent her serving women with him. One carried a mantle, washed and clean, and a tunic. Another one she sent along with him to carry the well-made chest, and a third went along with them bearing food and red wine. But when they had come down to the sea and where the ship was, the proud escorts promptly took over the gifts and stowed them away in the hollow hull, and all the food and the drink. Then spread out a coverlet for Odysseus, and linen out on the deck at the stern of the ship's hull, so that he could sleep there undisturbed, and he himself went aboard and lay down silently. They sat down each in his place at the oarlocks in order, and slipped the cable free from its hole in the stone post. They bent to their rowing, and with their oars tossed up the sea spray, and upon the eyes of Odysseus there fell a sleep, gentle, the sweetest kind of sleep, with no awakening, most like death, while the ship, as in a field, 4 stallions drawing, a chariot, all break together at the stroke of the whiplash, and lifting high their feet, lightly beat out their path. So the stern of this ship would lift, and the creaming wave behind her boiled amain in the thunderous crash of the sea. She ran on, very steady, and never wavering. Even the falcon, that hawk that flies lightest of winged creatures, could not have paced her. So lightly did she run on her way, and cut through the sea's waves. She carried a man with a mind like the gods for counsel, one whose spirit up to this time had endured much, suffering many pains, the wars of men, hard crossing of the big waters, but now he slept still, oblivious of all he had suffered. At the time when shines that brightest star, which beyond others comes with announcement of the light of the young dawn goddess, then was the time the seafaring ship put into the island. There is a harbour of the old man of the sea, Phorcus, in the countryside of Ithaca. There 2 precipitous promontories opposed jut out, to close in the harbour and shelter it from the big waves made by the winds blowing so hard on the outside. Inside, the well-benched vessels can lie without being tied up, once they have found their anchorage. At the head of the harbour there is an olive tree with spreading leaves, and nearby is a cave that is shaded and pleasant, and sacred to the nymphs, who are called the nymphs of the well-springs, naiads. There are mixing bowls and handled jars inside it, all of stone, and there the bees deposit their honey. And therein also are looms that are made of stone, very long, where the nymphs weave their sea-purple webs, a wonder to look on. And there is water forever flowing. It has 2 entrances, one of them facing the north wind, where people can enter, but the one toward the south wind has more divinity. That is the way of the immortals, and no men enter by that way.
It was on to this bay they rowed their ship. They knew of it beforehand. The ship, hard driven, ran up onto a beach for as much as half her length. Such was a force of the hands of the oarsmen gave her. They stepped from a strong, benched ship out onto the dry land. And at first they lifted and carried Odysseus out of the hollow hole, along with his bed linen, shining coverlet, and set him down on the sand. He was still bound fast in sleep. Then they lifted and carried out his possessions, which from the haughty Phaeacians, urged by a great-hearted Athene, had given him. As he set out for home, they laid him next to the trunk of an olive, all in a pile and away from the road, lest some wayfarer might come before Odysseus awoke and spoil his possessions. Then they themselves returned home. But the Earthshaker had not forgotten about those threats he had once uttered at godlike Odysseus in the beginning. Then he asked Zeus for counsel. Father Zeus, no longer among the gods immortal shall I be honored, when there are mortals who do me no honor, the Physicians, and yet those of my own blood. See, now I have said to myself, Odysseus would come home only after much suffering. I had not indeed taken his homecoming altogether away, since you first nodded your head and assented to it. But they carried him, asleep in a fast ship over the sea, and set him down in Ithaca, and gave him numberless gifts, such as bronze and gold abundant, and woven clothing, more than Odysseus could have ever taken from Troy, even if he had come home ungrieving, and with his fair share of plunder. Then, in turn, Zeus, who gathers the clouds, made answer, "What a thing to have said, Earth-shaker of the wide strength! These gods do not hold you in dishonor. It would be a very hard thing if we were to put any slight on the eldest and best among us. But if there is any man who, giving way to your violence and force in him, slights you, it will be yours to punish him. Now and always, do as you will as it pleases you." Then, in turn, Poseidon, shaker of the earth, made answer, "I will act quickly, dark-clouded one, as you advise me. But I always have respect for your anger, and to keep out of its way. This time, I wish to stun the beautiful vessel of the Physicians out at the misty sea as it's coming back from its journey, so that they may stop and give over conveying people, and I would hide their city under a mountain." Then, in turn, Zeus, who gathers the clouds, made answer, "Good brother, here is the way it seems to my mind best to do. When all people are watching her from the city as she comes in, then turn her into a rock that looks like a fast ship. Close off shore so that people may wonder at her, but do not hide their city under a mountain." When the shaker of the earth, Poseidon, heard him, he went off, striding to Scheria, where the Physicians are born and live. There he waited, and the sea-going ship come in closely, lightly pursuing her way, and the earth-shaker come close to her, and turned her into stone, and rooted her at the bottom with a flat stroke of his hand. And he went away from her. The Physicians of the long oars, the sea-famed people, now began talking to each other, and spoke in winged words. And thus they would speak, looking at each man next to him. "Ah me, who was fastened our swift ship in the water, as she came rowing in from home. Just now she could be seen plainly. Thus one or another spoke, but they did not know what had happened to them. Now Alcinous spoke forth and addressed them. Ah, now, the prophecy of old is coming to completion. That my father spoke, when he said Poseidon would someday be angry with us, because we convey without hurt to all man. He said that one day, as a whale ship made of Phaeacian people came back from a convoy, on the misty face of the water, he would stun it, and pile a great mountain overtop our city to hide it. So the old man spoke. Now all is being accomplished. Come then, let us do as I say. Let us all be won over. Stop our conveying with every mortal who makes his arrival here at our city. We must dedicate also to Poseidon 12 bulls, chosen out of the herds. Then he might take pity on us, and not pile a high mountain over our city. So he spoke, and they were afraid, and made the bulls ready. So the leader of the Phaeacians, men of council among the people, made their prayers to the Lord Poseidon, standing around the altar. But now the great Odysseus wakened from his sleep in his own fatherland, and he did not know it, having been long away, for the goddess Pallas Athene, daughter of Zeus, poured a mist all over, so she could make him unrecognizable and explain all the details to him. to have his wife not recognize him, nor his townspeople and friends, till he punishes the suitors for the overbearing oppression. Therefore, to the Lord Odysseus she made everything look otherwise than it was. With penetrating roads, the harbors where all could anchor, the rocks going straight up, and the trees growing tall. He sprang and stood upright, and looked about at his native country, and groaned aloud, and struck himself on both thighs with the flats of his hands, and spoke a word of lamentation. Ah me, what are the people whose land I have come to this time? Are they savage and violent and without justice, or hospitable to strangers with the minds that are godly? And where shall I take all these many goods? Where shall I myself be driven? I wish I had stayed with the Phaeacians, just where I was, and I would have visited some other powerful king, who then would have been my friend and seen to my journey. Now I do not know where to put all this, and I cannot leave it here, for fear that it may become spoil for others. Shame on the leaders of the Phaeacians and their men of counsel, for they were not altogether thoughtful, nor were they righteous when they took me here to another land, but they told me they would bring me to sunny Ithaca, and they did not do it. May Zeus of the suppliants punish him, for he oversees other men besides, and punishes anyone who transgresses. But come, let me count my goods and find out whether they might not have gone, taking some of it with them in the holly vessel.
So speaking, he counted up the surpassingly beautiful tripods and cauldrons, and the gold and all the fine woven clothing. There was nothing gone from all of this, but he, in great sorrow, crept over the beach of his own country beside the resounding sea, with much lamentation. But now Athene came near him, likening herself in form to a young man, a herdsman of sheep, a delicate boy, such as the children of kings are, and wearing a well-wrought shawl in a double fold over her shoulders. Under her shining feet she had sandals, and in her hand she carried a spear. Odysseus, in joy at the sight, came up to meet her, and spoke aloud to her and addressed her in winged words, saying, "Dear friend, since you are the first I have met within this country, I give you greeting. Do not cross me with evil purpose, but rescue these possessions and me. I make my prayer to you as to a god, and come to your dear knees as a suppliant. And tell me this, and tell me truly, so that I may know it. What land is this? What neighbourhood is it? What people live here? Is it someone of the sunny islands? Or is it some foreland, slanted out from the generous mainland into the salt sea?" Then in turn, the grey-eyed goddess Athene answered, "You are some innocent, O stranger, or else you have come from far away if you ask about this land, for it is not so nameless as all that. There are indeed many who know it, whether among those who live toward the east and the sunrise, or those who live up and away towards the mist and darkness. See now, this is a rugged country, and not for those driving of horses, but neither is it so unpleasant, though not widely shapen, for there is abundant grain for bread grown here. It produces wine, and there is always rain and the dew to make it fertile. It is good to feed goats and cattle, and the timber is there of all sorts, and watering places good through the seasons. So that, stranger, the name of Ithaca has gone even to Troy, though they say that is very far from Achaean country." So she spoke, and resourceful great Odysseus was happy, rejoicing in the land of his fathers, when Pallas Athene, daughter of Zeus of the Aegeus, told him the truth of it, And so he answered her again and addressed her in winged words. But he did not tell her the truth, but checked that word from the outset, forever using to every advantage the mind that was in him. I heard the name of Ithaca when I was in wide Crete, far away across the sea. Now I myself have come here with these goods that you see, but leaving as much again to my children. I have fled an exile because I killed the son of Idomeneus, or Silicus, a man swift of foot, who in wide Crete surpassed all other mortal men for speed of his feet. I killed him because he tried to deprive me of all my share of the plunder from Troy, and for the sake of it my heart suffered many pains. The wars of men, hard crossings of the big waters, for I would not do his father favour and serve as his henchmen in the land of Troy, but I led others of my own following. I lay in wait for him with a friend by the road, and struck him with the bronze-headed spear as he came back from the fields. There was a very dark night spread over all the sky, nor did anyone see me, nor did anyone know of it when I stripped the life from him. But then, when I had cut him down with the sharp bronze, I went at once to a ship and supplicated the lordly Phoenician men, and gave them spoil to stay their eagerness, and asked them to carry me and to set me down in Pylos or shining Elis, where the Epeans are lords. But it happened that the force of the wind beat them away from those places, greatly against their will. It was not as if they wished to deceive me. So, driven off those courses, we came in here by night and rowed her hastily into the harbour. Nor was there any thought in us of the evening meal, much though we wanted it. But all of us came off the ship as we were, and lay down. Then, weary as I was, the sweetness of sleep came upon me. While they, taking all the possessions out of the hollow hull, set them ashore on the sand, and close to the place where I was lying, and they, embarking, went on their way to strongly settled Sidon. But I, grieving at the heart, was left behind here. So he spoke. The goddess, grey-eyed Athene, smiled on him, and stroked him with her hand, that took on the shape of a woman, both beautiful and tall, and well-versed in glorious handiworks, and spoke aloud to him, and addressed him in winged words, saying, "It would be a sharp one, and a stealthy one who would ever get past you in any contriving, even if it were a god against you. You wretch, so devious, never weary of tricks, then you would not even in your own country give over your ways of deceiving and your thievish tales. They are near you in your very nature. But come, let us talk no more of this, for you and I both know sharp practice, since you are far the best of all mortal men for counsel and stories, and I among all the divinities am famous for wit and sharpness. And yet you never recognized Pallas Athene, daughter of Zeus, the one who was always standing beside you and guarding you in every endeavour. And it was I who made you loved by all the Phaeacians. And now again I am here, to help you in your devising of schemes, and to hide the possessions which the haughty Phaeacians bestowed. It was by my thought and counsel on you, as you started for home, and tell you all the troubles you are destined to suffer in your well-wrought house. But you must, of necessity, endure all, and tell no one out of all the men and the women that you have come back from your wanderings. But you must endure much grief in silence, standing and facing men in their violence." Then in turn, resourceful Odysseus spoke to her in answer. "It is hard, O goddess, for even a man of good understanding to recognise you on meeting? For you take every shape upon you. But this I know well. There was a time when you were kind to me in the days when we sons of the Achaeans were fighting in Troy land. But after we had sacked the sheer citadel of Priam and went away in our ships, and the gods scattered the Achaeans, I never saw you, daughter of Zeus, after that. Nor did I know of your visiting my ship to beat off some trouble from me. But always with my heart torn inside its coverings, I wandered until the gods set me free from unhappiness, till in the rich territory of the Phaeacian men you cheered me with words, then led me, yourself in person, into their city. Now I entreat you in the name of your father, for I do not think I have really come into sunny Ithaca, but have been driven off course to another country. And I think you are teasing me when you tell me I am, and saying it to beguile me. Tell me if it is true that I have come back to my own dear country.
Then in turn the goddess grey-eyed Athene answered him.
Always you are the same, and such is the mind within you. And so I cannot abandon you when you are unhappy, because you are fluent, and reason closely, and keep your head always. Anyone else come home from wandering would have run happily off to see his wife and children in his halls, but it is not your pleasure to investigate and ask questions, not till you have made trial of your wife. Yet she, as always, sits there in your palace, and always with her wretched nights, and the days also, waste her away with weeping. And I never did have any doubt, but in my heart always knew how you would come home, having lost all of your companions. But you see, I did not want to fight with my father's brother, Poseidon, who was holding a grudge against you in his heart, and because you blinded his dear son, hated you. Come, I will show you settled Ithaca, so you will believe me. This is the harbor of the old man of the sea, Phorcus, and here, at the end of the harbor, is the olive tree with spreading leaves, and nearby is the cave that is shaded and pleasant, and sacred to the nymphs who are called the nymphs of the well springs, naiads. That is the wide, overarching cave, where often you used to accomplish for the nymphs their complete hecatombs, and there is the mountain, Neritos, all covered with forest.
So speaking, the goddess scattered the mist, and the land was visible. Long-suffering great Odysseus was gladdened then, rejoicing in the sight of his country, and kissed the grain-giving ground, then raised his hands in the air and spoke to the nymphs, praying.
Naiad nymphs, O daughters of Zeus, I never suspected I would see you again. Be welcome now to my gentle prayers, but I will also give you gifts, as I used to before, if Athene the spoiler, Zeus's daughter, freely grants me to go on living here myself and sustains my dear son.
Then in turn the goddess grey-eyed Athene said to him,
Never fear, let none of these matters trouble your mind. Rather, let us hide these possessions without delay, deep in the inward part of the wonderful cave, so they will be kept safe for you. Then we shall make our plans, how all may come out best for us.
So the goddess spoke, and went inside the shadowy cave, looking through it for hiding places. Meanwhile, Odysseus brought everything close up, gold, tireless bronze, clothing that had been made with care, given to him by the Phoenicians, and stowed it well away inside. And Pallas Athene, daughter of Zeus of the Aegis, set a stone against the doorway. The two sat down against the trunk of the hollowed olive, and plotted out the destruction of the overmastering suitors. Their discourse was begun by the goddess grey-eyed Athene.
Son of Laertes and seed of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, consider how you can lay your hand on these shameless suitors, who for 3 years now have been as lords in your palace, and courting your godlike wife, and offering gifts to win her. And she, though her heart forever grieves over your homecoming, holds out some hope for all, and makes promises to each man, sending them messages, but her mind has other intentions.
Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered her.
Surely I was at the point of perishing by an evil fate in my palace, like Atreus' son Agamemnon, unless you had told me, goddess, the very truth of all that has happened. Come then, weave the design, the way I shall take my vengeance upon them. Stand beside me, inspire me with strength and courage, as when together we brought down Troy's shining coronal. For if in your fury, O grey-eyed goddess, you stood beside me, I would fight, lady and goddess, with your help against 300 men, if you, freely and in full heart, would help me.
Then in turn the goddess grey-eyed Athene answered him.
I will be at your side. You will not be forgotten at the time when we two go to this work. And I look for endless ground to be spattered with the blood and brains of the suitors, those men who are eating all your substance away. But come now, Let me make you so that no mortal can recognize you. For I will wither the handsome flesh that is your flexible limbs, and ruin the brown hair on your head, and about you put on such a cloud of cloth that any man will loathe when he sees you wearing it. I will dim those eyes that have been so handsome, so you will be unprepossessing to all the suitors and your wife and child, those whom you left behind in your palace. First of all, you are to make your way to the swineherd, who is in charge of your pigs, but always his thoughts are kindly, and he is a friend to your son and to circumspect Penelope. You will find him posted beside his pigs, and these are herded near the rock of the Raven and beside the spring of Arethusa, to eat the acorns that stay their strength, and drink of the darkling water, for these are nourishing for the pigs, and fatten them. There you shall wait, and stay with him, and ask all questions, while I go over to Sparta, the country of lovely women, and call back Telemachus, your own dear son, Odysseus, who went into spacious Lacedaemon to see Menelaus and ask him for news of you, and whether you were still living.
Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered her.
Why then did you not tell him, since in your mind you know all things? Was it so that he too, wandering over the barren sea, should suffer pains, while others ate up his substance?
Then in turn the goddess grey-eyed Athene answered him.
Let him not be too much on your mind. It was I myself who saw him along that journey, so he would win reputation by going there. And he has had no hardship, but now is staying at his ease with the son of Atreus, and all abundance is by him. It is true that the young men with their black ships are lying in wait for him to kill him before he reaches his country, but I think this will not happen. But that sooner the earth will cover one of these suitors, who now are eating away your substance.
So spoke Athene, and with her wand she tapped Odysseus, and withered the handsome flesh that was upon his flexible limbs, and ruined the brown hair on his head and about him. To cover all his body she put the skin of an ancient old man, and then she dimmed those eyes that had been so handsome. Then she put another vile rag on him, and a tunic, tattered, squalid, blackened with the foul smoke, and over it gave him the big hide of fast-running deer, with the hairs rubbed off, to wear, and she gave him a staff and an ugly wallet that was full of holes, with a twist of rope attached to dangle it. So they two consulted and went their ways. The goddess went to bright Lacedaemon to fetch the son of Odysseus.
But the rough path up from the harbor was that which Odysseus now took, by the woodland and heights, to where Athene had said he'd find the noble swineherd who, of all the household Odysseus possessed, devoted most care to his property. Ensconced in the forecourt, he found him there, where the enclosure had been built up high at a point with a wide view round, a fine, big open courtyard in a sheltered position. This the swineherd had built himself, unknown to his mistress or old Laertes, for the pigs of his absent master, using quarried stone topped off with a coping of prickly thorn. Outside he'd driven in posts, right round in a circle, strong and close, splitting them off from an oak's dark center. Inside the enclosure he'd fashioned a dozen sties set close to each other to serve as beds for the pigs. In each of them 50 ground-sleeping swine were penned. These were sows for breeding. The boars bedded down outside and were fewer by far in number, for the godlike suitors made inroads on them for feasting. The swineherd always sent them the best of the fattened hogs. There were 360 of these, and there slept beside them 4 guard dogs, as savage as wild beasts, specially reared by the swineherd, leader of men. He himself was now busy making a pair of sandals and fitting them to his feet, cutting a piece of fresh-colored ox-hide. The others had gone off, one here, one there, with their droves of swine. 3 of them, that is. The 4th he'd sent into town with a hog, taken under constraint, to the arrogant suitors, for them to slaughter and glut their appetites with the meat. Odysseus was suddenly spotted by the ferocious guard dogs, and they made for him, barking loudly. Odysseus, however, showing presence of mind, sat down, letting go of his staff. Yet there, on his own farmstead, he might have been badly hurt, had the swineherd not run up quickly, chasing the dogs across the forecourt, dropping his ox-hide as he came, and shouting loudly, had scattered them this way and that with volleys of stones. He then addressed his master, saying, "Old man, those dogs came so close to tearing you apart in an instant, and you would have put the blame on me." The gods have brought on me other griefs and sorrows, for I sit here lamenting and mourning a godlike master, and fattening up these hogs for other men to devour, while he may now be adrift, half starved and in need of food in some town or country of aliens, foreign of speech. That is, if he's still alive and enjoying the sunlight. But come indoors with me now, old man, and after you've quieted your heart with food and wine, you too can relate where you're from, all the hardships you've endured. So saying, the noble swineherd escorted him to his hut, ushered him in, heaped up thick rough brushwood, and on it spread the hide of a shaggy wild goat for him to sit on, his own coverlet, large and hairy. And Odysseus was pleased at being given such a good welcome, and addressed him, saying, "My host, may Zeus and the other immortal gods now grant you what you most desire, since you gave me a ready welcome." To him then swineherd Eumaeus did make answer, saying, "Stranger, one even meaner than you to come here, I'd still have no right to reject him, for all strangers and beggars are from Zeus, and a gift, however small, is friendly from folk such as us, for that's always the lot of servants, frightened when those who have the mastery over them are the young. The gods, it's true, have blocked that man's return who'd have treated me as a friend, would have given me possessions, a home, a plot of land, a much-courted wife, such thing as a kind-hearted master gives to a servant of his who works hard for him, whose labor a god makes prosper, just as this work prospers to which I'm now committed. For me, my lord would have done much, had he grown old here. But he perished, as I now wish Helen's whole line had perished, utterly, she who unstrung the knees of so many men. For he too went out there to save Agamemnon's honor, to Ilion, rich in good horses, to fight against the Trojans."
So saying, he quickly girded his tunic with a belt, and went out to the sties where the droves of pigs were confined. From there he chose two and brought them in and killed them both, singed them and cut them up and put the meat on spits and roasted it. Then he placed the cuts hot and still spitted with a sprinkling of white barley in front of Odysseus. In an ivywood bowl he now mixed the honey-sweet wine and sat down facing his guest and addressed him invitingly. "Eat now, stranger. Enjoy the food that's the fare for servants, cheap pork. Fattened hogs are kept for the suitors' meals, men whose minds care nothing for God's wrath or for pity. The blessed gods do not favor reckless deeds, but rather have rewards for justice and righteous deeds. Even the hostile and lawless who invade the land of others to get a living, and Zeus allows them their plunder, so that they sail home with laden vessels. On their minds too falls the strong fear of the gods' wrath. But these men here must know something, must have had some word from a god about his sorry death, since they will not court properly, or go back to their own possessions, but here at their ease waste our goods wantonly, and restraint there is none. For on every night and day we get from Zeus, they never sacrifice just one victim or even two, I think, and our wine they waste, consuming it recklessly. Great indeed past telling were his resources. No other heroic warrior, either away on dark mainland or on Ithaca itself, could match them. Not 20 men together had as much wealth. I'll list you the sum of it. On the mainland 12 herds of cattle, 12 flocks of sheep, as many droves of swine and wide-ranging troops of goats are pastured alike by outsiders and his own herdsmen. 11 wide-ranging troops of goats browse the farthest end of the island, and over them good men watch, each of whom daily drives off one of his troops for them, whichever fattened goat looks to be best that he has. Myself I guard and watch over these swine here, and chose the best of the hogs to provide for them." So he spoke. His grateful guest was already downing the meat and wine greedily, in silence, planning trouble for the suitors. But when he had his supper and quieted his heart by eating, the swineherd topped up with wine the bowl from which he himself drank, and gave it him. He took it, glad at heart, and spoke, and addressed with winged words, saying, "Friend, who is the man that brought you with his resources, one as wealthy and powerful as you mentioned? You say he perished upholding the honor of Agamemnon. Tell me, since such a person I may perhaps recognize, for only Zeus and other immortal gods may know whether I've seen and had news of him. Much I've wandered." The swineherd leader of men, responded to him, saying, "Old man, no wanderer who turned up with news of him would ever convince his wife and son. Far from it. Vagrant fellows in need of comfort and sustenance tell lies. They have no desire to offer a true account. Anyone who in his wandering stops at Ithaca goes straight to my mistress and spins her a lying yarn, and she entertains him kindly and questions him in detail while shedding tears of sorrow from beneath her eyelids, as a woman will do when her husband has perished far away. You too, old man, would be quick to concoct a story if someone gave you for it a cloak and tunic to wear. As for him, by now the dogs and swift birds of prey will have torn his skin and his bones, and his soul's gone from him. Or fish in the deep sea have eaten him, and his bones are now down under the sands of some mainland beach. So he's perished out there, and his friends hereafter, all, but on me most of all, grief's been laid. For never again will I find so kindly a master, however far I go, not even if I went back to my parents' home, the place where I was born, and they raised me themselves. Yet it's not so much for them that I grieve, much though I now long to set my eyes on them and be in my own country. No, it's Odysseus for whom I yearn, and he's gone. To speak his name, stranger, even when he's absent, I find presumptuous, since he always loved and cared for me greatly. Honored master, I rather call him, even though he's far away. Much enduring noble Odysseus responded to him, saying, "Friend, since yours is a total denial, since you don't believe the man will ever come back and your heart's still incredulous, then I'll not just make a plain statement, but swear an oath to it that Odysseus will return. I claim the reward for good news the moment the man sets foot in his home, then clothe me in a cloak and a tunic, fine garments. But until then, however sore my need, I would not accept anything. For as hateful to me as the gates of Hades is the man who, yielding to poverty, concocts a deceitful story. Zeus, first among gods, be my witness, in this guest's table, in the hearth of peerless Odysseus, to which I have come, that all these things indeed will come to pass as I tell you. With the current moon sequence, Odysseus will arrive here, between the month's waning and the rising of the next. He will come back home and take vengeance on all those here who dishonor his wife and his illustrious son."
To him then, swineherd Eumaeus, you responded, saying, "Neither shall I pay you this reward for good news, old man, nor will Odysseus ever come home. So relax and drink, and let's think about other matters. Don't remind me of this. The heart in my breast suffers agonies whenever anyone mentions my caring master. As for your oath, we'll let that ride. May Odysseus indeed come back, as I hope and desire, as indeed does Penelope too, and aged Laertes, and godlike Telemachus. Now is for him I ceaselessly grieve, the son Odysseus begot, Telemachus. Him the gods bred up like a sapling. I thought he'd grow to be no worse a man among men than his own dear father, a marvel in form and looks. But some immortal damaged the common sense within him, or maybe some human. He went after news of his father to sacred Pylos, and now the lordly suitors are laying in wait for him on his way home, that Arcesis' godlike line may line out on Ithaca, leave no name behind. But will leave him be now, whether he is to be ambushed or escape with a helping hand from the son of Cronos. Come now, old sir, inform me about your own misfortunes and make it a truthful account, one that I can rely on. Who are you? From where? What city? Who are your parents? What kind of ship do you come on? And how did sailors bring you here to Ithaca? And who they did claim to be? For I don't imagine you made your way here on foot." Then resourceful Odysseus responded to him, saying, "Very well, I'll give you a truthful account of these matters. I only wish that we too had enough supplies of food and sweet wine here in your hut, enough to last a while, that we could feast on in silence while others did the work. Easily then could I take up the space of a whole year and still not have finished the tale of my heartfelt sufferings, sum total of all that by the gods' will I've endured. From broad Crete I claim derives my family background. I am the son of a wealthy man, and numerous other offspring were born and raised in his halls, legitimate sons of his wife. But the mother who bore me was bought, a concubine. Yet he honored me like his true-born sons did Castor the son of Hylax, from whom I claimed descent, and who was revered like a god by the Cretans in their land for his wealth and prosperity, his splendid sons. But still, the spirits of death pounced on him and carried him off to the house of Hades. His property was divided by his arrogant sons, who cast lots for it. But to me they allotted a small portion only, house and all. Yet I married a wife from a wealthy landowning family on the grounds of my excellence. I was no good for nothing, no coward in battle. Now all that strength is gone, though I think when you look at the stubble you recognize what the grain once was. Since then I've suffered greatly. In the past, Athenian Ares endowed me with courage and rank-breaking strength. Whenever I chose for an ambush, our best men sowed the seeds of trouble for the foe. Never did my proudest spirit anticipate death. No, I was always the first to spring forward and with my spear to lay low any opponent who lacked my speed of foot. Such a man was I in warfare. Field work was not to my taste, nor was running a household the way to raise fine children. Old vessels were always my passion, that and warfare, arrows and well-polished javelins, deadly objects to which others, more often than not, react with a shudder, but to me were welcome. Maybe a god endeared them to me, and different men take pleasure in different actions. For before the Achaeans' sons set foot in the land of Troy, I had 9 times commanded troops and swift sailing ships against foreign fighters. Much plunder kept coming my way, of which I chose what I fancied, and plenty afterwards I obtained by lot. At once my house was rich, thenceforward I became respected and feared among the Cretans. But when far-seeing Zeus devised that hateful expedition, which unstrung the knees of so many warriors, then they ordered me, together with fat-famed Dominius, to lead ships to Ilion, nor was there any device that would let us refuse, for the people's stand will compel us. There, for 9 years, west Achaean sons were at war, but on the 10th we sacked Priam's citadel and set out for home in our ships. A god then scattered the Achaeans, and for wretched me, Zeus the planner thought have more trouble. 1 month I stayed home, taking pleasure in my children and wedded wife and possessions. But after that, to Egypt my spirit drove me to make a voyage, in ships that were well appointed, with my godlike comrades. 9 ships I fitted out, and the crews assembled quickly. For 6 days on end, my trusty comrades feasted, and I provided them with victims in plenty, so they could sacrifice to the gods and have a feast themselves. Then, on the 7th, we boarded, sailed out from broad Crete, running on before a strong wind out of the north, lightly as though downstream, nor did any misfortune befall my vessels. Unscarred and free from sickness, we sat there, while the wind and the helmsmen steered them.
On the 5th day, we reached Egypt's fine flowing stream, and in that Egyptian river I anchored my curved vessels. Then I issued orders to my trusty comrades to remain there with the ships, and to be the ships' protectors, while I sent off scouts to find and man lookout posts. But, trusting their strength, they yielded to wanton aggression, and at once began ravaging the Egyptians' splendid fields, and carrying off their wives and little children, and killing the men. Word quickly reached the city, and, hearing the shouting, people came out at daybreak. The whole plain filled up with infantry and horses in the bright glint of bronze. Zeus, hurler of thunderbolts, cast a craven panic upon my comrades. Nobody dared to stand firm and face the foe, for trouble confronted us on every side. Many of us they slew with the sharp bronze, others they let off alive, to do forced labor for them. But Zeus himself put this thought in my mind, how I wished I had suffered death and encountered my destiny there, in Egypt, since yet more sorrow was waiting to welcome me. At once I removed my head from the well-wrought helmet and the shield from my shoulders, and let fall my spear, and made my way toward the horses of the king, and clasped his knee and kissed them. He rescued me and pitied me, picked me up in his chariot, took me, weeping, to his home. Numerous fighters ran at me with their ash-wood spears, eager to kill me, for they were greatly angered. But he warded them off, in concern for the wrath of Zeus, the stranger's protector, the stern requiter of evil deeds. I stayed there for 7 years, during which I acquired great wealth from the men of Egypt, for they all gave me gifts. But when the 8th year came round for me, there appeared a man, a Phoenician, a fine expert in deceptions, a sharp nibbler, who already had cheated many people. By his cunning he talked me into accompanying him to Phoenicia, where we located his home and his possessions. And there I stayed with him, till a year had run its course. But when at length the months and days were completed of the circling year, and the seasons in turn came on, he put me aboard a sea-going ship bound for Libya, with a lying tale that we'd both be conveying a cargo, but in fact to sell me there for a high price. I went with him on the ship, though suspecting trouble under constraint. She ran on before a strong wind out of the north, above central Crete, but Zeus was planning their destruction, and when we'd left Crete behind us, and there was no other land in plain view, but nothing save sky and sea, then the son of Cronos conjured up a black cloud over our hollow ship, and the deep beneath it darkened. Zeus with a clap of thunder hurled his bolt at our vessel. She shuddered her whole length, struck by the bolt of Zeus, and was filled with the reek of sulphur. The crew all fell overboard, and like sheer waters went bobbing around our black ship, borne up by the waves. The god deprived them of their return. But for me, in my heartfelt distress, Zeus himself at that moment put into my hands the sea-going vessel's great mast, so that once more I might escape destruction. And so, clinging firmly to this, I was carried away by fierce winds for 9 days. But on the 10th, in the blackness of night, a great wave rolled me ashore in the Thesprotian country. There the Thesprotian king, the hero Phaedon, carried me without payment. For her son now found me overcome by chill air and exhaustion, and took me home, leading me by the hand till he reached his father's abode, and gave me clothing, a mantle and tunic. It was there that I heard news of Odysseus, for the king now told me he'd befriended and entertained him on his way to his native land, and showed me all the possessions Odysseus had amassed. Bronze and gold and iron, laboriously wrought, enough to support his descendants to the 10th generation. So great was the wealth stored for him there in the king's domain. But Odysseus, he said, had gone to Dodone to discover from the deep-leaved sacred oak what Zeus was planning, and how he should make his way back to Ithaca's rich land, after so long an absence, whether openly or in secret. And he swore to me at home, while pouring libations, that the ship had been launched, and the crew were in readiness to convey him to his own country. But me he sent off first, since there chanced to be a Thesprotian vessel ready to set sail for Dulichion, the country rich in wheat. He told them to ferry me there, to King Acastos, with proper care, but an evil plan had found favor in their hearts about me, so I'd still suffer at miseries nadir. When the sea-going vessel had sailed a fair way away from the land, at once they set about making ready the day of slavery for me. My clothing, my mantle and tunic, they stripped off from me, and replaced them with the vile rags and tattered tunic that you can see now in front of you. That same evening they reached the tilled fields of sunny Ithaca. Then they left me bound fast in the well-benched ship with a rope that they twisted tight, and themselves went off ashore, and hastened to take their supper there on the seashore. But the gods themselves took care of me, untied the knots easily, wrapping the rags round my head. I slid down the polished gangplank, plunged breast first into the sea, struck out with both arms, swimming fast, and very quickly got back ashore, well away from where they were. Then I went up and found a coppice in full bloom, and lay cowering there, while they, complaining loudly, went searching around. When it seemed quite hopeless to go on looking, they went back and re-embarked on their hollow ship. The gods themselves kept me hidden easily, then brought me safe here, to the farmstead of an understanding man. So, it's still my fate to live.
To him then, swineherd Eumaeus, you responded, saying, "Ah, wretched stranger, indeed you stirred my heart deeply with your detailed tale of how much you suffered and wandered. But one part was not, I think, right, nor will you convince me what you said of Odysseus, Why should a man such as you tell a pointless lie? Apropos my lord's homecoming, this I know well. He got himself so hated by all the gods that they would not allow his life to end among the Trojans or in the arms of his friends after winding up the war. Then all the Achaeans would have raised him a burial mound, and great glory would have been his and his sons hereafter. But now, ingloriously, the storm winds have swept him away. I stay out here with the pigs. I don't go into town, except those times when prudent Penelope wants me, when news has reached her from somewhere or other. Then folks sit round and keep querying every detail, both those who grieve for their lord who's been so long gone, and those who enjoy eating up his livelihood for free. But I haven't fancied this business of querying and inquiries ever since a certain Aetolian deceived me with his story. He was someone who'd killed a man. After wandering far, he appeared at my house, and I gave him friendly welcome. He'd seen him, he said, with the Cretans in Idomeneus's company, repairing his ships, severely battered by storms. He assured me Odysseus would be back here by summer or harvest time, bringing much treasure, both he and his godlike comrades. And you, grief-struck old man, since some god led you to me, don't try to please me with lies or to charm me in any way. That's not why I shall respect and befriend you, but through fear of Zeus, god of strangers, and because I feel pity for you. Then resourceful Odysseus responded to him, saying, the spirit you have in your breast is indeed distrustful, one not to be won or persuaded even by my sworn oath. Come then, let's make an agreement to which hereafter the gods who hold Olympus can bear witness for us both. If your master does in fact return to this house of his, then give me a mantle and tunic to wear and send me on to Duclidian, which is where my heart's set on going. But if your master does not come back home, as I tell you he will, set your servants on me, have me thrown off a high cliff as a warning to other beggars against telling lying tales. Then the noble swineherd responded to him, saying, stranger, that way I'd win a fine reputation for virtue among men, both today and in time to come, were I, who brought you into my hut and entertained you, then to kill you, deprive you of the dear breath of life. Very readily I'd be then to pray to Cronos' son Zeus. But now it's time for supper. My comrades should very soon be home, so we can make a tasty meal in the hut. While the two thus converse, the one with the other, the pigs and the men who were herding them now drew near. The sows they shut up for the night in their accustomed sties, and a vast clamor arose from the pigs as they were penned. Then the noble swineherd called to his comrades, saying, fetch out the best of the hogs so I can slaughter it for the stranger. He's traveled far and will share it too, who have all the trouble of tending these white-tusked swine while others devour our labor and pay nothing for it. So saying, he split up wood with the pitiless bronze, while the others brought in a 5-year-old fattened hog and set him down by the hearth. Nor did the swineherd forget the immortals now, for his was a virtuous mind. He cut off and cast in the fire as firstlings hairs from the head of the white-tusked hog, with prayers to all the gods that quick-witted Odysseus might return to his own home. Then he lifted a billet of oak he'd kept from the splitting and felled the hog. It died, They cut its throat and singed it, then butchered it at once. The swineherd took cuts of raw flesh from all its limbs as firstlings, wrapped them in rich fat, and gave them a sprinkling of barley, then threw them in the fire. The rest they cut up and threaded the pieces on spits and roasted them carefully, then drew all the pieces off and heaped them on platters. The swineherd now stood up to carve, an expert in fair sharing. The meat he sliced into even portions. One he set aside for the nymphs and for Hermes, son of Maia, together with an accompanying prayer. Of the rest, each man got one, but Odysseus he honored with the long cuts from the chine of the white-tusked hog, and gladdened his master's heart. Resourceful Odysseus now addressed him, saying, Eumaeus, I only wish you could be as dear to Zeus the Father as to me, a poor man, whom you honor with such good things.
To him then, swineherd Eumaeus, you responded, saying, Eat, my strange guest, and enjoy what's offered here, such as it is. A god will give one thing, but let another go, just as the whim takes him. He can do anything. So he spoke, and offered the firstlings to the gods that are forever poured bright wine and libation, then put the cup in the hands of Odysseus, sacker of cities, and sat down by his portion. Bread was served to them by Messalius, whom the swineherd had acquired by himself during his master's absence, unknown to his mistress and to the aged Laertes, purchasing him from the Taphians with his own resources. So they reached out their hands to the good things ready for them. But when they had satisfied their desire for food and drink, Messalius took off the bread, and they hastened to retire, filled to repletion with all the bread and meat they'd eaten. Now the night came on, bad weather, the dark of the moon. Zeus reigned the whole night through. A strong, wet west wind kept blowing. Then Odysseus spoke among them, making trial of the swineherd. Would he strip off his own cloak and give it him, or tell one of his comrades to do so, since he cared for him so much? Hear me out now, Eumaeus, and you, all his other comrades, while I tell you a boastful story. It's the wine that's urging me, mind-crazing stuff that sets on even the quick-witted to singing and gentle laughter, drives him to get up and dance, or to make some remark better left unspoken. However, now that I've opened up, I won't keep quiet about it. I wish I was young again, and my strength still undiminished, like the time when we prepared an ambush and led beneath Troy's walls. The leaders were Odysseus and Atreus' son Menelaus, and I was the third in command, at their own invitation. When we came up under the city in a sheer wall around the outskirts, in the thick brushwood, among the reeds and marshes, crouching down under her arms we lay. Bad night came on when the north wind dropped. It grew chilly. Snow descended on us like hoarfrost, freezing cold. Ice crystals formed on our shields. Now all the rest were equipped with cloaks and tunics and slept in peace, their shields pulled over their shoulders. But when I'd set out, I left my cloak behind with my comrades, thoughtlessly, not supposing I'd ever get so cold. So I'd come with only my shield and my shining waistguard. But in the third watch of the night, when the stars had turned, then I spoke to Odysseus, who was lying close beside me, nudging him with my elbow. He gave ear at once. Scion of Zeus, Laertes' son, resourceful Odysseus, I shan't be among the living much longer. This wintry cold is killing me. I've no cloak. Some god beguiled me into wearing a tunic only. There's no way out for me now. So I spoke, and he then thought up the following scheme. Such a man he was, both for planning and for fighting. And speaking in a low voice, he addressed me, saying, Quiet now, in case some other Achaean might overhear you. With that, head propped up on his bent arm, he made a speech. Listen, friends, a God-sent dream came to me while I slept. We've come too far from the ships. Is there someone who'd go and ask Atreus' son Agamemnon, his people's shepherd, could he send us more of the troops from beside the ships? So he spoke, and there stood up Thoas, Andrymion's son, with alacrity, laid aside his purple cloak, and set off running back to the ships. I lay down in his clothing, gladly. Then dawn, golden throne, appeared. Would that I were young now, as then I was, my strength still unimpaired. Then would one of the hands in the farmstead lend me a cloak, both from kindness and out of respect for a decent man. But as it is, they despise me for the rags I'm wearing. To him, swineherd Eumaeus, you then responded, saying, Old man, this tale you recounted was faultless. In it nothing you said was unfitting or profitless. Hence you'll not go short of clothing, nor of anything else that befits a long-suffering supplicant on arrival. For now. But at first light you'll go back to your rags, since here there aren't many cloaks or changes of tunic to put on, no more than one for each man. But when Odysseus's dear son returns, you can look to him for clothing to wear, a cloak and a tunic too, and he'll send you wherever your heart and mind desire to go. So saying, up he got, and made up close to the fire a bed, throwing on it the skins of sheep and goats, and Odysseus lay down there, and over him he spread a big, thick cloak he kept by him to change into whenever a really bad winter storm arose. So there Odysseus slept, and alongside him slept too the 4 young men. But the swineherd himself was not content to bed down there, to sleep away from the hogs, and made ready to go outside. Odysseus was glad that he took such care of his absent lord's property. First he slung a sharp sword from his sturdy shoulders, then donned a very thick cloak to keep the wind out, and over this draped the fleece of a well-fed goat, and took a sharp hunting spear as defense against dogs or men, and went out to get some rest where the white-tusked hog slept, under a hollow rock, out of reach of the north wind.
Pallas Athena, meanwhile, went to broad Lacedaemon to tell the renowned son that great-hearted Odysseus now was home, and to urge the son to return home. She found Telemachus lying close to the outstanding son of Nestor in highly praised Menelaus's court. The son of Nestor was mastered by gentle sleep, but honeyed sleep was not for Telemachus's anxious waking heart through the endless night because of his father. Glow-eyed Athena stood nearby, and she told him, Telemachus, wandering far from your household no longer becomes you. You left behind such wealth in your palace, and overbearing men could divide and devour it. All your goods. Your sailing here would be useless. So hurry and urge Menelaus, good at a war cry, to send you off. You'll find your mother without fault at home, and already her father and brothers have urged her to marry Eurymachus. Tossing presents around her more than all the suitors, he's piled up bride gifts. She mustn't remove wealth from your house without your approval. You know what spirit lies in the breast of a woman. She wants the home of the man she marries to get rich. She'd hardly think of a former child any longer, a spouse she loved. If he dies, she won't be inquiring. So go there yourself and entrust all your belongings to one good maid, whoever strikes you as best there, until the gods have shown you the bride you will honor. I'll tell you another thing to thrust in your own heart. The boldest suitors are lying intently in ambush close to rock-strewn Samos in Ithaca's channel, eager to kill you before you arrive in your homeland. I think they won't. Before then, earth will have covered all the suitors, men who devour your resources. Steer your well-built ship away from those islands. Sail by night as well. A wind will follow behind you from one of the deathless gods who will shelter and save you. Soon as you reach the nearest Ithacan shoreline, hurry your ship and all of your men to the city. But you go first to the swineherd, the man who is duly tending your stock. He also thinks of you warmly. Stay for the night, then send him off to the city, taking the news to thoughtful Penelope, saying her son has arrived now safely from Pylos. Those were her words. She left for the heights of Olympus. Telemachus woke up Nestor's son from a pleasant sleep with a prod of his heel. He said to him briskly, Son of Nestor, Pisistratus, wake up and harness the full-hoofed horses under your chariot. Let's get on with our travels. But Nestor's son, Pisistratus, answered by saying, No way, Telemachus. We can't drive through a murky night, however anxious to go. Dawn will arrive soon. Wait for the son of Atreus, known for a spear throw, that war chief Menelaus. With gifts in our horse car and gentle words, he'll send us off on our journey. For all his days, a guest remembers the person who treats him well as a stranger and offers him friendship. He stopped, and Dawn promptly arrived on her gold throne. Approaching them soon was Menelaus, good at a war cry, out of his bed alongside Helen in her beautiful tresses. And after the well-loved son of Odysseus saw him, he hurriedly put on a shining tunic that covered his frame, and he tossed a bulky cloak on his thick-set shoulders, war chief style, to go out and meet him. Telemachus, loved by godlike Odysseus, told him, Atreus' son, Menelaus, Zeus-fed lord of your people, send me off right now to the cherished lands of my fathers. Already my heart's longing to go to my own house. Menelaus, good at a war cry, answered by saying, I won't hold you here, Telemachus, not long. Now that you're yearning for home, I would be angry at other hosts who went too far to be friendly, or very unfriendly. Balance is better in all things. It's just as wrong to rush off a stranger unwilling to go as to hold one back who's anxious to leave you. Befriend the stranger at hand. Send the stranger who wants that. But still, I load your car with beautiful presents. Gaze at them here with your own eyes. I'll order the women to make you a meal from plentiful stores in our great house. It's praise and honor for both of us. Yes, and a great help to dine here well before you travel far on the endless earth. If you choose to pass through the center of Argos and Hellas, I'll join you myself. I'll harness a horse team and take you to men's cities. No one will send us away as we came. They'll give us presents to haul off. Maybe a tripod of well-worked bronze, or a cauldron, maybe a pair of mulets, or a goblet of pure gold. But now Telemachus gave him a sensible answer. Atreus' son Menelaus, Zeus-fed lord of your people, I choose to go home right now. The day that I set out, I left no one behind to guard my belongings. Let me not lose myself as I look for godlike father, or lose the priceless wealth in my great hall. Soon as he heard that, Menelaus, good at a war cry, promptly told his wife and all of the handmaids to make a meal from plentiful stores in the great house. Boethus' son, Eteonius, came to him quite close. He'd risen from bed, he lived not far from his master, and Menelaus, good at a war cry, told him to kindle a fire and roast the meat. The man heard and obeyed him. His lord went down to a room beautifully scented, and not alone. Megapenthes and Helen joined him. Soon as they came to the place where treasure was laid out, the son of Atreus took a two-handled goblet and told his son Megapenthes to carry the silver bowl, as Helen, meanwhile, went to the coffers of richly embroidered robes, the work of her own hand. A goddess-like woman, Helen took up and carried the largest robe, the one most finely embroidered. It shone like a star and had settled under the others. They went back through the house. Approaching Telemachus, now the light-haired Menelaus spoke up and asked him, Telemachus, pray that Zeus, the husband of Hera and loud thunderer, takes you home as your heart hopes. Now, from all the treasure that lies in my household, I'll give you the best, the one most stunning and precious. I'll give you the well-wrought wine bowl, solidly silver except for the edges, finished in gold by a deathless god, Hephaestus, the war chief and ruler of Sidon. Phaedimus gave me the bowl when his house was my shelter. Then I was traveling home. I want to bestow it on you now.
The war chief's son of Atreus, after he'd spoken, placed the two-handled cup in his hands. Strong Megapenthes brought the wine bowl of dazzling silver and set it before him. Her cheeks lovely, Helen approached him, the splendid robe in her hands. She said to him outright, Dear child, I'll give you a present also to help you recall the hands of Helen. At the hour of your longed-for wedding, your bride can wear it. Till then, it should settle close to your well-loved mother at home. May you gladly arrive in your well-built house in the land of your fathers. She stopped and gave him the robe. He took it with pleasure. A war chief himself, Pisistratus, laid out the presents with care in the chariot's gift chest, gazing at each one. Then light-haired Menelaus led them straight to the palace. They sat down there on thrones and chairs in the great hall. A maid brought them water. She poured from a pitcher of stunning gold, and they washed their hands in her silver basin. She set out polished tables before them. An honored housekeeper brought them bread and arranged it. She laid out plenty of foods, gracious and giving. Boethos' son carved the meat and set out the right shares. Pouring the wine was a son of highly praised Menelaus. Their hands went out to the good things lying before them. After the craving for food and the drink was behind them, Telemachus yoked the horses promptly with Nestor's well-known son, and they mounted the colorful chariot. They drove along to the gate. The portico echoed, and light-haired Menelaus, Atreus' son, was behind him, his right hand holding the honey-minded wine in a golden goblet to pour for the gods as the chariot left there. Standing close to their horses, he hailed them and told them, "Young men, be happy and take my greetings to Nestor, a shepherd of people. The man was as kind as a father. All that time we sons of Achaeans fought with the Trojans." Telemachus promptly gave him a sensible answer. "Gladly, you Zeus-fed man, and just as you say it, we'll tell all that to Nestor the hour we arrive there. If only I'd find Odysseus, too, in my Ithacan household. I'd tell him the way I found such wholeness of friendship before I left you and brought home plenty of good gifts." Just as he spoke, a bird flew by on his right side. An eagle carried a large white goose in its talons, a tame goose from the yard. Women had cried out. All of the men gave chase. But after it came close, the eagle veered to the right, in front of the horses. They watched it with joy. All their spirits were warming. And Nestor's son, Pisistratus, started by asking, "Now, Menelaus, nourished by Zeus, lord of your people, say if the sign from God was for you or for us too?" Loved by Ares, Menelaus pondered the question. How could he know and render this sign in the right way? Her long robe flowing, Helen spoke out before him. "Listen, I'll prophesy myself what the deathless gods thrust in my heart, the way I think it will happen. The eagle that clutched a goose raised in our own yard came from the mountains, in its place of birth, of its nestlings. Odysseus, too, will wander far and suffer a great deal before he returns for revenge, or now he's already home and planning harm for all of the suitors." Then Telemachus gave her a sensible answer. "May loud thundering Zeus, the husband of Hera, arrange that. I'd pray to Helen herself as a goddess." He stopped and lashed the horses. Both of them swiftly made for the plain when they galloped fast through the city. The double yoke they bore rattled the whole day. After sunset, when all the roadways were darker, they came to Pherae and entered Diocles' house, the son of Orticolos, born as a child of Alphaeus. They spent the night in his house, welcomed like strangers. When newborn dawn came on with her rose-fingered daylight, they yoked the horse team, mounted the colorful chariot, and drove along through the gate as the portico echoed, and lashed the horses. They took off gladly with spirit. In time they were racing close to the high city of Pulos. Telemachus spoke to the son of Nestor and asked him, "Son of Nestor, how will you pledge what I ask you and make it happen? We claim to be friends for a long time because our fathers were friends. We're also the same age, and all our travels have made us more the same mind. While Zeus cares for you, stop at my ships. I want to be left there. The old one would keep me against my will in the palace. He'd longed to regale me. I must be home in a hurry." He stopped, and the son of Nestor heartily molded. How could he promise and bring this off in the right way? He pondered a while, and then it seemed to him better to turn their team to the race-fast ship at the seashore. In time, he loaded astern the beautiful presents, garments, and gold, the wealth Menelaus had given. He heartened Telemachus' words with a feathery swiftness. "Hurry aboard now. Tell your crewmen the same thing before I arrive back home with news from my father. Both in my heart and mind I certainly know this. My father's spirit is overbearing. He won't let go himself. He'll race here and call you. He won't go back without you, for now he'll really be angry." He spoke that way, and drove the fine-coated horses back to the city of Bulos, quickly reaching his own house. Telemachus heartened his crewmen now, and he told them, "Stow our gear in order, young men, in the black ship. Let's board ourselves and get under way in a hurry." He spoke that way. They heard him well and obeyed him. All of them soon boarded and sat at the oarlocks.
While he worked, offered victims and prayed to Athena, close to the stern, a man approached from a far land, a stranger in flight from Argos. He murdered a man there. A seer, the stranger came from the line of Melampus, who lived one time in Pylos, a mother of sheep flocks. Wealthy in Pylos, the house he'd owned was outstanding, but later he fled to another land, far from his country, and highly spirited Neleus, the grandest person alive then, who'd kept much of Melampus's wealth for a whole year by force. Melampus was bound in Phyllox's great hall, tightly chained, meanwhile, suffering great pain because of Neleus's daughter. That folly and passion were put in his brain by Erinys, the home-killing goddess. Yet he escaped from doom. He herded the mooing cows from Phylloke down to Pylos, making the godlike Neleus pay for his brutal acts and taking the daughter home to marry his brother. Then he was gone to another land, for his lot was to live in horse-pasturing Argos. Melampus now would rule great numbers of Argives. He took a wife there, built his house with a high roof, and fathered Antiphates and Mantius, powerful children. Antiphates fathered Oicleus, a man with a great heart. Oicleus fathered Amphiaraus, a rouser of armed men, heartily loved by Apollo and Zeus, who carries the great shield. They loved him in every way. But the threshold of old age never came. He fell at Thebes because of bribes to a woman. He'd fathered a son, Antilochus, another Alcmaeon. Mantius also fathered sons, Polyphides and Clitus. Dawn on her golden throne fastened on Clitus, thanks to his beauty. She gave him life among deathless gods on Olympus. Amphiaraus died, and Apollo made the highly spirited Polyphides a seer, by far the best among men. In a feud with his father, he settled in Hypericea for good, a seer for all men. His own son, named Theoclymenos, came here now and stood not far from Telemachus's fast black ships as he prayed and poured out wine for the great gods. He spoke to him promptly, the words with a feathery swiftness. "My friend, as I find you here burning those victims, I plead by your rights, your God. I plead by your very life and the lives of your crewmen, those who have joined you. Tell me the truth I ask for. Don't keep it in hiding. Who are you men? Where are your cities and parents?" Telemachus promptly gave him a sensible answer. "Well then, stranger, I'll tell you all you have asked for. I'm from Ithaca, born to my father Odysseus, if ever he lived. He's dead, and his loss has been cruel. Just now I took some crewmen to sail on my black ship. I came here to ask of my father, gone for a long time." A godlike man, Theoclymenos, answered by saying, "I'm out of my homeland too, after I cut down a man of my own blood. His many family members rule the Achaeans firmly in horse-pasturing Argos. I ran to avoid my death, to keep from a black doom, causing my own lot now to wander among men. Take me aboard your ship, for I came to you humbly. Don't let them kill me. I think my enemies chased me." Telemachus promptly gave him a sensible answer. "I'd push no willing man away from our good ship. Join us now, and you're welcome to all that we have here." He spoke that way to the man. Accepting his bronze spear, he set it down on the deck of the ship with its upcurved bow, and they swiftly boarded the sea-going vessel, Telemachus sitting astern, and seated beside him Theoclymenos. Men were loosening stern lines. Telemachus rallied them all, telling his crewmen to handle and work the tackle. They promptly obeyed him. They hoisted the fir-wood mast to be stepped in its hollow mast block and made it stand steady with forestays. With twisted lines of oxhide they hauled up the white sail. Glow-eyed Athena sent them a following sea wind, driving swiftly across the sky to make for the fastest run of the ship back home on the waves of the salt sea. They passed the Krunoi and Kalkis, beautiful waters. The sun went down, and all the seaways were darkened. They sailed near Phae. A wind from Zeus was behind them. They passed the brightness of Elis, ruled by Achaeans. From there they made for the islands that hurried to meet them, wondering whether they'd run past death or be lost there. Meanwhile, Odysseus ate at the home of the godlike swineherd, with other work friends sharing the good meal. After the craving for food and drink was behind them, Odysseus tested Eumaeus, asking to find out whether he'd still be kind. Would he tell him to stay here a while at his house, or hurry him off to the city? Listen, Eumaeus, and all the rest of you work friends. At dawn I'd like to wander off to the city to beg and not be a drain on you here or your workmen. Advise me well. Join me now with a good man to guide me there. Then I'll need to wander the city alone for gifts like a small wine cup or wheat bread. I'd like to go to the house of godlike Odysseus, too, with tidings for thoughtful Penelope. I know I'll mingle there with overbearing suitors. Let's see if they offer me food. They have plenty of dishes. I'd promptly work for them well, whatever they asked for, because I can tell you. Listen closely and hear me. With help from Hermes, the guide, favoring all men's work by making it widely honored and well known, I say no one is better than I am at serving, whether it's chopping wood or making a good fire, roasting and slicing meat, or pouring the wine right. All those jobs a poor man does for a great man. Deeply moved, Eumaeus the swineherd, you answered, Ah, my guest, why is this thought in your mind here? With all your heart you must be longing to die there now if you're bent on joining the party of suitors, men whose pride and force have reached to the iron sky. You're hardly the kind who wait on the suitors. Young men dressing well in mantles and tunics, with always a shine on their foreheads and beautiful faces. Those are their waiters. All the tables are well shined, weighed with plenty of meat, with bread and the best wines. Stay here. Not one man is annoyed by your presence. Not I or any work friend. The others who've joined me. But soon as Odysseus's well-loved son has arrived home, he'll dress you in clothes himself, both mantle and tunic. He'll send you wherever your heart and spirit are calling. Long-suffering, godlike Odysseus answered, I pray, Eumaeus, you're just as dear to our father Zeus as to me. You've stopped my roaming and deep pain. Nothing is worse for any man than to wander, but men have racking troubles because of their godless bellies and oncoming pain, roving and sadness.
Now that you've asked me to stay and wait for the young man, come on and tell me, the mother of godlike Odysseus, the father he left behind at the threshold of old age, are they alive by chance under the rays of the sun god, or dead by now, gone down to the household of Hades? O leader of men, the swineherd answered by saying, Well then, stranger, I'll frankly tell you the whole truth. Laertes goes on living, yet he is always praying to Zeus that life will drain from his limbs in his own house, because he's mourned so hard for the son who is not there. He mourned for the mindful wife too, nothing distressed him. More than her death, too soon, it made him an old man. She'd also died mourning the highly praised Odysseus. A heartsick death. No one should die in the same way here at home as a friend showing he loves me. Long as the lady lived, for all of her sadness, I often took some pleasure in asking her questions. The woman had raised me herself along with a hardy daughter and youngest child, Ctimene. Loving her long robes, she raised and esteemed me barely less than her own child. When both of us came to the early prime that we longed for, she gave her in marriage on same. Garnering countless bride gifts, she clothed me too in a mantle and tunic, the handsomest wear. She gave me sandals and sent me out to the field. She more than heartily loved me. Now I lack all that. However, the blissful gods help me to thrive in the work I have charge of. From gods I get food and wine I give to the poor ones. There's no good news, however, to hear from my lady. No word or work since harm fell on her household, those overbearing men. Yet slaves have a great need to talk with their lady closely and hear about each thing, enjoying her food and wine. They love carrying something home to the field that always warms the heart of a helper. An answer came from Odysseus, full of the best plans. Look at how you were young, my swineherd Euaimos, wandering off so far from your homeland and parents. Come on now, tell me, answer me truly whether your people's town, with its wide roads, was demolished, your city your honored mother and father had lived in, while you worked alone with cattle or fat sheep. Were you taken by cruel men to their ship, to your master's house to be sold? I'm sure he paid them a high price. An answer came from the swineherd, a leader of good men. Now that you press me, stranger, asking your questions, listen in silence, sit with your wine and enjoy it. These nights are vast as gods. Time for sleeping, time for the joy of listening. No one should lie down before this time. Too much sleep can be tiring. You others now, if your heart and spirits have said so, go outside to sleep. Soon as the day breaks, enjoy your food. Then herd the swine of our master. We too will stay in the house, drinking and dining. We'll take some joy, recalling the tales of each other's cares and sorrows, for men take pleasure in pain too, after they suffered often and wandered a great deal. Now I'll tell you this tale to answer your questions. An island called Surrey, maybe hard tell, north of Ortugi, lies where Helios recircles. It's not too densely crowded, yet it's a good land for oxen, herds of sheep, lots of vineyards and grain field. Hunger never approaches that country. No other hateful sickness falls on the poorest of those men. Rather, when people have grown too old in a city, Apollo rides with a silver bow. Artemis joins him and both releases their gentle arrows to kill them. Two cities divide the whole island between them. My father, Cestios, ruled both parts of the island, a son of Ormenos, known to resemble the great gods. Phoenicians came one day, known for their seacraft, nibbling in thousands of baubles. They landed their black ships. Now a Phoenician woman, tall and lovely, had lived in my father's house. Her skills were outstanding. In time, the very slyest Phoenician beguiled her. First, a man made love to her close to the hollow ship where she washed, a move that spellbinds the female mind as well, even the woman who acts right. Then he asked her, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" She promptly showed him a high-roofed house of my father, but called Bronswich Sidon her home and her birthplace. "I'm Aruba's daughter," she said. His wealth and like rivers, the Taphian pirates dragged me off as I came back home from a field. They brought me here and they sold me to that man's house. The master paid them a good price. The man who had made love to her secretly answered, "How would you like to go, sail with us back home, to see the high-roofed house of your father and mother? See them too? They're alive. They're known to be wealthy." But now the Phoenician woman answered by asking that might well happen if all you crewmen were willing to swear an oath to take me back to my home safe.
She stopped, and they all swore the way she'd asked them. After the oaths were ended with swearing behind them, the woman spoke up again. telling them outright, "No more talk. None of you crewmen should hail me at all, whether we meet on a roadway or somehow close to the well, or people will go to the palace and talk to the old one. The king might feel he should tie me hard, or chain me and plan the deaths of you all here. So mind my word. Go on with your trading and stowing. After the ship's quite full of your wares and belongings, let a messenger run to me fast at the palace. I'll bring you whatever gold comes to my hand there." "Yes, and I'll gladly give you more for my passage. I've taken care of my good master's child in the great hall, a clever boy who scampers along with me outdoors. I'd like to bring him aboard. He'll get you a great price whenever you take him, to sell to strange-sounding people." So with that word she went to the beautiful palace. The men remained with us there, trading a whole year, filling their hollow ship with plenty of good stores. Then, when the hollow vessel was loaded to sail off, they sent a runner to take the news to the woman. Their savviest man, he came to the house of my father, bearing a golden necklace beaded with amber, while all the maids and my queenly mother were gazing closely and handling the gold, making pledges to buy it. Now in the great hall, the woman gently nodded. The woman caught his nod. Soon, as he left for the hollow ship, she took my hand and led me out of the palace. She found some tables and golden cups in the forecourt where men had dined and worked, surrounding my father. They'd gone to their chairs for talk in the people's assembly. She hurriedly took 3 cups to stash in her breast fold and haul away. I thoughtlessly followed behind her. After sunset, when all the roadways were darker, she led me down to the well-known port in a hurry. There was a fast-running ship and Phoenician crewmen boarding briskly to follow the ways of the salt sea. After they boarded us both, Zeus gave them a fair wind. For 6 whole days, night and day, we were sailing. Then Zeus, the son of Cronos, gave us the 7th day. And Artemis, rainer of arrows, struck the woman. She made a thump in the bilge, resembling a gull splash. They threw her over the side and made her the plunder of sharks or seals. I was abandoned and heartsick. Wind and wave drove us to Ithaca's coastline. Laertes bought me then, using his own wealth, so my eyes have come to gaze on this island. Nourished by Zeus, Odysseus answered by saying, "Eumaios, you greatly moved the heart in my own chest by telling me all that, each heartfelt pain you have suffered. And yet, beside the bad, there surely were good things lavished by Zeus. After pain you arrived at a gentle master's house. He offered you food and his good wine. Gladly, your life goes well. But I was a roamer through many people's towns before I had arrived here." So the 2 men spoke that way with each other and soon slept, but not for long, only a short time. Dawn came fast on her beautiful throne. At the seashore too, Telemachus's men struck sail, hurriedly taking the mast down, rowing the ship to a mooring. They tossed out anchor stones, tightened the stern lines, and disembarked themselves on the shore of the salt sea. They made a meal there, glowing wine mixed with water. Soon as the craving for food and drink was behind them, Telemachus came up and spoke with sensible orders. You crewmen sail our black ship now to the city. I'll go to the fields myself and look to the herders. Then go on to the city at dusk from the farmland. At dawn, I'll set out to pay for the sea work before you, a choice dinner with honeyed wine and the best meat. A godlike man, Theoclymenus, spoke up and asked him, Where do I go, dear child? Whose house will I enter? What man or ruler of rock-strewn Ithacan country? Or shall I go straight to your own house and your mother? Telemachus tried to give him a sensible answer. I'd tell you otherwise. Yes. Go to our own house. We don't lack welcomes for strangers, but now it's a bad choice, worse for yourself. Since I'll be away and my mother cannot see you, she seldom shows herself when the suitors are home, but stays in her upstairs room with her weaving. I'll name you another man, though. Someone to go to. Eurymachus, mindful Polybos' son, is outstanding. Ithacans now regard this man as a great god. He's the best of the men by far, one who is most bent on marrying my mother and taking Odysseus's honor, but Zeus, who lives in the sky, will know on Olympus whether a harmful day will end before they are married. Soon as he'd spoken, a bird flew by on his right side, Apollo's nimble sea-hawk messenger. Talons clutching a pigeon, it plucked feathers that littered on the ground between the ship and Telemachus's body. At once Theoclymenus called him aside from his crewmen, clasped his hand, spoke his name and addressed him, Telemachus. Surely that bird flew by on your right side at God's command. I knew when I saw it that the hawk was an omen. No other family will rule Ithacan country besides your own. Your line will always have power. But shortly Telemachus gave him a sensible answer. If only your words, my guest, could come to a real end, you'd promptly know of my friendship, all of my own good bounty, and those who meet you would say you are well blessed. He spoke to Pyrrhus next, a crewman he trusted. Petraios, Clutius' son, you minded me better in every way than the others who joined me for Pylos. Guide our stranger now to our family, to your family household. Esteem and welcome him gladly until I arrive there. Pyrrhus, known for his spear throw, answered by saying, Telemachus, whether you go or stay here a long time, I'll welcome and care for the man myself as a good guest. Those were his words. He boarded ship and commanded crewmen to board themselves and loosen the stern lines. They boarded quickly and took their seats at the oarlocks. Meanwhile, Telemachus bound some beautiful sandals under his feet and lifted a spear, rugged and pointed with bronze, from the ship's deck. Stern lines were cast off. Crewmen pushed away for the city. Telemachus, telling them all to do so, the well-loved son of godlike Odysseus, fast on his feet, and then hiked until he came to a front yard. There were the droves of swine and the swineherd, a good man, napping close by, known to be mild to his masters.
Meanwhile, in the hut, Odysseus and the noble swineherd had kindled a fire and were making breakfast in the early light. They had already sent the herdsmen out with the droves of swine. The dogs fawned around Telemachus and did not bark at him as he approached. Odysseus noticed the dogs fawning and heard footsteps. His words flew fast to Eumaeus. Eumaeus, one of your men must be coming, or at least someone you know. The dogs aren't barking and are fawning around him. I can hear his footsteps. His words weren't out when his own son stood in the doorway. Up jumped the swineherd in amazement, and from his hands fell the vessels he was using to mix the wine. He went to greet his master, kissing his head and his shining eyes in both his hands, and as a loving father embraces his own son come back from a distant land after 10 long years, his only son, greatly beloved and much sorrowed for. So did the noble swineherd clasp Telemachus and kiss him all over. He had escaped from death, and sobbing he spoke to him these winged words. You have come, Telemachus, sweet light. I thought I would never see you again after you left in your ship for Pylos. But come in, dear child, let me feast my eyes on you here in my house, come back from abroad. You don't visit the farm often, or as herdsman, but stay in town. It must do your heart good to look at the weaving crowd of suitors. And Telemachus, in his clear-headed way, have it your way, Papa, but it's for your sake I've come, to see you with my own eyes and to hear from you whether my mother is still in our house, or someone else has married her by now. And Odysseus's bed, with no one to sleep in it, has become a nest of spider webs. The swineherd answered him, Yes, she's in your house, waiting and waiting, with an enduring heart, poor soul, weeping away the lonely days and nights. He spoke and took the young man's spear. Telemachus went in, and as he crossed the stone threshold, Odysseus stood up to offer him his seat. But Telemachus from across the room checked him and said, Keep your seat, stranger. We'll find another one around the place. Eumaeus here can do that. He spoke, and Odysseus sat down again. The swineherd piled up some green brushwood and covered it with a fleece, and upon this the true son of Odysseus sat down. Then the swineherd set out platters of roast meat, leftovers from yesterday's meal, and hurried around heaping up bread in baskets, and mixing sweet wine in an ivy wood bowl. Then he sat down opposite godlike Odysseus, and they helped themselves to the fare before them. When they had enough to eat and drink, Telemachus spoke to the godlike swineherd. Where did this stranger come from, Papa? What kind of sailors brought him to Ithaca? I don't suppose he walked to our island. And you, answered Eumaeus, my swineherd. I'll tell you everything plainly, child. He said he was born somewhere in Crete, and that it has been his lot to be a roamer and wanderer from city to city. But now he has run away from a Thesprotian ship and come to my farmstead. I put him in your hands. Do as you wish. He declares he is your suppliant. And Telemachus, wise beyond his years, This makes my heart ache, Eumaeus. How can I welcome this guest in my house? I am still young, and I don't have the confidence to defend myself if someone picks a fight. As for my mother, her heart is torn. She can't decide whether to stay here with me and keep the house, honoring her husband's bed and the voice of the people, or to go away with whichever man among her suitors is the best of the Achaeans and offers the most gifts. But as to our guest, now that he's come to your house, I will give him a tunic and cloak, fine clothes, and a 2-edged sword, and sandals for his feet, and passage to wherever his heart desires. Or keep him here if you wish, at your farmstead, and take care of him. I'll send the clothes and all of his food, so it won't be a hardship for you or your men. What I won't allow is for him to come up there among the suitors. They are far too reckless and arrogant, and I fear they will make fun of him, mock him, and it would be hard for me to take that. But what could I do? One man, however powerful, can't do much against superior numbers. Then Odysseus, who had borne much, said, My friend, surely it is right for me to speak up. It breaks my heart to hear you talk about the suitors acting like this in your house, and going against the will of a man as great as you. It is against your will, isn't it? What happened? Do the people up and down the land all hate you? Has a god turned them against you? Or do you blame your brothers, whom a man has to rely upon in a fight, especially if a big fight comes up? I wish I were as vigorous as I am angry, or were a son of flawless Odysseus, or Odysseus himself. Then I would put my neck on the chopping block if I did not give them hell when I came into the halls of Odysseus, son of Laertes. But if they overwhelmed me with superior numbers, I would rather be dead, killed in my own halls, than have to keep watching these disgraceful deeds, strangers mistreated, men dragging the women through the beautiful halls, wine spilled, bread wasted, and all with no end in sight.
Telemachus answered in his clear-headed way, "Well, stranger, I'll tell you the whole story. It's not that the people have turned against me, nor do I have any brothers to blame. Zeus has made our family run in a single line. Laertes was the only son of Archias, and Laertes had only one son, Odysseus, who only had me, a son he never knew, and so now our house is filled with enemies. All of the nobles who ruled the islands Dulcium, Same, and wooded Zycaithus, and all of those with the power on rocky Ithaca are courting my mother and ruining our house. She either refuses to make a marriage she hates or is able to stop it. They are eating us out of house and home and will come after me soon. But all of this rests on the knees of the gods. Eumaeus, go tell Penelope right away that I am safe and back from Pylos. I'll wait for you here. Tell only her and don't let any of the suitors find out. Many of them are plotting against me." "And you answered him, Eumaeus, my swineherd?" I follow you, Telemachus. I understand. But tell me this. Should I go the same way to Laertes also, and tell him the news? Poor man, for a while he still oversaw the fields, although he was grieving greatly for Odysseus, and would eat and drink with the slaves in the house whenever he had a notion. But now, since the very day you sailed to Pylos, they say he hasn't been eating or drinking as before, or overseeing the fields. He just sits and groans, weeping his heart out, and the flesh is wasting away from his bones." And Telemachus, in his clear-headed way, "That's hard. But we will let him be, despite our pain. If mortals could have all of their wishes granted, we would choose first the day of my father's return. No, just deliver your message and come back. And don't go traipsing all through the countryside looking for Laertes. But tell my mother to send a housekeeper, and as soon as she can, secretly she could bring the old man the message." So the swineherd got going. He tied on his sandals and was off to the city. The swineherd's departure was not unnoticed by Athena. She approached the farmstead in the likeliness of women, beautiful, tall, and accomplished in handiwork, and stood in the doorway of Eumaeus' hut. Showing herself to Odysseus, Telemachus did not see her before him or notice her presence. But Odysseus saw her, and the dogs did too, and they did not bark, but slunk away, whining to the other side of the farmstead. The goddess lifted her brows, and Odysseus understood. He went out of the hut, past the courtyard's great wall, and stood before her. Athena said to him, "Son of Laertes, in the line of Zeus, tell your son now, and do not keep him in the dark, so that you two can plan the suitor's destruction and then go in town. As for myself, I will not be gone long. No, I am eager for battle." With this, she touched him with her golden wand, and a fresh tunic and cloak replaced his rags. He was taller, younger, his skin tanned, his jawline firm, and his beard glossy black. Having worked her magic, the goddess left, and Odysseus went back into the hut. His son was astounded. Shaken and flustered, he turned away his eyes for fear it was a god, and would fell from his lips in his nervous flurries. "You look different, stranger, than you did before, and your clothes are different, and your complexion. You must be a god, one of the immortals who hold high heaven. Be gracious to us so we can offer you an acceptable sacrifice, and finally wrought gold, and spare us, please." And gold like Odysseus, who had borne much. "I am no god. Why liken me to the deathless ones? No, I am your father, on one whose account you have suffered many pains and endured the violence of men." Saying this, he kissed his son and let his tears fall to the ground. He held them in until now, but Telemachus could not believe that this was his father, and he blurted out, "You cannot be my father, Odysseus. You must be a spirit enchanting me only to increase my grief and pain later. No mortal man could figure out how to do this all on his own. Only a god could so easily transform someone from an old to younger, and while age ago you are an old and shabbily dressed, and now you are like the gods who hold the high heaven."
And Odysseus from his mind's teeming depths, "Telemachus, it has not become you to be so amazed that your father is here in this house. You can be sure that no other Odysseus will ever come. But I'm here, just as you see, home at last, after 20 years of suffering and wandering. So you will know, this is Athena's doing. She can make me look like whatever she wants, a beggar sometimes and sometimes a young man. Wearing fine clothes, it's easy for the gods to glorify a man or to make him look poor. He spoke and sat down, and Telemachus threw his arms around his wonderful father and wept. A longing arose in both of them to weep and lament, and their shrill cries crowded the air. Like cries of birds, sea eagles, or to lone vultures, whose young chicks rough farmers have stolen out of their nest before they were fledged. Their tears were that piteous, and the sun its light fading would have sat in their weeping, had not Telemachus suddenly said to his father, "What ship brought you here, father, and where did the crew say they were from? I don't suppose you came here on foot." And Odysseus, the godlike survivor, "I'll tell you the truth about this, son. The Phasians brought me, famed sailors who give passage to all who come their way. They brought me over the sea as I slept in their swift ship, and set me ashore on Ithaca, with donations of bronze and clothing and gold, splendid treasures that are now stored in caves by the grace of the gods. I've come here now, at Athena's suggestion. You and I must plan how to kill our enemies. List them for me now, so I can know who they are, and how many, so I can weigh the odds and decide whether you and I could go up against them alone, or whether we have to enlist some allies." Telemachus took a deep breath and said, "Father, look now. I know your great reputation, how you can handle a spear and what a strategist you are, but this is too much for me. 2 men simply cannot fight against such superior numbers and superior force. There are not just 10 suitors, or twice that, but many times more. Here's the count. From Dulgem there are 52, the pick of their young men and 6 attendants. From Same there are 24. From Zacynthus there are 20, and from Ithaca itself 12, all the noblest, and with them are Median, the heralds, the divine bard, and 2 attendants who carve. If we go up against them all in the hall, I fear your vengeance will be bitter indeed. Please try to think of someone to help us, someone who would gladly be our ally." And Odysseus, who had borne much, "I'll tell you who will help. Do you think that Athena and her father Zeus would be help enough, or should I think of more?" Telemachus answered in his clear-headed way, "You're talking about 2 excellent allies, although they do sit a little high in the clouds and have to rule the whole world and the gods as well." And Odysseus, who had borne much, "Those 2 won't hold back from battle for long. They'll be here, all right, when the fighting starts between the suitors and us in my high-roofed halls. For now go at daybreak up to this house, and keep company in those insolent hanger-ons. The swineherd will lead me to the city later, looking like an old, broken-down beggar. If they treat me badly in the house, just endure it. Even if they drag me through the door by my feet, or throw things at me, just bear it patiently. Try to dissuade them. Try to talk them out of their folly, sure, but they won't listen to you at all, because their day of reckoning is near. And here's something else for you to keep in mind. When Athena in her wisdom prompts me, I'll give you a signal. When you see me nod, take all the weapons that are in the hall into the lofted storeroom and stow them there. When the suitors miss them and ask you where they are, set their minds at ease, saying, 'Oh, I have stored them out of the smoke. They're nothing like they were when Odysseus went off to Troy. They're all grimed with soot. Also, a god put this thought in my head, that when men are drinking, you might start quarreling, and someone would get hurt, which would ruin your feasting and courting. Steel has a way of drawing a man to it. But leave behind a couple of swords for us and 2 spears and ox-hide shields. Leave them where we can get them in a hurry. Pallas, Athena, and Zeus in his cunning will keep the suitors in a daze for a while. And know one more thing before you go. If you are really my son and have my blood in your veins, don't let anyone know that Odysseus is at home. Not Laertes, not the swineherd, not anyone in this house, not even Penelope. You and I by ourselves will figure out which way the women are leaning. We'll test more than one of the servants too. We'll see who respects us and fears us, who cares nothing about either one of us and fails to honor you. You're a man now."
And Odysseus's resplendent son answered, "You'll soon see what I'm made of, father, and I don't think you'll find me lacking. But I'm not sure your plan will work to our advantage. Think about it. It'll take forever for you to make the rounds, testing each man, while back in the house, the high-handed suitors are having a good time, eating their way through everything we own. I agree you should find out which of the women dishonor you and which are innocent. But as for testing the men in the fields, let's do that afterward, if indeed you know something from Zeus, who holds the aegis." While these 2 were speaking to each other, the sturdy ship that brought Telemachus and his crew from Pylos was pulling into Ithaca. They sailed into the deep harbor and hauled the black ship up onto the shore. Porters in high spirits relieved them of their gear and carried the beautiful gifts to Clytius's house. They sent a herald ahead to Odysseus's palace to tell Penelope that Telemachus was out in the country and had ordered the ship to sail on to the city so that she, the queen, would not fall to weeping with worry. So it happened that the swineherd and herald met while they were bringing the same message to Odysseus's wife. When they reached the palace, the herald spoke out in the women's presence. "As of now, lady, your son has returned." But the swineherd went up to Penelope and told her all that her son had asked him to. His message delivered, he left the hall and went through the courtyard and back to his swine. This was bad news for the suitors. They filed out of the hall and passed the great wall of the courtyard and sat down before the gates. Eurymachus, Polybus's son, was first to speak. "Damn it. Telemachus has some nerve pulling off this voyage. We never thought we'd see it happen. Well, let's get a tarred ship out in the water, the best we have, and a crew to man the oars and tell our men out at sea to get back here as soon as they can." He was still speaking when Amphinomus, turning around, saw a ship in the harbor. Sails being furled, the crew with oars in their hands, he chuckled softly and said to his companions, "Well, so much for a message. Here they are. Either some god told them, or they spotted Telemachus's ship sailing by but couldn't catch her." They trooped down to the shore and made quick work of hauling the black ship onto the beach. Attendants relieved the crew of their gear, and the whole company went off to the assembly. They wouldn't allow anyone else, young or old, to sit with them. Antinous rose to speak. "Just look at how the gods have saved this man. Day after day, watchmen sat on the windy heights, relieving each other until the sun went down. And we never spent the night on the shore, but were out at sea all night waiting for dawn, waiting for Telemachus out for his blood, and now some god has delivered him home. We'll have to find a way to do him in here. We can't let him slip through our hands again. As long as Telemachus is still alive, I don't like our odds in what we're trying to do. He's shrewd and he's smart, and the people aren't on our side at all anymore. We have to act before he calls an assembly. I don't think he's going to let things slide. He's going to be angry, and he'll stand up and tell everyone how we plotted his death but could not catch him. They won't approve when they hear of our crimes, and there's a danger they'll do something to us, drive us out of our land, and we'll wind up in exile. No, we have to beat him to it, jump him out in the fields away from the city, or on the road. We'll keep all his possessions, dividing them fairly among us. His house, though, we'll give to his mother and whoever weds her. But if you don't like this plan, if you'd rather he stay alive and keep his ancestral wealth, we shouldn't keep gathering here anymore and devouring all this pleasant fare. Each man will have to court her from his own house, sending her gifts and trying to win her hand, and she will marry the man who offers the most and comes to her as her fated husband."
He spoke, and they all sat there in silence until Amphinomus stood up to speak, son of Nisus and grandson of Aretius. He led the suitors who came from Dulichium, with its grassy meadows and rich wheat fields. Penelope liked him for the way he spoke, and the good sense he showed. And now he spoke to the suitors with goodwill to all. "Friends, I would not willingly choose to kill Telemachus. It is a serious matter to murder someone of royal stock. We should first consult the will of the gods. If Zeus ordains it, I will kill him myself and urge on others. But if the gods are against it, I urge you to stop." Amphinomus' speech carried the day. The suitors stood up and went back to Odysseus' house, entered and sat on their polished chairs. Penelope had a notion to come out among her overbearing, insolent suitors. She had learned of the plot to kill her son in his own house. The herald Medon told her after he overheard the suitors talking. And so the beautiful lady came down into the hall with her serving women. When she had come among the suitors, she stood shawled in light by a column that supported the roof of the great house. Hiding her cheeks behind her silken veils, she spoke these harsh words to Antinous. "Antinous, you are a haughty and evil man. They say you are the best of your generation in all of Ithaca in counsel and in speech. But you don't measure up to your reputation. You must be mad, plotting Telemachus' death. Don't you care at all that your father was once a suppliant here? Zeus witnesses this, and it is unholy for suppliants and hosts to harm each other. Or haven't you heard of the time your father came to this house as a fugitive? The people were angry with him because he had joined up with the Taphian pirates and harassed our allies, the Thesprotians. The citizens wanted to beat him to death and gobble up his large and pleasant estate, but they were held in check by Odysseus. It is his house that you are now gobbling up without atonement. His wife you are wooing? His son you are trying to kill? And as for me, you are causing me unspeakable distress. Stop it, I tell you, and tell the others to stop. Then Eurymachus, son of Polybius, answered, Penelope, Icarus's wise daughter, cheer up. Don't be so upset by all this. There's not a man alive, nor will there ever be, who will lay hands on your son Telemachus, while I still breathe and look upon this earth. Anyone who tries, I give you my solemn assurance, will spill his black blood around the point of my spear. No, I too often sat on Odysseus's knees, and the great hero would put roast meat in my hands and make me sip red wine. And so, Telemachus is the dearest of all men to me, and I guarantee he need have no fear of death. From the suitors, that is. For the gods, there is no avoiding it. A heartwarming speech, but he was still planning to kill her son. Penelope went upstairs to her softly lit rooms and wept for Odysseus, her beloved husband, until great-eyed Athena cast sweet sleep upon the woman's eyelids. Evening fell, and the swineherd came back to Odysseus and his son, who had slaughtered a yearling boar and were busy making supper. Athena drew near to Odysseus and tapped him with her wand, making him into an old man again, clothed in rags. She was afraid the swineherd would recognize him and, unable to keep the secret, go bring the news to Penelope. Telemachus looked up and said to the swineherd, Ah, you're back, Eumaeus. What news from town? Have the suitors returned from their ambush, or are they still looking for me to sail past? And you answered him, Eumaeus, my swineherd. It wasn't my business to nose around town asking about that, and I wanted to come back as soon as I had delivered my message. On the way in, though, I met up with the herald sent by your shipmates. He was fast and got there to tell your mother the news. I know one thing, for I saw it myself. I was above the city by the hill of Hermes. On my way back, when I saw a sailing ship pull into our harbor, she had a large crew and was loaded with shields and bladed spears. I thought it was them, but I really don't know. Telemachus smiled, feeling his ancestors' blood, and glanced at Odysseus, avoiding the swineherd's eyes. When they had finished preparing the meal, they fell to feasting. There was plenty for everyone, and when they had all had enough food and drink, their minds turned toward rest, and they took the gift of sleep.
Telemachus answered her calmly, Mother, I will tell you, we went to Pylos visiting King Nestor. He made me very welcome in his palace under his roof as if I were his son, returning after many years away. He cared for me like one of his own sons, but he said he had not heard anything from anyone about Odysseus alive or dead. He sent me on with horses and carriage to the son of Atreus and great general Menelaus. There I saw Helen, for whose sakes, by the will of the gods, the Greeks and Trojans suffered through the war. When Menelaus asked me why I had come to glorious Sparta, I told him the truth in detail. And he answered, Stupid cowards, the bed they want to lie down on belongs to someone truly resolute. As when a deer lays down her unknown suckling fawns inside the leafy den of some fierce lion and goes off to the slopes and grassy valleys to graze. Then he comes back to his own bed and cruelly destroys both little ones. So will Odysseus destroy them all. By Father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, I pray he is as strong as long ago on Lesbos when he wrestled Philomedes and hurled him to the ground and all the Greeks cheered. May he fight the suitors that same way, so all of them will find their courtship ends badly and their lives soon. And I will answer your questions frankly and tell you what I learned from the old sea god who can tell no lies. He said he saw him in distress. The nymph Calypso has him trapped upon her island inside her house. He cannot come back home to his own country since he has no fleet or crew to row across the sea's broad back. That was what famous Menelaus said. My task accomplished, I sailed off. The gods gave me fair wind, which was swiftly brought me home. His story stirred emotions in her heart. Then godlike Theoclymenus spoke up. My lady, wife of great Odysseus, the news is incomplete. I will reveal the whole truth with a prophecy. I swear by Zeus in hospitality and by the hearth of great Odysseus, the place where I have come, he is already here at Ithaca, at rest or on his way. He must have learned what bad things they are doing, and he is plotting ruin through them all. I know because I saw a sign while sitting on board the ship, I told Telemachus. Penelope said carefully, Well, stranger, I hope this does come true. I would reward you with so much warmth and generosity that everyone you met would see your luck. Meanwhile, outside Odysseus' house, the suitors relished games of darts and discus, playing outside as usual, with no thought of others. Then at dinner time, when flocks of sheep were trekking home from every field led by their shepherds, Medon spoke. He was the suitors' favorite slave boy, whom they always brought to their feasts. My lords, you have enjoyed your games. Now come inside to eat. There is no harm in having meals at proper times. They followed his advice, stood up and went inside the palace. They spread out their cloaks over the chairs and killed plump goats, large rams, some fatted pigs, and one domestic cow, and cooked them for the feast. Odysseus was making haste to leave the countryside for town. The swineherd spoke in lordly tones. Stranger, my master says that you can come to town today as you desire. Though I would rather leave you here to watch the farm, but I am nervous that the masters may reapproach me, and the master's curses fall heavily on a slave. Now we must go. The hour is late, and it will soon get colder, and the sun is sinking low. Odysseus answered, I understand, we can go now, you lead the way, but if you have a stick, give it to me to lean on, since I hear the path is slippery. With that, he slung his bag across his shoulders by its strings. It was all tattered, full of books. Eumaeus gave him a serviceable look. They left the dogs, and herdsmen stayed to guard the farm. The swineherd led his master into town, resembling a poor old beggar, leaning upon a stick and dressed in dirty rags. They walked along the stony path, and near the town they reached an ornate fountain flowing with clear streams, where the people came for water. It had been built by Ithacus, Neritus, and Polyctor. A circle of black poplars grew around it, natured by the spring cool water, poured from the rocks above. There was an altar built over it in honor of the nymphs. All passerbys made offerings to them. Melanippus, the son of Dolius, with 2 more headers, met them there. He was driving the finest goats to feed the suitors. On seeing them, he spoke abusively in brash, offensive language that enraged Prometheus.
When newborn dawn appeared with hands of flowers, Telemachus, Odysseus' son, fastened his handsome sandals on his feet, took up his sturdy spear that fit his hand, and headed out. He told the swineherd, Grandpa, I must go into town to see my mother. Until we meet, I think we will not stop for lamentations, tears, and bitter sobbing. Now I need you to take this poor old stranger to town to beg his supper. Any man who feels like it can feed him. I cannot put up with every one night now. I have too many worries. If he gets annoyed, the worse for him. I always like to tell the honest truth. Odysseus replied, My friend, I do not even want to stay. Beggars should wander around the town and country. I will get food from charitable people. I am too old to stay here as a farmhand, obeying orders from an overseer. This man will take me, as you told him to, as soon as I have warmed up by the fire. I only have these rags. The morning frost may do me in. You say the town is far. At that, Telemachus strode quickly out, thinking about his plan to herd the suitors, and when he reached the royal house, he propped his spear against a pillar and went in, across the stony threshold. Eurycleia, the nurse, was first to notice his arrival, as she was laying fleeces on the chairs. Weeping, she rushed at him. The other women, owned by strong-willed Odysseus, assembled and kissed Telemachus' head and shoulders to welcome him. Then wise Penelope came from her bedroom, looking like a goddess, like Artemis or golden Aphrodite, and flung her arms around her darling son and wept. She kissed his face and shining eyes, and through her tears her words flew out. You came, Telemachus, sweet light! I was so sure that I would never see you any more. After you sailed to Pylos secretly, not telling me to get news of your father, tell me, what have you seen? Telemachus said calmly, Mother, do not try to make me upset or stir my feelings. I survived the danger. Go upstairs and take your bath.
Put on clean clothes and take your women with you into your bedroom. Sacrifice and pray to all the gods, that one day Zeus may grant revenge. Now I am going into town. I will invite the stranger who arrived right after me on Ithaca. I send him ahead with my brave men, and told Piraeus to take him home and treat him with all kindness until I come. His flying words hit home. She washed, put on clean clothes, and prayed to all the gods and made them lavish sacrifices, asking that one day Zeus would bring revenge. Telemachus took up his spear and marched out through the hall, 2 swift dogs at his side. Athena poured unearthly grace upon him. Everyone was amazed to see him coming. The suitors gathered round and spoke to him in friendly tones. At heart, they meant him harm. Keeping away from most of them, he joined Mentor and Antiphus and Halitherses, who were his father's friends from long ago. They questioned him in detail. Then Piraeus approached with Theoclymenus, the stranger whom he had brought through town towards the center. At once Telemachus set out and rushed to stand beside the stranger, and Piraeus spoke first. Telemachus, send women quickly to my house, so I may give back the gifts that Menelaus gave you. But with caution Telemachus replied, Piraeus, no. We do not know exactly what will happen, and if the suitors in my house by stealth should kill me and divide my father's wealth between themselves, I would prefer that you enjoy the gifts than any of those men. And if I kill them, planting doom among them, bring me the gifts, and we will both be happy. With this, he led the weary stranger back to his house, where he had laid their cloaks across chairs. They went to bathe. The slave girls washed them, rubbed them with oil, and dressed them in wool cloaks and tunics. When they left the baths and sat on chairs, a girl brought out a golden pitcher and poured the washing water on their hands over a silver bowl. She set a table beside them, and humble slave girls brought the generous array from their rich stores. Penelope was leaning on a chair beside the door, facing Telemachus, spinning fine strands of wool. They helped themselves to food and drink. When they had had enough, Penelope, preoccupied, spoke up. Telemachus, I will go upstairs now to lie down on my bed, which has become a bed of mourning, always stained with tears, since my Odysseus went off to Troy with those 2 sons of Atreus. But you have failed to tell me if you gathered news about your father's journey home. Now tell me, before the suitors come.
One scoundrel leads another. Makes sense. Gods join like things with like. You fool pigmen, where are you taking this old swine, a scrounger, who will rub on many doors demanding scraps, not gifts, for warriors? If you let me have him to guard my farm and muck the pens and toss the kids their fodder, he would drink thy and fatten his stick legs. But he does not want work. He likes to traipse around the town and beg for chow to stuff his greedy belly. I predict if he reaches the palace of Odysseus, a mass of hands will hurl stools at his head to pelt him through the house and bruise his ribs. With that, he sauntered past him and lunged out to kick him on the hip bone. What a fool! Odysseus was not pushed off the path. He stood there, fixed in place, and wondered whether to rush at him, armed with his stick, and kill him, or grab him by the ear and push him down onto the ground. Instead, he braced himself and kept his temper. When the swineherd saw Melanippus insulting him, he prayed arms high. O fountain nymphs, O Zeus's daughters, if ever King Odysseus brought bones of lamb and goat and luscious fat for you, then now fulfill my prayer. May spirits guide him home. My master will put paid to all the bluster of this rude man who loafs around town and lets the animals be ruined by bad herders. Melanus, the gatherer, snared at him. Oh, very nice. The dog knows how to talk, and it has learned some tricks. One day I will take him by ship and row him far away from Ithaca, and get a heap of treasure by selling him. I wish Apollo would shoot silver arrows at Telemachus tomorrow in his home, or that the suitors would kill him. I am sure Odysseus is far away and never coming back. With that, he left them. They were walking slowly, and he rushed on ahead of them. He went inside his master's house and sat among the suitors with Eurymachus, his favorite. The slaves brought out a piece of meat for him, and a submissive house girl brought him bread. The swineherd and Odysseus went in and stood surrounded by the stunning sound of the resounding lyre that Phemius was tuning for his song. Odysseus grabbed at the swineherd's hand and said, "Aeneas, this is Odysseus' splendid palace. It could be recognized among 1,000. The rooms are all connected, and the courtyard is fenced in by a wall with cornices. And there are sturdy double doors. No man could break through here. I notice many men are feasting. I smell meat and hear the lyre, which gods have made company to the feast." Aeneas answers, "Right, you are perceptive. Now we must plan. Will you go inside first to join the suitors while I stay out here, or do you want to wait and I'll go? But do not stay too long. If someone sees you, you will be pelted, maybe beaten up. Unfallible." Odysseus said, "Yes, I thought of that. You go, I will stay here. I have been hit before. I know hard knocks. I am resilient. I suffer war and being lost at sea. So let this be. There is no way to hide a hungry belly. It is insistent, and the curse of hunger is why we sail across relentless seas and plunder other people." As they spoke, Argos, the dog that lay there, raised his head and ears. Odysseus had trained this dog, but with no benefit. He left too soon to march on holy Troy. The master gone, boys took the puppy out to hunt wild goats and deer and hares, but now he lay neglected, without an owner, in a pile of dung from mules and cows. The slaves stored heaps of it outside the door until they fertilized the large estate. So Argos lay there dirty, covered with fleas, and when he realized Odysseus was near, he wagged his tail and both his ears dropped back. He was too weak to move towards his master. At a distance, Odysseus had noticed that he wiped his tears away and hid them easily, and said, "Aeneas, it is strange this dog is lying in the dung. He looks quite handsome, though it is hard to tell if he can run or if he is a pet, a table dog, kept just for looks."
"Eumaeus," you replied, "this dog belonged to someone who has died in foreign lands. If he were in good health, as when Odysseus abandoned him and went to Troy, you soon would see how quick and brave he used to be. He went to hunt in woodland, and he always caught his prey. His nose was marvelous, but now he is in bad condition, with his master gone, long dead. The women fail to care for him. Slaves do not want to do their proper work when masters are not watching them. Zeus halves our value on the day that makes us slaves." With that, the swineherd went inside the palace to join the noble suitors. 20 years had passed since Argus saw Odysseus, and now he saw him for the final time. Then suddenly, Black Death took hold of him. Telemachus first saw the swineherd coming. He gave a nod to tell him to come over. Glancing around, Eumaeus saw the stool used by the boy who carved the suitor's meat. He picked it up and set it down beside Telemachus's table. There he sat. The slave boy brought him meat and bread, and then Odysseus approached and stepped inside, looking like some poor, homeless, sad old man. He hobbled on his stick, then slumped himself down on the ashwood threshold, leaning back against the cypress doorpost, which a workman had smoothed and straightened long ago. The boy summoned the swineherd over and picked up a wheat loaf from the basket and as much meat as his hands could hold, and gave it to him. He said, "Please take this food out to that stranger, and tell him he should walk around the hall and beg from all the suitors. Shame is not a friend to those in need." The swineherd went and told Odysseus, "Telemachus gives you this food and says you ought to beg from all the suitors. Shame, he says, is not fitting for those who have to live by handouts." Odysseus prayed cautiously, "O Zeus, bless this Telemachus, and may he have all that his heart desires." And with both hands he took the food and set it at his feet on top of his old ragged bag, and ate, and listened to the singer in the hall. As he was finishing, the music stopped. The suitors shouted, and Athena stood beside Odysseus and prompted him to go among the suitors begging scraps, to find out which of them were bad or good, although she had no thought of saving any out of the massacre which was to come. He went around and begged from left to right, holding his hand out like a practiced beggar. They gave him food in pity, and they wondered who this man was and whereabouts he came from. They asked each other, and Melanthius, the goatherd, said, "You suitors of the queen, listen to me about this stranger here. I saw this man before. The swineherd brought him. I know no more. I do not know his background." And Highness began to scold the swineherd. "Pigman, you famous idiot, why did you bring this man here? Do we not already have plenty of homeless people coming here to spoil our feasts? Is it not bad enough that they crowd round and eat your master's wealth? You had to ask this one as well?" "Eumaeus," you replied, "Antinous, you are a lord, but what you say is trash. Who would invite a stranger from abroad unless he had the skills to help the people? A prophet or a doctor or a builder or a poet who can sing and bring delight. No one would ask a beggar. They bring only their hunger. Out of all the suitors, you are meanest to the slaves, especially me. But if the prudent queen and godlike prince still live here in this house, I do not mind." Telemachus said, "Shush. Antinous does not deserve an answer. He is always picking a fight and goading on the others." Then turning to Antinous, he said, "You care for me so nicely, like a father. You told me I should force the stranger out. May no god make that happen. Go to him and give him something. I can spare the food. Go on, I tell you. You should pay no heed to mother or the other household slaves belonging to my father. You are not concerned about them anyway. You want to gorge yourself, not share with other people." Antinous replied, "You little show-off. What nasty temper, what an awful comment. If all the suitors gave the same as me, This house could keep him checked for 3 whole months.
He had a footstool underneath the table for resting his soft feet while he feasted. He brandished it. The others all gave food and filled the beggar's bag. Odysseus had finished with his test. He could have walked back to the threshold, no harm done. Instead, he stood beside Antinous and said, "Friend, give me something. You must be the best of all the Greeks. You look like royalty, so you should give more food than all the rest, and I will make you known throughout the world. I used to be a rich man with a palace. When needy beggars came from anywhere, no matter who they were, I gave them food. My slaves were numberless, my wealth was great. I had the life men say is happiness. But Zeus destroyed it all. He wanted to. He prompted me to travel with some pirates to Egypt. That long journey spelled my ruin. I moored my galleys in the river Nile and told my loyal men to stay and guard them, and sent out scouts to all the lookout points. But they were too impulsive, and they sacked the beautiful Egyptian lands and seized women and children, and they killed the men. The screaming reached the town, and people heard, and rushed to come and help. At dawn, the plain was all filled up with foot soldiers and horses in flashing bronze. Then Zeus, who loves the thunder, caused panic in my men, disastrous panic. Danger was all around us, and not one stood firm. The sharp bronze swords killed many men, and others were enslaved as laborers. But they gave me to somebody they met, a foreigner named Demeter, king of Cyprus. I came from there, such is my tale of woe. Antinous replied, "What god imposed this pest to spoil our feast? Stay over there, not near my table, or you can get lost. Get killed in Egypt or enslaved in Cyprus, you barefaced beggar. You come up to us and these men give you treats unthinkingly. We have so much, and people do not mind sharing another person's wealth." Sharp-witted Odysseus drew back from him and said, "You handsome idiot, you would not give a grain of salt from your own house. You sit enjoying someone else's food, and yet you will not give a crumb from this great banquet to me." Antinous was furious and scowling, said, "That does it. You insult me? You lost the chance to leave with dignity." He lifted up his stool and hurled it at Odysseus' right shoulder, near his back. It did not knock him over. Like a rock, he stood there, shook his head, and silently considered his revenge. Then he went back, sat on the threshold, and set down the bag all full of food, and told them, "Listen, suitors of this world-famous queen, I have to speak. When men are fighting for their own possessions, for cows or sheep, there is no shame in wounds, but now Antinous has wounded me, because I came here hungry. Hunger brings such suffering to humans. If there are gods of the poor, or furies to avenge us, may he be struck by death instead of marriage." He answered, "Stranger, shut up or be off. If you keep talking, we young men will drag you across the palace by your hands and feet and have you flayed alive." But all the others reproached Antinous insistently. "You ought not to have hit a poor old beggar. If he turns out to be a god from heaven, it will end badly. Gods disguise themselves as foreigners and strangers to a town to see who violates their holy laws and who is good." Antinous ignored the suitors' words. The blow increased the pain inside Telemachus' heart, but he let fall no tears. He calmly shook his head and thought about revenge. Penelope heard what had happened in the hall and said to all of her slaves, "I hope Apollo shoots Antinous just as he hit the beggar." And old Eurynome replied, "If only our prayers were answered, none of them would live to see the dawn ride in upon our throne." Penelope said, "Yes, dear, they are all our enemies and mean to do us harm. Antinous is the worst. He is like death." Some poor old stranger wandered to his house and asked the men for food, compelled by need. The others helped him out and filled his bag. Antinous hurled a footstool at his shoulder. She had this conversation in her room with her attendants, while Odysseus was eating dinner. Then she called the swineherd. "Eumaeus, have the stranger come to me, so I may welcome him, and ask if he has heard or witnessed anything about long-lost Odysseus. The stranger seems as if he must have traveled far."
"He seems like the one has wandered far. To her, then, swineherd Eumaeus, this thou make answer and say, I would, O queen, that the kings would keep silence, for he speaks such words as would charm thy very soul. 3 nights I had him by me, and 3 days I kept him in my hut. For me first he came when he fled by stealth from a ship, but he had not yet ended the tale of his sufferings. Even when a man gazes upon a minstrel who sings to mortal songs of longing that the gods have taught him, and the desire to hear him has no end, whensoever he sings, and even when he charms me, as he said in my hall. He says that he is an ancestral friend of Odysseus, and that he dwells in Crete, where is the race of Minos. From thence he has now come on his journey hither, ever suffering woes, as he wanders on and on. And he insists that he has heard tidings of Odysseus, near at hand in the rich land of Thesprotians, and yet alive, and he is bringing my treasures to many treasures to his home. Then wise Penelope answered him, Go, call him hither, that he may himself tell to my face. But as for these men, let him make sport as they sit in the doorway or here in the house, since their hearts are merry. For their own possessions lie untouched in their homes, bread and sweet wines, on these do their servants fed. But themselves throng in our house day after day, slaying our oxen and sheep and fat goats, and keep revel and drink the flaming wine recklessly. And havoc is made of all this wealth, for there is no man here such as Odysseus was to keep ruin from this house. But if Odysseus would come and return to his native land, straightway would his son take vengeance on these men for their violent deeds. So she spoke, and Telemachus sneezed loudly, and all the rooms round about echoed wondrously. And Penelope laughed, and straightway spoke to Eumaeus winged words. Go, pray, call the stranger here before me. Thou do not know that my son has sneezed at all my words. Therefore she shall utter death fall upon wooers one and all, nor shall one of them escape death and the fates. Another thing I tell thee, and do thou lay it to heart, if I find that he speaks all things truly, I will cloak him in a cloak and tunic, fair raiment. So she spoke, and the swineherds went when he had heard this saying. And coming up to Odysseus, he spoke to him winged words. Sir stranger, wise Penelope called these, the mother of Telemachus, and her heart bids her inquiry about her husband, though she has suffered many woes. And if she finds thou speakest of all things truly, she will cloak thee in a cloak and tunic, which thou needest most of all. As for thy food, thou shalt beg through the land, and feed thy belly, and whoso shall give it thee. Then the much enduring godly Odysseus answered him, Eumaeus, soon will I tell all the truth to the daughter of XXIII, wise Penelope. For well I do know of Odysseus, and uncommon have we borne affliction. But I have fear of this strong of harsh wars, whose wantonness and violence reach the iron heaven. For even now, as I was going to the hall doing no evil, this man struck me and hurt me. Neither Telemachus nor any other did aught to ward off the blow. Where now bid Penelope to wait in these halls, eager though she be, till the set of sun. Then let her ask me of her husband regarding the day of his return, giving me a seat near the fire. For lo, the raiment that I wear is mean, and this thou knowest of thyself. For to thee did I make my prayer. And so he spoke, and the swineherd went. He had heard this saying, and he has passed over the threshold. Penelope said to him, Thou dost not bring him, Eumaeus. What does the wanderer meant by this? Does he fear someone beyond measure, or does he idly feel ashamed in this house? Till is for a beggar to feel shame. For the swineherd Eumaeus did thou make answer and say, He speaks rightly, even as any other man would deem. in seeking to shun of the insolence of overweening men. But he bids thee to wait till the set of sun, and for thyself too it is far more seemly, O queen, to speak to the stranger alone, and to hear his word. The wise Penelope answered him, Not without wisdom is the stranger. He divines how it may yet be. There are no mortal men, methinks, who wantonness devise such wicked folly as these. So he spoke, and the godly swineherd departed into the throng of the wooers when he has told her all. And straightway he spoke winged words to Telemachus, holding his head close to him that the others might not hear. Friend, I am going forth to guard the swine and all of things there, thy livelihood and mine. But have thou charge of all things here. Thine own self do thou keep safe first of all, and thy mind beware lest some ill befate thee. For many of the Achaeans are devising evil, who may Zeus utterly destroy before harm falls us. Then the wise Telemachus answered, So it shall be, father. Go thy way when thou hast supped, and in the morning do thou come and bring goodly victims. But all matters here shall be a care to me and to the immortals. So he spoke, and the swineherd sat down again on the polished chair. But when he had satisfied his heart with meat and drink, he went his way to the swine and left the court and the hall full of banqueteers. And they were making merry with the dance and song, for evening has now come on.
Now, along came this tramp, this public nuisance, who used to scrounge a living round the streets of Ithaca, notorious for his belly, a ravenous, bottomless pint for food and drink. But he had no pith, no brawn, despite the looming hulk that met your eyes. Aeneas was his name, as his worthy mother called him at birth. But all the young men called him Iris for short, because he'd hustle messages at any beck and call. Well, he came by to rout the king from his own house, and met Odysseus now with a rough, abusive burst. Get off the porch, you old goat, before I haul you off by the leg. Remember that threat. Can't you see them give me the wink? All of them here, to drag you out, and so I would. But I've got some pangs of conscience. Up with you, man, or before you know it, we'll be trading blows. A killing look, and the wily old soldier countered, Out of your mind? What damage have I done you? What have I said? I don't grudge you anything. Not if the next man up and gives you plenty. This doorsill is big enough for both of us. You've got no call to grudge me what's not yours. You're another vagrant, just like me, I'd say. And it lies with the gods to make us rich or poor. So keep your fists to yourself. Don't press your luck. Don't rile me, or old as I am, I'll bloody your lip, splatter your chest, and buy myself some peace and quiet for tomorrow. I doubt you'll ever come lumbering back again to the halls of Laertes' royal son, Odysseus. Look who's talking, the beggar rumbled in anger. How this pot-bellied pig runs off at the mouth, like an old crone at her oven. Well, I've got a knockout blow in store for him. I'll batter the tramp with both fists, crack every tooth from his jaws. I'll litter the ground with teeth like a rogue sow's punished for rooting corn. Belt up, so the lords can see us fight it out. How can you beat a champion half your age? Tongue-lashing each other, tempers flaring, there on the polished sill before the lofty doors. And Antinous, that grand prince, hearing them wrangle, broke into gloating laughter, calling out to the suitors, "Friends, nothing like this has come our way before. What sport some god has brought the palace now?" The stranger and Iris, look, they'd battle it out together, fists flying. Come, let's pit them against each other, fast. All leapt from their seats with whoops of laughter, clustering round the pair of ragged beggars there, as Eupeithes' son Antinous planned the contest. Quiet, my fine friends. Here's what I propose. These goat sausages sizzling here in the fire, we packed them with fat and blood to have them for supper. Now, whoever wins this bout and proves the stronger, let that man step up and take his pick of the lot. What's more, from this day on he feasts among us. No other beggar will we allow inside to cadge his meals from us. They all cheered, but Odysseus, foxy veteran, plotted on. Friends, how can an old man, worn down with pain, stand up to a young buck? It's just this belly of mine, this troublemaker, tempts me to take a licking. So, first, all of you swear me a binding oath. Come. Not one of you steps in for Iris here, strikes me a foul blow to pull him through, and lays me in the dust. And at that, they all mouthed the oath that he required. And once they vowed they'd never interfere, Prince Telemachus drove home the matter. Stranger, if your spine and fighting pride prompt you to go against this fellow now, and have no fear of any suitor in the pack, whoever fouls you will have to face a crowd. Count on me, your host, and 2 lords back me up, Antinous and Eurymachus. Both are men of sense. They all shouted approval of the prince as Odysseus belted up, roping his rags around his loins, baring his rippling thighs, his boxer's broad shoulders, his massive chest, and burly arms on full display as Athena stood beside him, fleshing out the limbs of the great commander. Despite their swagger, The suitors were amazed, gaping at one another, trading forecasts. Iris will soon be ironed out for good. He's in for the beating he begged for all along. Look at the hems on that old timer, just under the rags. Each outcry jolted Iris to the core. Too late. The servants trussed his clothes up, dragged him on, the flesh on his body quaking now with terror. Antinous rounded on him, flinging insults. You clumsy ox, you're better off dead or never born at all if you cringe at him. Paralyzed with fear of an old, broken hulk, ground down by the pains that hound his steps. Mark my word, so help me, I'll make it good. If that old relic whips you and wins the day, I'll toss you into a black ship and sail you off to XVIII, the mainland king who wrecks all men alive. He'll lop your nose and ears with his ruthless blade. He'll rip your privates out by the roots. He will, and serve them up to his dogs to bolt down raw. That threat shook his knees with a stronger fit, but they hauled him into the ring. Both men put up their fists, with the seasoned fighter Odysseus deeply torn now. Should he knock him senseless, leave him dead where he dropped, or just stretch him out on the ground with a light jab? As he mulled things over, that way seemed the best. A glancing blow, the suitors would not detect him. The two men squared off, and Iris hurled a fist at Odysseus' right shoulder as he came through with a hook below the ear, pounding Iris's neck, smashing the bones inside. Suddenly, red blood came spurting out his mouth, and headlong down he pitched in the dust, howling teeth locked in a grin, feet beating the ground. And the princely suitors, flinging their hands in the air, died laughing. Grabbing him by the leg, Odysseus hauled him through the porch, across the yard to the outer gate, heaped him against the courtyard wall, sitting slumped, stuck his stick in his hand, and gave him a parting shot. Now hold your post. Play the scarecrow to all the pigs and dogs. But no more lording it over strangers. No more playing the beggar king for you, you loathsome fool. Or you'll bring down something worse around your neck.
He threw his beggar sack across his shoulders, torn and tattered, slung from a fraying rope. Then back he went to the sill and took his seat. The suitors ambled back as well, laughing jauntily, toasting the beggar warmly now, those proud young blades, one man egging the other on. Stranger, friend, may Zeus and the other deathless gods fill up your sack with blessings. All your heart desires. You've knocked him out of action, that insatiable tramp, that parasite on the land. Ship him off to XVIII, fast, the mainland king who wrecks all men alive. Welcome words, and a lucky omen too. Odysseus' heart leapt up. Antinous laid before him a generous goat sausage, bubbling fat and blood. Amphimenus took 2 loaves from the wicker tray and set them down beside him, drank his health in a golden cup, and said, "Cheers, old friend, old father, saddled now as you are with so much trouble. Here's to your luck. Great days from this day on." And the one who knew the world replied at length, "Amphinomus, you seem like a man of good sense to me, just like your father. At least I've heard his praises, Nisus of Dulichion, a righteous man and rich. You're his son, they say. You seem well spoken, too, so I will tell you something. Listen. Listen closely. Of all that breathes and crawls across the earth, our Mother Earth broods nothing feebler than a man. So long as the gods grant him power, spring in his knees, he thinks he will never suffer affliction down the years. But then, when the happy gods bring on the long, hard times, bear them he must, against his will, and steel his heart. Our lives, our mood and mind as we pass across the earth turn as the days turn, as the Father of men and gods makes each day dawn. I, too, seemed destined to be a man of fortune once. In a wild, wicked swath I cut, indulged my lust for violence, staking all on my father and my brothers. Look at me now. And so I say, let no man ever be lawless all his life. Just take in peace what gifts the gods will send. True, but here I see you suitors plotting your reckless work, carving away at the wealth, affronting the loyal wife of a man who won't be gone from kin and country long. I say he's right at hand, and may some power save you, spirit you home before you meet him face to face the moment he returns to native ground. Once under his own roof, he and your friends, believe you me, won't part till blood has flowed. With that he poured out honeyed wine to the gods and drank deeply, then restored the cup to the young prince's hands. Amphinomus made his way back through the hall, his heart sick with anguish, shaking his head, fraught with grave forebodings. But not even so could he escape his fate. Even then, Athena had bound him fast to death at the hands of Prince Telemachus and his spear. Now back he went to the seat that he'd left empty. But now the goddess Athena, with her glinting eyes, inspired Penelope, Icarius's daughter, wary, poised, to display herself to her suitors, fan their hearts, inflame them more, and make her even more esteemed by her husband and her son than she had been before. Forcing a laugh, she called her maid, "Eurynomé, my spirit longs, though it never did till now, to appear before my suitors, loathe them as I do. I'd say a word to my son, too, for his own good, not to mix so much with that pernicious crowd, so glib with their friendly talk, but plotting wicked plots they'll hatch tomorrow." "Well said, my child," the old woman answered, "all to the point. Go to the boy and warn him now, hold nothing back. But first you should bathe yourself, give a gloss to your face. Don't go down like that, your eyes dimmed, your cheeks streaked with tears. It makes things worse, this grieving on and on. Your son's now come of age. Your fondest prayer to the deathless gods, to see him wear a beard." "Eurynomé," discreet Penelope objected, "don't try to coax me. Care for me as you do, to bathe myself, refresh my face with oils. Whatever glow I had died long ago. The gods of Olympus snuffed it out that day my husband sailed away in the hollow ships. But please, have Autonoe and Hippodamia come and support me in the hall. I'll never brave those men alone, I'd be too embarrassed." Now, as the old nurse bustled through the house to give the women orders, call them to the queen, the bright-eyed goddess thought of one more thing. She drifted a sound slumber over Icarius's daughter. Back she sank and slept, her limbs fell limp and still, reclining there on her couch. All the while Athena, luminous goddess, lavished immortal gifts on her to make her suitors lose themselves in wonder. The divine unguent first. She cleansed her cheeks, her brow and fine eyes with ambrosia smooth as the oils the goddess love applies, donning her crown of flowers whenever she joins the Graces' captivating dances. She made her taller, fuller in form to all men's eyes, her skin whiter than ivory freshly carved, and now, Athena's mission accomplished, off the bright one went as bare-armed maids came in from their own quarters, chattering all the way, and sleep released the queen. She woke, touched her cheek with a hand, and mused, "Ah, what a marvelous gentle sleep, enfolding me in the midst of all my anguish. Now if only blessed Artemis sent me a death as gentle, now, this instant. No more wasting away my life, my heart broken and longing for my husband. He had every strength, rising over his countrymen, head and shoulders."
Then, leaving her well-lit chamber, she descended, not alone. 2 of her women followed close behind. That radiant woman, once she reached her suitors, drawing her glistening veil across her cheeks, paused now where a column propped the sturdy roof, with one of her loyal handmaidens stationed either side. The suitors' knees went slack, their hearts dissolved in lust. All of them lifted prayers to lie beside her, share her bed. But turning toward her son, she warned, "Telemachus, your sense of balance is not what it used to be. When you were a boy, you had much better judgment. Now that you've grown and reached your young prime, and any stranger, seeing how tall and handsome you are, would think you the son of some great man of wealth. Now your sense of fairness seems to fail you. Consider the dreadful thing just done in our halls, how you let the stranger be so abused. Why, suppose our guest, sitting here at peace, here in our own house, were hauled and badly hurt by such cruel treatment. You'd be shunned, you'd be disgraced in all men's eyes." "Mother," Telemachus paused, then answered, "I cannot fault your anger at all this. My heart takes note of everything, feels it too, both the good and the bad. The boy you knew is gone, but how can I plan my world in a sane, thoughtful way? These men drive me mad, hedging me round, right and left, plotting their lethal plots, and no one takes my side. Still, this battle between the stranger and Iris hardly went as the suitors might have hoped. The stranger beat him down. If only Father Zeus, Athena, and Lord Apollo, these gallants, now, this moment here in our house, were battered senseless, heads lolling, knees unstrung, some sprawled in the courtyard, some sprawled outside, slumped like Iris down at the front gates now, whipped and his head rolling like some drunk. He can't stand up on his 2 feet and stagger home, whatever home he's got. That man's demolished." So Penelope and her son exchanged their hopes as Eurymachus stepped in to praise the queen. "Ah, daughter of Icarius, wise Penelope, if all the princes in Ionian Argos saw you now, what a troop of suitors would banquet in your halls, tomorrow at sunrise. You surpass all women in build and beauty, refined and steady mind." "Oh no, Eurymachus," wise Penelope demurred. "Whatever form and feature I had, what praise I'd won, the deathless gods destroyed that day the Achaeans sailed away to Troy, my husband and their ships. Odysseus, if he could return to tend my life, the renown I had would only grow in glory. Now my life is torment. Look at the griefs some god has loosed against me. I'll never forget the day he left this land of ours. He caught my right hand by the wrist and said gently, 'Dear woman, I doubt that every Achaean under arms will make it home from Troy, all safe and sound. The Trojans, they say, are fine soldiers too, hurling javelins, shooting flights of arrows, charioteers who can turn the tide, like that. When the great leveler, war brings on some deadlock, so I cannot tell if the gods will sail me home again, or I'll go down out there, on the fields of Troy. But all things here must rest in your control. Watch over my father and mother in the palace, just as now, or perhaps a little more. When I am far from home, but once you see the beard on the boy's cheek, you wed the man you like, and leave your house behind. So my husband advised me then. Now it all comes true. A night will come when a hateful marriage falls my lot, this cursed life of mine. Zeus has torn away my joy, but there's something else that mortifies me now. Your way is a far cry from the time-honored way of suitors locked in rivalry, striving to win some noble woman, a wealthy man's daughter. They bring in their own calves and lambs to feast the friends of the bride-to-be, yes, and shower her with gleaming gifts as well. They don't devour the woman's goods scot-free. Staunch Odysseus glowed with joy to hear all this, his wife's trickery, luring gifts from her suitors now, enchanting their hearts with suave, seductive words, but all the while with something else in mind. Gifts? Eupeithes' son Antinous took her point at once. Daughter of Icarius, sensible Penelope, whatever gifts your suitors would like to bring, accept them. How ungracious to turn those gifts away. We won't go back to our own estates or anywhere else till you have wed the man you find best. So he proposed, and all the rest agreed. Each suitor sent a page to go and get a gift. Antinous' man brought in a grand, resplendent robe, stiff with embroidery, clasped with 12 gold brooches, long pins that clipped into sheathing loops with ease. Eurymachus' man brought in a necklace richly wrought, gilded, strung with amber, and glowing like the sun. Eurydamas' 2 men came with a pair of earrings, mulberry clusters, dangling in triple drops, with a glint to catch the heart. From the halls of Lord Pisander, Polyctor's son, a servant brought a choker, a fine, gleaming treasure, and so each suitor in turn laid on a handsome gift. Then the noble queen withdrew to her upper room, her file of waiting ladies close behind her, bearing the gorgeous presents in their arms. Now the suitors turned to dance and song, the lovely beat and sway, waiting for dusk to come upon them there, and the dark night came upon them, lost in pleasure. They rushed to set up 3 braziers along the walls to give them light, piled them high with kindling, sear, well seasoned, just split with an axe, and mixed in chips to keep the torches flaring. The maids of Odysseus, steady man, took turns to keep the fires up, but the king himself, dear to the gods and cunning to the core, gave them orders brusquely. Maids of Odysseus, your master gone so long, quick now, off you go, to the room where your queen and mistress awaits. Sit with her there and try to lift her spirits, combing wool in your hands or spinning yarn, but I will trim the torches for all her suitors, even if they would like to revel till morning mounts her throne. They'll never wear me down. I have a name for lasting out the worst.
At that, the women burst into laughter, glancing back and forth. Flushed with beauty, Melantho mocked him shamelessly. Dodius was her father, but Penelope brought her up. She treated her like her own child and gave her toys to cheer her heart. But despite that, her heart felt nothing for all her mistress's anguish now. She was Eurymachus' lover, always slept with him. She was the one who mocked her king and taunted. Cock of the walk? Did someone beat your brains out? Why not go to bed down at the blacksmith's cozy forge, or a public place where tramps collect? Why, here, blithering on non-stop, bold as brass in the face of all these lords. No fear in your heart? Wine's got to your wits? Or do you always play the fool and babble nonsense? Lost your head, have you, because you drubbed that hobo Eris? You wait. A better man than Eris will take you on. He'll box both sides of your skull with heavy fists and cart you from the palace gushing blood. You wait, you bitch, the hardened veteran flashed a killing look. I'll go straight to the prince with your foul talk. The prince will chop you to pieces here and now. His fury sent the women fluttering off, scattering down the hall with panic shaking every limb. They knew he spoke the truth, but he took up his post by the flaring braziers, tending the fires closely, looking after them all, though the heart inside him stirred with other things, ranging ahead now to all that must be done. But Athena had no mind to let the brazen suitors hold back from their heart-rending insults. She meant to make the anguish cut still deeper into the core of Laertes' son Odysseus. Polybus' son Eurymachus launched in first, baiting the king to give his friends a laugh. Listen to me, you lords who court our noble queen. I simply have to say what's on my mind. Look, surely the gods have fetched this beggar here to Odysseus's house. At least our torchlight seems to come from the sheen of the man's own head. There's not a hair on his bald pate, not a wisp. Then he wheeled on Odysseus, raider of cities. Stranger, would you like to work for me? If I took you on, I'd give you decent wages, picking the stones to lay a tight, dry wall, or planting tall trees on the edge of my estate. I'd give you rations to last you year-round, clothes for your body, sandals for your feet. Oh, no, you've learned your lazy ways too well. You've got no itch to stick to good hard work. You'd rather go scrounging round the countryside, begging for crust to stuff your greedy gut. Ah, Eurymachus, Odysseus, master of many exploits, answered firmly. If only the two of us could go man to man in the labors of the field. In the late spring, when the long days come round, out in the meadow, I'd swing a well-curved scythe, and you swinging yours. We'd test our strength for work, fasting right till dusk with lots of hay to mow. Or give us a team of oxen to drive, purebreds, hulking ruddy beasts, both lusty with fodder, paired for age, and pulling power that never flags. With 4 acres to work, the loam churning under the plow, you'd see what a straight, unbroken furrow I could cut you then. Or if Zeus would bring some battle on out of the blue this very day, and give me a shield and 2 spears and a bronze helmet to fit this soldier's temples, then you'd see me fight where front ranks clash. No more mocking this belly of mine, not then. Enough! You're sick with pride, you brutal fool. No doubt you count yourself a great, powerful man, because you sport with a puny crowd, ill-bred to boot. If only Odysseus came back home and stood right here, in a flash you'd find those doors, broad as they are, too cramped for your race to safety through the porch. That made Eurymachus' fury seethe and burst. He gave the beggar a dark look and let fly. You odious, I'll make you pay for your ugly rant, bold as brass in the face of all these lords, no fear in your heart, wine's got to your wits. Or do you always play the fool and babble nonsense? Lost your head, have you, because you drubbed that hobo Eris? As he shouted out, he seized a stool, but Odysseus, fearing the blow, crouched at Amphinomus' knees, as Eurymachus hurled and hit the wine steward, clipping his right hand. His cup dropped, clattering along the floor, and flat on his back he went, groaning in the dust. The suitors broke into uproar through the shadowed halls, glancing at one another, trading angry outcries. Would to God this drifter had dropped dead anywhere else before he landed here. Then he'd never lose such pandemonium. Now we're squabbling over beggars. No more joy in the sumptuous feast. Now a riot rules the day. But now Prince Telemachus dressed them down. Fools, you're out of your minds. No hiding it. Food and wine have gone to your heads. Some god has got your blood up. Come, now you've eaten well, go home to bed, when the spirit moves, that is. I, for one, I'll drive no guest away. So he declared, and they all bit their lips, amazed the prince could speak with so much daring. At last Amphinomus rose to take the floor, the noted son of Nisus, king of Artias' grandson. Fair enough, my friends, when the man speaks well, we have no grounds for wrangling, no cause for abuse. Hands off the stranger, and any other servant in King Odysseus' palace. Come, steward, pour first drops for the god in every cup. Let's make libations, then go home to bed. The stranger, leave him here in Odysseus' halls, and have his host Telemachus tend him well. It's the prince's royal house that the man has reached. So he said. His proposal pleased them all, and gallant Mulius, a herald of Dulichion, a friend in arms of Lord Amphinomus too, mixed them in a bowl, and hovering closely, poured full rounds for all. They tipped cups to the blissful gods, and then, libations made, they drank the heady wine to their heart's content, and went ways to their bed, each suitor to his house.
Now by Athena's side, in the quiet hall, studying the ground for slaughter, Lord Odysseus turned to Telemachus. The arms, he said, harness and weapons must be out of sight in the inner room. And if the suitors miss them, be mild. Just say, I had a mind to move them out of the smoke. They seem no longer bright arms that Odysseus left at home when he went off to Troy. Here, where the fire's hot breath came, they had grown black and drear. One better reason struck me too. Suppose a brawl starts up where you've been drinking. You might, in madness, let each other's blood, and that would stain your feast, your courtship. Iron itself can draw a man's hand. He fell silent, and Telemachus obeyed his father's words. He called Euryclea, the nurse, and told her, "Nurse, go shut the women in their quarters while I shift father's armour back into the inner rooms. These beautiful arms, unburnished, caked with black soot in his years abroad. I was a child then, but I am not now. I want them shielded from the draught and smoke." And the old woman answered, "Oh, it is time, child, you took an interest in such things. I wish you put your mind in all of your house and chattels. But who will go along to hold the light? You said no maids, no torch-bearers." Telemachus looked at her and replied, "Our friend is here. A man who shares my meat can bear a hand, no matter how far he is from home." He spoke so soldierly, her own speech halted on her tongue. Straight back she went to lock the doors of the woman's hall. And now 2 men sprang to work, father and princely son, loaded with round helms and studded bucklers, lifting the long spears, while in their path Pallas Athena held up golden lamp of purest light. Telemachus at last burst out, "Oh, father, here is a marvel! All around I see the walls and roof beams, pedestals and pillars, lighted as though a whole fire blazing near. And one of the gods of heaven is in this place." Then said Odysseus, the great tactician, "Be still, keep still about it. Just remember it. The gods who rule Olympus make this light. You make off to bed now. Here I stay to test your mother and her maids again. Out of her long grief she will question me." Telemachus went across the hall and out under the light of torches, crossed the court to the tower chamber where he always slept. Here now again he lay, waiting for dawn, while in the great hall by Athena's side Odysseus waited with his minds on slaughter. Presently Penelope from her chamber stepped in her thoughtful beauty. So might Artemis or golden Aphrodite have descended. And the maids drew to the hearth her own smooth chair inlaid with silver whorls and ivory. The Arsenic Malios had made it, long before, with a footrest in a single piece, and soft upon the seat a heavy fleece was thrown. Here by the fire the queen sat down. Her maids leaving the quarters came with white arms bare to clear the wine cups and bread, and move the trestle boards where men had lingered drinking. Fiery ashes came out of the pine-chip flares they tossed, and piled on fuel for light and heat. And now, a second time, Melanto's voice ran brazen in Odysseus's ears. "Oh, stranger, are you still here? So creepy, late at night hanging about looking at women over. You old goat. Go outside, cuddle your supper. Get out, or a torch may kindle your behind." At this Odysseus glared under his brows and said, "Little devil, why pitch into me again? Because I go unwashed and wear these rags and make rounds? But so I must, being needy. It is the way a vagabond must live. And do not overlook this. In my time, I too had luck, lived well, stood well with men, and gave alms often to poor wanderers like him who you see before you. Ay, to all sorts, no matter in what dire want. I own servants, many I say, and all the rest that goes with men, what men call property. But Zeus, the son of Cronus, brought me down. Mistress, mend your ways, or you may lose all this vivacity of yours. What if her ladyship were stirred to anger? What if Odysseus came, and I can tell you there is hope of that. Or, if the man is done for, still his son lives to be reckoned with by Apollo's will. None of you can go wanting on the sly and fool him now. He is too old for that.
Penelope, being near enough to hear him, spoke out sharply to her maid. "O shameless through and through, and do you think me blind to your conquest? It will cost your life. You knew I waited, for you heard me say it. Waited to see this man in hall and question him about my lord. I am so hard beset." She turned away and said to the housekeeper, "Your enemy, a bench, a spread of sheepskin, to put my guest at ease. Now he shall talk and listen and be questioned." Willing hands brought a smooth bench and dropped a fleece upon it. Here the adventurer and king sat down. Then carefully Penelope began. "Friend, let me ask you first of all, who are you? Where do you come from? Of what nation and parents were you born?" And he replied, "My lady, never a man in the wide world should have a fault to find with you. Your name has gone out under heaven like the sweet honor of some God-fearing king, who rules in equity over the strong. His black lands bear both wheat and barley, fruit trees laden bright, new lambs at lambing time, and the deep sea gives great hauls of fish by his good strategy, so that his folk fare well. Oh, my dear lady, this being so, let it suffice to ask of other matters, not my blood, my homeland. Do not enforce me to recall my pain. My heart is sore, but I must not be found sitting in tears here in another's house. It is not well forever to be grieving. One of the maids might say, or you might think, I had gone maudlin over cups of wine." And Penelope replied, "Stranger, my looks, my face, my carriage were soon lost or faded when the Achaeans crossed the sea to Troy. Odysseus, my lord, among the rest. If he returned, if he were here to care for me, I might be happily renowned. But grief instead heaven sent me. Years of pain, sons of the noblest families on the islands, Dulichion, Sami, wooded Zakynthos, with native Ithacans, are here to court me, against my wish, and they consume this house. Can I give proper heed to guest or suppliant or herald on the realm's affairs? How could I, wasted with longing for Odysseus, while here they pressed me for marriage?" Ruses served my turn to draw the time out. First, a close-grained web, I had the happy thought to set up weaving on my big loom in hall. I said that day, "Young men, my suitors, now my lord is dead, let me finish my weaving before I marry, or else my thread will have been spun in vain. It is a shroud I weave for Lord Laertes when cold death comes to lay him on his bier. The country wives would hold me in dishonor if he, with all his fortune, lay unshrouded. I reached their hearts that way, and they agreed. So every day I wove on the great loom, but every night by torchlight I unwove it. And so for 3 years I deceived the Achaeans. But when the seasons brought the 4th year on, as long months waned and the long days were spent, through impudent folly and the slinking maids, they caught me, clamored up to me at night. I had no choice then but to finish it. And now, as matters stand at last, I have no strength left to evade a marriage, cannot find any further way. My parents urge it upon me, and my son will not stand by while they eat up his property. He comprehends it, being a man full grown, able to oversee the kind of house Zeus would endow with his honor. But you too confide in me. Tell me your ancestry. You were not born of mythic oak or stone." And the great master of invention answered, "O honorable wife of Lord Odysseus, must you go on asking about my family? Then I will tell you, though my pain be doubled by it, and whose pain would not if he had been away as long as I have, and had hard roving in the world of men. But I will tell you even so, my lady.
One of the great islands of the world in mid-sea in the wine-dark sea is Crete,
spacious and rich and populous, with 90 cities and a mingling of tongues. Achaeans there are found, along with Cretan hillmen of the old stock, and Kydonians, Dorians in the three bloodlines, Pelagians, and one among their 90 towns is Knossos. Here lived King Minos, whom great Zeus received every 9th year in private council. Minos, the father of my father, Deucalion. 2 sons Deucalion had, Idomeneus, who went to join Atridae before Troy in the beat ships of war, and then myself, Aethon by name, a stripling next my brother, but I saw with my own eyes at Knossos once Odysseus. Gales had caught him off Cape Malea, driven him southward on the coast of Crete, when he was bound for Troy. At Amnisos, hard by the holy cave of Eleuthia, he lay to and dropped anchor in that open and rough roadstead riding out the blow. Meanwhile he came ashore, came inland, asking after Idomeneus. Dear friends, he said they were, but now 10 mornings had already passed, 10 or 11, since my brother sailed. So I played host and took Odysseus home, saw him well lodged and fed, for we had plenty. Then I made requisitions, barley, wine, and beeves for sacrifice, to give his company abundant fare along with him. 12 days they stayed with us, the Achaeans, while that wind out of the north shut everyone inside. Even on land you could not keep your feet. Such fury was abroad. On the 13th, when the gale dropped, they put to sea. Now all these lies he made appear so truthful, she wept as she sat listening. The skin of her pale face grew moist the way pure snow softens and glistens on the mountains, thawed by south wind after powdering from the west, and, as the snow melts, mountain streams run full. So her white cheeks were wetted by these tears shed for her lord, and he close by her side. Imagine how his heart ached for his lady. His wife in tears, and yet he never blinked. His eyes might have been made of horn or iron for all that she could see. He had this trick, wept, if he willed to, inwardly. Well then, as soon as her relieving tears were shed, she spoke once more. I think that I shall say, friend, give me some proof, if it is really true that you were host in that place to my husband with his brave men, as you declare. Come, tell me the quality of his clothing, how he looked, and some particular of his company. Odysseus answered, and his mind ranged far. Lady, so long a time now lies between, it is hard to speak of it. Here is the 20th year since that man left the island of my father, but I shall tell what memory calls to mind. A purple cloak and fleecy he had on, a double thick one. Then he wore a brooch made of pure gold with twin tubes for the prongs, and on the face a work of art. A hunting dog pinning a spotted fawn in agony between his forepaws. Wonderful to see how being gold, and nothing more. He bit the golden deer convulsed, with wild hooves flying. Odysseus's shirt I noticed too. A fine, close-fitting tunic like dry onion skin. So soft it was, and shiny. Women there, many of them would cast their eyes on it, but I might add, for your consideration, whether he brought these things from home, or whether a shipmate gave them to him coming aboard. I have no notion. Some regretful host in another port, perhaps it was. Affection followed him. There were few Achaeans like him, and I too made him gifts. A good bronze blade, a cloak with lining and embroidered shirt, and sent him off in his trim ship with honor. A herald, somewhat older than himself, he kept beside him. I'll describe this man. Round-shouldered, dusky, woolly-headed, Eurybates was his name, and Odysseus gave him preferment over the officers. He had a shrewd head, like the captain's own. Now, hearing these details, minutely true, she felt more strangely moved, and tears flowed until she had tasted her salt grief again. Then she found words to answer. Before this you won my sympathy, but now, indeed, you shall be our respected guest and friend. With my own hands I put that cloak and tunic upon him, took them folded from their place, and the bright brooch for ornament. Gone now, I will not meet the man again, returning to his own home fields. Unkind the fate that sent him young in the long ship to see that misery at Iliad. Unspeakable.
And the master improviser answered, Honorable wife of Odysseus, Laertes, you need not stain your beauty with these tears, nor wear yourself out grieving for your husband. Not that I can blame you. Any wife grieves for the man she married in her girlhood, lay with in love, bore children to, though he may be no prince like this Odysseus, whom they compare to even the gods. But listen, weep no more and listen. I have a thing to tell you, something true. I heard but lately of your lord's return. Heard he is alive, not far away, among the Sportians in the green land, amassing fortune to bring home. His company went down in shipwreck in the wine-dark sea off the coast of Thrianca. Zeus and Helios held it against him that his men had killed the kin of Helios. The crew drowned for this, he rowed to the ship's keel. Big seas cast him up on the island of the Fulgans. Godlike men who took him into their hearts, they honored him with many gifts and a safe passage home, or so they wished. Long since he should have been here, but he thought better to restore his fortune playing the vagabond about the world, and having no adventurer could beat Odysseus. At living by his wits, no man alive. I had this from King Phaedon of Thesprotia, and tipping wine out, Phaedon swore to me that the ship was launched, the seamen standing by, to bring Odysseus to his land at last. But I got out of sea ahead of him, by the king's order, as it chanced a freighter left port for the grain bins of Dulican Phaedon. However, showed me Odysseus's treasure. 10 generations of heirs or more could live on what lay piled in the great room. The man himself had gone up to Dodona to ask the spelling of the leaves of the old oak, what Zeus would have him do, how to return to Ithaca, after so many years, by stealth or openly. You see then he is alive and well and headed homeward now, no more to be abroad, far from his island, his dear wife and son. Here is my sworn word for it. Witness this. God of Zenith, noblest of the gods, and Lord Odysseus, hearth fire now before me, I swear these things shall turn out as I say, between this present dark and one day's ebb. After the wane, before the crescent moon, Odysseus will come. Penelope. The attractive queen replied to him, Ah, stranger, if what you say could ever happen, you would soon know our love, our bounty, too. Men would turn after you to call you blessed, but my heart tells me what must be. Odysseus will not come to me, no ship will be prepared for you, we have no master quick to receive and furnish out a guest as the lord Odysseus was. Or did I dream him? Maids, maids, come wash him and make a bed for him, bedstead and colored rugs and coverlets to let him lie warm in the gold of dawn. In morning light you'll bathe him and anoint him, so that he'll take his place beside Telemachus feasting in the hall. If there be one man there to bully or annoy him, that man wins no further triumph here. Burn though he may. How will you understand me, friend? How find in me, more than in common women, any courage or gentleness? If you are kept in rags and filthy at our feast, men's lives are short, the hard man and his cruelties will be cursed behind his back and mocked in his death, but one whose heart and ways are kind of him. Strangers will bear report to the wide world, and distant men will praise him warily. Odysseus answered, Honorable lady, wife of Odysseus Laertes, a weight of rugs and cover not from me. I've had none since the day I saw the mountains of Crete, white with snow, low on the sea line, fading behind me as the long oars drove me north. Let me lie down to nights, as I've lain often, many a night unsleeping, many a time afield on hard ground, waiting for pure dawn. No, I have no longing for a footbath either. None of these maids will touch my feet, unless there is an old one, old and wise one, who has lived through suffering as I have. I would not mind letting my feet be touched by that old servant.
And Penelope said, Dear guest, no foreign man so sympathetic ever came to my house, no guest more likable. So wry and humble are the things you say. I have an old maidservant ripe with years, one who in her time nursed my lord. She took him into her arms the hour his mother bore him. Let her, then, wash your feet, though she is frail. Come here, stand by me, faithful Eurycleia, and bathe your master, I almost said, for they are of an age, and now Odysseus's feet and hands would be enseamed like his. Men grow old soon in hardship. Hearing this, the old nurse hid her face between her hands and wept hot tears and murmured, Oh, my child, I can do nothing for you. How Zeus hated you, no other man so much. No use, great heart, O faithful heart, the rich thigh bones you burnt to Zeus, who plays in lightning. And no other man ever gave more to Zeus. With all the prayers for a green age, a tall son reared to manhood. There is no day of homecoming for you. Stranger, some women in some far-off place, perhaps, have mocked my lord when he'd be home, as now these trumpets mock you here. No wonder you would keep clear of all their whorishness and have no bath. But here am I. The Queen Penelope, Icarios' daughter, bids me. So let me bathe your feet to serve my lady, and serve you too. My heart within me stirs, mindful of something. Listen to what I say. Strangers have come here, many through the years, but no one ever came, I swear, who seemed so like Odysseus, body, voice, and limbs, as you do. Ready for this, Odysseus answered, Old woman, that is what they say. All who have seen the two of us remark how like we are, as you yourself have said, and rightly, too. Then he kept still, while the old nurse filled up her basin glittering in firelight. She poured cold water in, then hot. But Lord Odysseus whirled suddenly from the fire to face the dark, the scar. He had forgotten that. She must not handle his scarred thigh, or the game was up. But when she bared her lord's leg, bending near, she knew the groove at once. An old wound, a boar's white tusk inflicted on Parnassus years ago. He had gone hunting there in company with his uncles and Autolycus, his mother's father, a great thief and swindler by Hermes' favor, for Autolycus pleased him with burnt offerings of sheep and kids. The god acted as his accomplice. Well, Autolycus, on a trip to Ithaca, arrived just after his daughter's boy was born. In fact, he had no sooner finished supper than nurse Eurycleia put the baby down in his own lap and said, It is for you now to choose a name for him, your child's dear baby, the answer to her prayers. Autolycus replied, My son-in-law, my daughter, call the boy by the name I tell you. Well, you know my hand has been against the world of men and women. Odium and distrust I've won. Odysseus should be his given name. When he grows up, when he comes visiting his mother's home under Parnassus, where my treasures are, I'll make him gifts and send him back rejoicing. Odysseus in due course went for the gifts, and old Autolycus and his sons embraced him with welcoming, sweet words, and Amphitheia, his mother's mother, held him tight and kissed him, kissed his head and his fine eyes. The father called on his noble sons to make a feast, and going about it briskly, they led in an ox of 5 years, whom they killed and flayed and cut in bits for roasting on the skewers with skilled hands, with care, then shared it out. So all the day, until the sun went down, they feasted to their heart's content. At evening, after the sun was down and dusk had come, they turned to bed and took the gift of sleep.
When the young dawn spread in the eastern sky, her fingertips of rose, the men and dogs went hunting, taking Odysseus. They climbed Parnassus's rugged flank mantled in forest, entering amid high windy folds at noon, when Helios beat upon the valley floor and on the winding ocean whence he came. With hounds questing ahead in open order, the sons of Autolycus went down a glen, Odysseus in the lead behind the dogs, pointing his long shadowing spear. Before then, a great boar lay hid in the undergrowth, in a green thicket proof against the wind or sun's blaze, fine soever the needling sunlight, impervious too to any rain, so dense that cover was, heaped up with fallen leaves.
Patter of hounds' feet, men's feet, woke the boar as they came up, and from his woody ambush, with razor-back bristling and raging eyes, he trotted and stood at bay. Odysseus, being on top of him, had the first shot, lunging to stick him, but the boar had already charged under the long spear. He hooked aslant with one white tusk and ripped out flesh above the knee, but missed the bone. Odysseus's second thrust went home by luck, his bright spear passing through the shoulder joint, and the beast fell, moaning as life pulsed away. Autolycus's tall sons took up the wounded, working skillfully over the Prince Odysseus to bind his gash, and with a rune they stanched the dark flow of blood. Then downhole swiftly they all repaired to the father's house, and there tended to him well. So well they soon could send him to with grandfather Autolycus's magnificent gifts, rejoicing oversea to Ithaca. His father and the lady Anticlea welcomed him, and wanted all the news of how he got his wound. So he spun out his tale, recalling how the boar's white tusk caught him when he was hunting on Parnassus. This was the scar the old nurse recognized. She traced it under her spread hands, then let go, and into the basin fell the lower leg, making the bronze clang, sloshing the water out. Then joy and anguish seized her heart. Her eyes filled up with tears, her throat closed, and she whispered, with a hand held out to touch his chin, "Oh yes, you are Odysseus. Ah, dear child, I could not see you until now, not till I knew my master's very body with my hands." Her eyes turned to Penelope with desire to make her lord, her husband, known. In vain, because Athena had bemused the queen, so that she took no notice, paid no heed. At the same time, Odysseus's right hand gripped the old throat, his left hand pulled her near, and in her ear he said, "Will you destroy me, nurse, who gave me milk at your own breast? Now, with a hard lifetime behind, I've come in the 20th year home to my father's island. You found me out, as the chance was given you. Be quiet, keep it from the others, else I warn you, and I mean it, too. If by my hand God brings the suitors down, I'll kill you, nurse or not, when the time comes to kill the other women." Euryclea kept her wits and answered him, "Oh, what mad words are these you let escape you? Child, you know my blood, my bones are yours. No one could whip this out of me. I'll be a woman turned to stone, iron I'll be. And let me tell you too, mind now, if God cuts down the arrogant suitors by your hand, I can report to you on all the maids, those who dishonor you, and the innocent." But in response the great tactician said, "Nurse, no need to tell me tales of these. I will have seen them, each one, for myself. Trust in the gods, be quiet, hold your peace."
Silent, the old nurse went to fetch more water, her basin being all spilt. When she had washed and rubbed his feet with golden oil, he turned, dragging his bench again to the fireside for warmth, and hid his scar under his rags. Penelope broke the silence, saying, "Friend, allow me one brief question more. You know the time for bed, sweet rest, is coming soon. If only that warm luxury of slumber would come to enfold us in our trouble. But for me, my fate at night is anguish and no rest. By day, being busy, seeing to my work, I find relief sometimes from loss and sorrow. But when night comes and all the world to bed, I lie in mine alone, my heart thudding. While bitter thoughts and fears crowd on my grief, think how Pandaros's daughter, pale forever, sings as the nightingale in the new leaves through those long quiet hours of night, on some thick flowering orchard brought in spring. How she rills out and tilts her note, high now, now low, mourning for its loss, whom she killed in madness, her child, and her lord Zethos' only child. My forlorn thought flows variable as her song, wondering, shall I stay beside my son and guard my own things here, my maids, my hall, to honour my lord's bed and the common talk? Or had I best join fortunes with a suitor, the noblest one, most lavish in his gifts? Is it now the time for that? My son being still a callow boy forbade marriage or absence from my lord's domain. But now the child is grown up, a man. He too begins to pray for my departure, aghast at all the suitors gorge on. Listen, interpret me this dream. From a water's edge 20 fat geese have come to feed on the grain beside my house, and I delight to see them. But now a mountain eagle with great wings and a crooked beak storms in to break their necks and strews their body here. Away he soars into the bright sky, and I cry aloud, all this in dream. I wail, and round me gather softly braided Achaean women, mourning because the eagle killed my geese. Then down out the sky he drops to a cornice beam with a mortal voice telling me not to weep. Be glad, he says, renowned Icarus's daughter. Here is no dream but something as real as day, something about to happen. All these geese were suitors, and the bird was I. See now, I am no eagle, but your lord come back to bring inglorious death upon them all. As he said this, my honeyed slumber left me. Peering through half-shut eyes, I saw the geese in the hall, still feeding at the self-same trough. The master of subtle ways and straight replied, My dear, how can you choose to read the dream differently? Has Odysseus himself not shown you what is to come? Death to the suitors, sure death too. Not one escapes his doom. Penelope shook her head and answered, Friend, many a dream is mere confusion, a cobweb of no consequence at all. 2 gates for ghostly dreams there are, one gateway of honest horn and one of ivory. Issuing by the ivory gate are dreams of glimmering illusion, fantasies. But those that come out of the solid, polished horn may be borne out if mortals only knew them. I doubt it came by the horn, my fearful dream. Too good to be true, that, for my son and me. But one thing more I wish to tell you. Listen carefully. It is a black day that this comes. Odysseus's house and I are to be parted. I shall decree a contest for the day. We shall have 12 axe heads. In this time, my lord could line them all up, all 12 at intervals like a ship's ribbing, and he'd back away a long way off and whip an arrow through. Now I'll impose this trial on the suitors. The one who easily handles the strings and the bow I shall marry, whoever he may be. Then look my last on this my first love's beautiful brimming house, but I remember, though it's a dream only. Odysseus said, Dear honourable lady, wife of Odysseus Laertiades, let there be no postponement of the trial. Odysseus, who knows the shifts of combat, will be here. Aye, he'll be here long before one of those lads can stretch or string that bow or shoot through a thread in the iron. Grave and wise, Penelope replied, If you were willing to sit and comfort me, my friend, no tide of sleep would ever close my eyes, but mortals cannot go forever sleepless. This is what the undying gods decree for all who live and die upon the earth, kind, furrowed earth. Upstairs I go, then, to my single bed, my sighing bed, wet with so many tears after my lord Odysseus took ship to see the misery at Iliad, unspeakable. Let me rest there, you hear. You can stretch out on the bare floor, or else command a bed. So she went up to her chamber, softly lit, accompanied by her maids. Once there she wept for Odysseus her husband, till Athena cast sweet sleep upon her eyes.
Odysseus was lying at the entrance on an untreated ox hide, over which he heaped a pile of fleeces from the sheep the suitors sacrificed. Eurynome spread a thick blanket over him. He lay there, but did not sleep. His mind was plotting how to kill the suitors. Then the girls who had been sleeping with the suitors slipped outside, giggling and happy to be out together. His heart was roused to rage. He wondered whether to jump at them and slaughter every one, or let them have one very final night with those proud suitors. And his heart was barking, just as a mother dog will stand astride her little puppies, bristling to fight if she sees any man she does not know. So his heart growled inside him. He was shocked at their behavior. He slapped his chest and told himself, Be strong, my heart. You were hounded by worse the day the Cyclops ate your strong companions, but you kept your nerve till cutting saved you from the cave. You thought that you would die there. So his heart held firm and constant, but he writhed around as when a man rotates a sausage full of fat and blood. The huge fire blazes, and he longs to have the roasting finished. So he squirmed this way and that, and wondered how he could attack the shameless suitors, being one against a multitude. Athena came from heaven and stood near him at his head, resembling a woman, and she said, "Why are you wide awake, unlucky man? This is your house. This is your wife inside, and your own child, the son you hope to have." Clever Odysseus said, "Goddess, yes, all that is true, but I am wondering how I can attack those upstarts who are always clustered together while I'm alone. My biggest fear is this. If you and Zeus help me to kill them, then what? Where can I run to escape my punishment? You tell me." With glinting eyes, Athena said, "So stubborn. Most men trust friends, even weaker mortal friends whose judgment is far worse than mine. I am a goddess, and throughout your many trials I've watched over you. If we were ambushed, surrounded by not one, but 50 gangs of men who hope to murder us, you would escape and even poach their sheep and cows. Now go to sleep. To stay on guard awake all night is tiring. Quite soon you will distance yourself, Odysseus, from trouble." With that, the goddess drenched his eyes with sleep, then flew back to Olympus. Sleep took hold, relaxed him, and released him from his worries. Meanwhile, his faithful wife was wide awake, crying and sitting upright on her bed against soft pillows. When her sobs subsided, she prayed, "O Artemis, majestic goddess, daughter of Zeus, if only you would shoot an arrow in my heart and kill me now, or let a gust of wind take hold of me and carry me across the misty clouds and fling me where the waters of the ocean pour forth and back again, as when the breezes took up the daughters of Pandarus, after the gods destroyed their parents, leaving the daughters orphaned. Aphrodite helped them and gave them honey, cheese, and mellow wine, and Hera gave them beauty and good sense above all other women. Artemis increased their height. Athena taught them how to be most skillful in all handiwork. Then Aphrodite went to Mount Olympus to ask Zeus, Thunder Lord, to grant the girls good marriages. He knows all things, all fates, both good and bad. But Harpies seized and forced them to serve the cruel Furies. May the gods annihilate me just like them, or may Artemis strike me dead, with my gaze fixed upon Odysseus. Let me not make a lesser husband glad. When someone weeps all through the day, quite overwhelmed by grief, but sleeps at night, forgetting everything, her pain is bearable. But I am cursed with nightmares by some god. Last night, a man was sleeping by me, just like him when he marched off to war. My heart was cheered. It seemed a vision, not a dream." As she said this, the golden dawn arrived. Odysseus heard his wife weeping and became confused. He thought that she was standing by his head and that she had already recognized him. He took the cloak and fleece with which he slept and put them on a chair inside the palace, and took the ox hide outside to the courtyard, then raised his arms and prayed, "O Father Zeus, O gods, if you have brought me back on purpose across dry land and sea to my home, after you made me suffer all that pain, let someone inside speak in words of omen, and Zeus display another sign outside."
Zeus, Lord of Cunning, heard him, and he thundered from bright Olympus, high above the clouds. Odysseus was happy. Then a woman, a wheat grinder, inside the house nearby, spoke words of omen. 12 slaves worked the mills, to grind the wheat and barley for the king. The rest had finished, and had gone to sleep. The weakest one was still at work. She paused her mill and spoke. He heard it as an omen. "Zeus, king of gods and humans, you made thunder boom from a cloudless sky, a sign for someone. Fulfill a poor slave's prayer, that this will be the last day that the suitors dine in style here in the old king's house. My knees are sore from this exhausting work of grinding grain for them. I pray this is their final meal." This sign, and Zeus's thunder, made her master glad, and more certain he would get revenge on those who did him wrong. The other women gathered and lit a fire in the hearth. Godlike Telemachus got out of bed and dressed, and slung his sword across his back. He tied his sandals on his well-oiled feet, and took his sharp and sturdy bronze-tipped spear. Standing across the threshold, he called out to Euryclea, "Nanny, did you women make sure our guest was honoured with a meal and a comfortable bed, or did he lie there neglected? This is typical of mother. She may be clever, but she acts on whims. She treats unwanted guests with great respect, and rudely sends the better ones away." The nurse said tactfully, "Child, do not blame her, not now. He drank some wine and chose a chair. He said he had already had his dinner. She asked him, and at bedtime she brought out a cot so that the girls could make his bed. Poor destitute old man, he would not take nice bedding. He slept outside on the porch, an ox hide and a fleece. We spread a cloak on top of him." Telemachus marched off out of the palace with his sword in hand, accompanied by 2 swift dogs, and went down to the meeting place of the Achaeans. Then noble Euryclea, child of Ops, called to the slaves, "Now hurry! You girls sweep the floors and sprinkle them. Spread purple cloths across the chairs. You, others, sponge the tables and wash the double-handed cups and bowls. And you, go fetch the water from the spring. Be quick! They will be coming soon. It is a festival for all of them today." They listened carefully and followed orders. 20 ran off to fetch the dark spring water. The other well-trained slaves were working hard around the house. The able-bodied men came in and chopped the wood. They knew their work. The women got back from the spring, and with them the swineherd came with 3 fat pigs, his best. He penned them in the yard to root around, and kindly asked Odysseus, "My friend, are they now teaching you with more respect, or still abusing you, just as before?" Odysseus, the cunning strategist, replied, "Eumaeus, may the gods avenge these upstarts on their wickedness and schemes. The scoundrels have abused me in a house which is not theirs. They show no shame." While they were talking in this way, Melanthius arrived with 2 more herders. They were driving the very fattest she-goats from the flock, a contribution to the suitors' banquet. He tied the goats up on the portico and started picking on Odysseus. "Stranger, are you still here? Still causing trouble, or begging and annoying those inside? I promise you a beating if you stay. Your begging is not welcome. This is not the only place in Greece where there is food." Inscrutable, Odysseus said nothing. He bowed his head in silence, contemplating his murderous plans. The third and final herdsman, Philetius, an overseer, came herding fat he-goats and an uncarved heifer, brought by a ferryman to Ithaca. The ferries also carry passengers, when anybody needs to get across. Philetius tied up his animals outside and asked the swineherd, "Who is this new guest who has arrived? Who are his people? Where is his native land? His ancestry? Poor man, he has a kingly look. He has bearing is like a lord's. When gods spin threads of pain, even great kings are made to wander far and suffer greatly."
Then he shook his hand and greeted him. "Good morning, sir. You are down on your luck. I hope things change for you. No god is more destructive, Zeus, than you. You are the father of humanity, but you do not take pity on our pain. My eyes are wet, my skin is damp with sweat, as I think of Odysseus. If he still lives and sees the sun, he must be lost, and dressed in rags like these. Or if he has already died, O Lord Odysseus, I am so sorry. He entrusted me with my first herd when I was just a boy, in Cephallenia. His cattle now are countless. They would not have multiplied so well for someone else. But now these men are telling me to drive the cows to them for food. They do not care about the boy, or tremble at the eyes of watchful gods. My master has been gone a long time now. They want to share his wealth among themselves, and I keep turning over in my mind that it would not be right to take the cows and go to foreign lands when master's son is here, but it is worse to sit and suffer, just taking care of other people's cattle. I would have run away and gone to serve another king. Things are unbearable. But I keep hoping my unlucky master will come back from wherever he may be and scatter all these suitors in his halls." Crafty Odysseus replied, "I see you are intelligent, so I will swear a solemn oath to you. I vow by Zeus, and hospitality, and by this hearth, that while you are still here, Odysseus will come back home, and if you want, you can watch as the boys who swagger here are killed." The cowherd answered, "Stranger, may Zeus make your words come true, and you would see my strength and how prepared my hands would be to fight." Eumaeus also prayed to all the gods to bring his many-minded master home. As they were talking in this way, the suitors were planning how to kill Telemachus. But then an eagle flew high on their left, holding a wild dove. Amphinomus said to them, "Friends, this plan of ours, this murder, will fail, so let us think about our banquet." They all agreed and went inside the house of godlike King Odysseus. They spread cloths on the chairs and sofas, and they killed large sheep, fat goats, big pigs, and one tame cow. They cooked the innards and divided them, and mixed the wine in bowls. The swineherd poured it into the cups. Felicius served bread in baskets, and Melanthius passed round the wine. They helped themselves to all the food. Then, thinking carefully, Telemachus seated Odysseus inside the hall, beside the stony threshold, and he brought a table and a stool. He served him meat and poured a gold cup full of wine, and said, "Now you are sitting here and drinking wine among them. I will stop them touching you or mocking you. This is no public house. Odysseus acquired it for me. And you there, suitors, please, no blows or insults. We do not want to start an argument." They bit their lips, surprised to hear the boy speaking so boldly, and Antinous, Eupeithes' son, declared, "My lords, we must accept the threats Telemachus has made, annoying though they are. Zeus would not let us kill him, or else by now we could have stopped his speechifying in our banquet hall." Telemachus ignored him, and meanwhile the houseboys drove 100 animals through town for sacrifice. The Ithacans assembled at Apollo's shady grove, the lord of archery. Inside the house, the suitors cooked the meat kebabs, took out the skewers, then divided up the portions. A splendid feast. They served Odysseus an equal portion with their own. His son Telemachus had ordered them to do so. But still Athena would not let the suitors refrain from hurtful insults and abuse, so even deeper bitterness would sink into the heart of great Odysseus. One lawful man from Same, named Ctesippus, encouraged by extraordinary wealth, had come to court Odysseus's wife because he had been absent for so long. He shouted to the reckless suitors, "Listen, this stranger got an equal share, as is appropriate. It would, of course, be wrong to disrespect a guest who comes to visit our Telemachus. Let me give him a welcome gift, so he can gift the bath attendant or some other house slave here in the palace."
Then he grabbed an ox foot from the basket, and he hurled it towards Odysseus, who smoothly ducked, bowing his head, and smiled in scornful rage. The ox foot struck the wall. Telemachus scolded Ctesippus, "You were very lucky you failed to hit the stranger." He avoided the blow himself. "I would have thrust my sword right through your belly, and your father would have held your funeral and not your wedding. So from now on you should all stay in check here in my house. I used to be a child, but now I understand things, good and bad. I have to watch and put up with all this, the slaughtered sheep, the food, the wine. It is hard for a single man to put a stop to such a multitude, but please back down from your hostility to me. Or, if you do still want to kill me with bronze swords, go on. I want you to. It would be better to die than have to watch you suitors acting so horribly, abusing strangers, dragging the house girls through my home, molesting them." They all fell silent. Idoleus spoke. "My friends, his words are fair. Do not get angry or argue back with him. Do not abuse the stranger, or Odysseus' slaves. Telemachus, I offer some advice to you and to your mother, with respect. I hope you can accept it. Although you thought your many-minded father would come home, there was no harm in holding us at bay and waiting in case he came back again. Now it is obvious he will not come. So, boy, Sit by your mother and advise her to choose the best, most generous of us to marry. Then you can enjoy the wealth left by your father, eat and drink, and she can go take care of someone else's house. Telemachus inhaled, then answered, Yes, by Zeus and by my father's sufferings, lost far from Ithaca, or maybe dead, I will cause no delay, and I will tell her to pick a husband, and I will provide a lavish dowry. But I'm reluctant to force her if she does not want to go. May no god make that happen. So he spoke. Athena turned the suitors' minds. They laughed unstoppably. They cackled, and they lost control of their own faces. Plates of meat began to drip with blood. Their eyes were full of tears, and they began to wail in grief. The prophet Theoclymenus addressed them. What awful thing is happening to you? Your faces, heads, and bodies are wrapped up in night. Your screams are blazing out like fire. The ornate palace ceilings and the walls are spattered with your blood. The porch is full of ghosts, as is the courtyard, ghosts descending into the dark of Erebus. The sun has vanished from the sky, and gloomy mist is all around. At these words, they all laughed. Eurymachus spoke up. This new arrival has lost his mind. Quick, fellows, throw him out. Make him go to the marketplace. He thinks it is like night in here. The prophet answered, Eurymachus, I will not ask for guides. I have good ears and eyes and feet. My mind is working perfectly, and I am leaving. I sense some evil coming for you all who sit here in Odysseus' house, tormenting and oppressing other people. Not one of you will get away. With that, he left the palace and went down to meet Piraeus, and was welcomed there. The suitors, with glances at each other, tried to tease Telemachus by laughing at his guests. What awful luck you have with visitors! Here is this dirty beggar, always wanting more food and wine, who is unskilled in farm work or fighting, a mere burden on the earth. That other one just stood there prophesying. Now listen, I propose a better plan. Pack up your strangers on a boat as slaves, send them to Sicily, and make a profit. Telemachus ignored the suitors' words and watched his father quietly, still waiting for when they should attack the shameless suitors. The beautiful Penelope had wisely set up her chair to face them, and she listened to what each man was saying. They had killed numerous animals and made their banquet with laughter, but no dinner time could be less welcome than the one the mighty man and goddess would soon bring them, in revenge because they started it and wronged him first.
But now the goddess, grey-eyed Athena, put it in the mind of the daughter of Icarius, circumspect Penelope, to set the bow before the suitors, and the grey iron in the house of Odysseus, the contest, the beginning of the slaughter. So she ascended the high staircase of her own house, and in her solid hand took up the beautiful brazen and artfully curved key with an ivory handle upon it. With her attendant women she went to the inmost recess of the chamber. There were stored away the master's possessions. Bronze was there, and gold, and difficultly wrought iron. And there the back-strung bow was stored away, and the quiver to hold the arrows. There were many painful shafts inside it. These were gifts from a friend whom he met in Lacedaemon, Iphitos, son of Eurytus, one like the immortal gods. These two, in Messene, had encountered each other in the house of wise Ortilochus, at the time when Odysseus went there on an errand and joined by the whole community. For men of Messene had come in ships with many oarlocks and lifted 300 sheep from Ithaca, also the herdsmen with them. So Odysseus traveled far on the embassy, while still a boy, sent by his father and the rest of the elders. Iphitos was there in search of his horses. 12 mares he had lost, hard-working mule colts with them, nursing. These mares presently were to mean his doom and murder, at the time when he came to the son of Zeus, strong-hearted, the man called Heracles, guilty of monstrous actions, who killed Iphitos while he was a guest in his household, hard man, without shame for the watchful gods, nor the table he had set for Iphitos his guest, and when he had killed him he kept the strong-footed horses for himself in his palace. In search of his mares, Iphitos met Odysseus, and gave him the bow, which once the great Eurytos had carried, and left it afterward to his son when he had died in his high house. Odysseus gave him in turn a sharp sword and a strong spear to begin their considerate friendship. But these two never entertained each other. Before that, the son of Zeus killed Iphitos, son of Eurytus, one like the immortal gods, who gave Odysseus the bow. But Odysseus never took it with him when he went to war on the black ships, but always it was stored away in his halls in memory of a dear friend, but he carried it at home in his country. When she, shining among women, had come to the chamber, and had come up to the oaken threshold which the carpenter once had expertly planed, and drawn it true to a chalk line, and fitted the door-posts to it, and joined on the shining door leaves, first she quickly set the fastening free of the hook. Then she inserted the key and knocked the bolt upward, pushing the key straight in, and the door bellowed aloud, as a bull does when he feeds in his pasture. Such was the noise the splendid doors made, struck with the key, and now they quickly spread open. Then she went up to the high platform where there were standing chests, and in these were stored fragrant pieces of clothing. From there she reached and took the bow from its peg, where it hung in its own case, a shining thing that covered it. Thereupon she sat down and laid the bow on her dear knees, while she took her lord's bow out of its case, all the while weeping aloud. But when she had sated herself with tears and crying, she went on her way to the hall to be with the lordly suitors, bearing in her hand the back-strung bow, and the quiver to hold the arrows, with many sorrowful shafts inside it. Her serving women carried the box for her, and there lay much iron and bronze, prizes that had been won by the master. When she, shining among women, came near the suitors, she stood by the pillar that supported the roof with its joinery, holding her shining veil in front of her face to shield it, and a devoted attendant was stationed on either side of her. Now at once she spoke, and addressed a word to the suitors. Hear me now, you haughty suitors, who have been using this house for your incessant eating and drinking, though it belongs to a man who has been gone for a long time. Never have you been able to bring any other saying before me, but only your desire to make me your wife and marry me. But come, you suitors, since here is a prize set before you, for I shall bring you the great bow of godlike Odysseus. And the one who takes the bow in his hands, strings it with the greatest ease, and sends an arrow clean through all 12 axes, shall be the one I go away with, forsaking this house where I was a bride, a lovely place and full of good living. I think, even in my dreams, I shall never forget it. So she spoke, and told the noble swineherd Eumaeus to put the bow and the grey iron in front of the suitors. Eumaeus accepted it in tears and put them before them, and the oxherd also wept when he saw the bow of his master. But Antinous scolded the two of them, and spoke out, and named them. You foolish countrymen, who never think of tomorrow, poor wretches, why are you streaming tears and troubling the lady now, and stirring her heart, when she has enough already of sadness her heart rests on? Now she has lost a dear husband. Go and sit in silence and eat, or else take your crying out of the door and be gone, but leave the bow where you put it, a prize for the suitors to strive for, a terrible one. I do not think that this well-polished bow can ever be strung easily. There is no man among the lot of us who is such a one as Odysseus used to be. I myself have seen him, and I remember well, though I was still young and childish. So he spoke, but the spirit inside his heart was hopeful that he would be able to string the bow and shoot through the iron. But he was to be the first to get a taste of the arrow from the hands of blameless Odysseus, to whom he now paid no attention, as he sat in Odysseus's halls and encouraged all his companions. Now the hallowed prince Telemachus spoke his word to them. Ah, how Zeus, the son of Cronos, has made me witless, my own beloved mother, though she is sensible, tells me that she will forsake this house and go away with another, and then, in the witlessness of my heart, I laugh and enjoy it. But come, you suitors, since here is a prize set out before you, a woman. There is none like her in all the Achaean country, neither in sacred Pylos, nor Argos, nor in Mycenae, not here in Ithaca itself, nor in the dark mainland.
But you yourself also know this. Then why should I praise my mother? But come, no longer drag things out with delays, nor turn back still from the stringing of the bow, so that we may see it. I myself am also willing to attempt the bow. Then, if I can pull the string on it and shoot through the iron, my queenly mother would not go off with another and leave me sorrowing here in the house. Still, I would not be found here as one now able to take up his father's glorious prizes. He spoke and sprang upright, laying aside from his shoulders the red cloak, and from his shoulders too took off the sharp sword. He began by setting up the axes, digging one long trench for them all, and drawing it true to a chalk line, and stamped down the earth around them. Wonder seized the onlookers at how orderly he set them up. He never had seen them before. He went then and tried the bow, standing on the threshold. 3 times he made it vibrate, straining to bend it, and 3 times he gave over the effort. Yet in his heart was hopeful of hooking the string to the bow and sending the shaft through the iron. And now, pulling the bow for the 4th time, he would have strung it. But Odysseus stopped him, though he was eager, making a signal with his head. The hallowed prince Telemachus said to them, "Shame on me! I must be then a coward and a weakling, or else I am still young. And my hands have yet no confidence to defend myself against a man who has started a quarrel. Come then, you who in your strength are greater than I am, make your attempts on the bow, and let us finish the contest." So he spoke, and put the bow in front of him, leaning it on the ground and against the compacted and polished door leaves, and in the same place leaned the swift shaft against the fine handle, and went back and sat in the chair from which he had risen. Now Antinous, the son of Eupeithes, said to them, "Take your turns in order from left to right, my companions, all beginning from the place where the wine is served out." So spoke Antinous, and his words were pleasing to all of them. Leodes was the first to arise, the son of Oinops, who was a diviner among them, and sat always in the corner beside the fine mixing bowl. To him alone their excesses were hateful, and he disapproved of all of the suitors. He was the first to take up the bow and the swift arrow now. He went then and tried the bow, standing on the threshold, and could not string it. Before that he ruined his soft, uncalloused hands, pulling at the string. And now he spoke to the suitors, "Friends, I cannot string this. Let one of the others take it. Here is such a bow that it will sunder many of the princes from life and soul, since truly it is far better to die than go on living and fail of that for whose sake we forever keep on gathering here, all our days in expectation. Now a man may be hopeful, and in his heart desirous of marrying Penelope, the wife of Odysseus. But when the bow has been attempted, and all is made plain, then one must court some other fair-robed Achaean woman, and strive to win her with gifts of courtship. She will then marry the man she is fated to have, and who brings her the greatest presents. So he spoke, and put the bow from him, leaning it on the ground and against the compacted and polished door leaves. And in the same place leaned the swift shaft against the fine handle, and went back and sat in the chair from which he had risen. But Antinous scolded him, and spoke out, and named him. Leodes, what sort of word escaped from your teeth's barrier? A terrible and shameful word. I'm outraged to hear it. If this is to be such a bow that will sunder the princes from life and soul because you are unable to string it. You were not such a one when your lady mother bore you, as ever to be able to manage the bow and arrows. But presently the other lordly suitors will string it. So he spoke, and now urged Melanthius, the goatherd. Come now, Melanthius, light us a fire inside the palace, and set beside it a great chair with fleeces upon it, and bring out from the inside stores a great wheel of tallow, so that we young men, having heated the bow and rubbed it with fat, can then attempt to bend it and finish the contest. So he spoke, and Melanthius quickly kindled the weariless fire, and brought out the chair, and laid the fleeces upon it, and brought out from the inside stores a great wheel of tallow. The young men heated the bow and tried it, but were not able to string it. They were not nearly strong enough. All this time Antinous still held back, as did godlike Eurymachus, those lords of the suitors, out and away the best men among them. Two men, the oxherd and swineherd of godlike Odysseus, went out of the house, in company, keeping close together. And great Odysseus himself came from the house to join them. But after they were out of the way of the doors and the courtyard, Odysseus spoke to the two of them in words of endearment. Oxherd, and you too, swineherd, shall I say something to you, or keep it hidden within? My spirit tells me to speak out. What sort of fight would you put up in defense of Odysseus if he were to come suddenly with the god leading him? Would you fight for the suitors, or would you fight for Odysseus? Tell me what your heart and spirit would have you answer. Then the herdsman of oxen spoke in turn and answered him, Father Zeus, if you would achieve this prayer I ask for, that the man himself would come home with the divinity guiding him, then you yourself would see what kind of strength my hands have. So Eumaeus also prayed to the divinities that they would grant the homecoming of thoughtful Odysseus. But when Odysseus had recognized the infallible temper of these men, then he spoke to them again and answered them. I am he. I am here in my house, and after many sufferings I have come home in the 20th year to the land of my fathers. And now I see that of all my men it was only you two who wanted me to come. I have not heard one of the others praying that I should return again and come to my own house. Therefore, I will tell you the truth, and so shall it be. If by my hand the god overmasters the lordly suitors, then I shall get wives for you both, and grant you possessions and houses built next to mine, and think of you in the future always as companions of Telemachus and his brothers. But come now, let me show you a proof that shall be manifest, so that you may know me for sure and trust my identity. That scar which once the boar with his white tooth inflicted on me when I went to Parnassus with the sons of Autolycus." So he spoke, and pushed back the rags that covered his great scar.
When these two had examined it and recognized everything, they burst out weeping and threw their arms around wise Odysseus, and made much of him, and kissed him on his head and his shoulders. And so Odysseus also kissed their heads and hands. Now the sun would have gone down while they were thus clamoring, had not Odysseus stayed them from it, and said a word to them. "Now stop your lamentation and wailing, or someone may come up from the hall and see us, and tell us about it inside. So rather, let us go in severally, not all together. I first, you after me, but let us have this as a signal arranged. For all those others there, those who are lordly suitors, will not say that you can give me the bow and quiver, but must carry a bow through the house. Noble Eurymenes." When these two had examined it and recognized everything, they burst out weeping and threw their arms around wise Odysseus, and made much of him, and kissed him on his head and his shoulders. And so Odysseus also kissed their heads and hands. Now the sun would have gone down while they were thus clamoring, had not Odysseus stayed them from it, and said a word to them. "Now stop your lamentation and wailing, or someone may come out from the hall and see us, and tell us about it inside. So rather let us go in severally, not all together. I first, after you." When these two had examined it and recognized everything, they burst out weeping and threw their arms around wise Odysseus, and made much of him, and kissed him on the head and his shoulders. And so Odysseus also kissed their heads and hands. Now the sun would have gone down while they were thus clamoring, had not Odysseus stayed them from it, and said a word to them. "Now stop your lamentation and wailing, or someone may come out from the hall and see us, and tell about it inside. So rather let us go in severally, not all together. I first, you after me, but let us have this as a signal arranged. For all those other there who are lordly suitors will not say that you can give me the bow and quiver, but you must carry the bow through the house, noble Eurymenes, and put it into my hands, and then you must tell the women to bar the tightly fitted doors that close the hall. Tell them if any of them hears from inside the crash and the outcry of men who are caught within our toils, that they must not peep in from outside, but simply sit still at their work in silence. Noble Philoetius, your task is to make fast the courtyard door with the bolt, and tie the fastening quickly upon it." So he spoke, and went into the established palace, and went back, and sat from the chair from which he had risen. And after him the two thralls of godlike Odysseus entered. Eurymachus by now had taken the bow, and handled it, turning it round and round through the blaze of fire, but even so he could not string it, and his proud heart was harrowed. Deeply vexed, he spoke to his own great-hearted spirit. "Oh, my sorrow! Here is a grief beyond all others. It is not so much the marriage I grieve for, but all of my chagrin. There are many Achaean women besides, some of them close by in secret Ithaca, and some of them in the rest of the cities. But it is thought, if this be true, that we come so far short of godlike Odysseus in strength, so that we cannot even string his bow, a shame for men unborn to be told of." Then in turn Antinous, the son of Euripides, answered, "It would not happen the other way, Eurymachus. You yourself know this. Now there is a holy feast in the community for the god who could string bows then. Put it away now for our good time, but we shall leave all axes standing where they are. I do not believe anyone will come in and steal them away from the halls of Odysseus, son of Leitus. Come, let the wine steward pour a round of wine in the goblets, so we can make a libation and put away the curved bow at the dawn. Instruct Melanthios, who is gathered to bring in goats, those far the best in all of the goat flocks, so that dedicating the thighs to the glorious archer Apollo, we can attempt the bow and finish the contest." So spoke Antinous, his word pleasing to all of them. The heralds poured water over their hands to wash with, and the young men filled the mixing bowls with wine for their drinking, and passed to all, after they had offered a drink in the goblets. But when they had poured and drunk each as much as he wanted, resourceful Odysseus spoke to them in crafty intention. "Hear me now, who are suitors of our glorious queen, while I speak out what the heart within my breast urges. Above all, I entreat Eurymachus and the godlike Antinous, since what he said was also fair and orderly. Let the bow be for the time, give it over to the divinities, and tomorrow the god will give success to whomever he wishes. But come now, give me the well-polished bow, so that among I may try to out my strength and hands to see if I still have force in my flexible limbs, as there has been in time past, or whether my wandering and lack of good care have ruined me. So he spoke, but all of them were wildly indignant, and feared that he might take the well-polished bow and string it. Now Antinous scolded him and spoke out and named him. Ah, wretched stranger, you have no sense, not even a little. It is not enough that you dine in peace among us, who are violent men and depraved of no fair portion, but listen to our conversation and what we say. But there is no other vagabond and newcomer who is allowed to hear us talk. The honeyed wine has hurt you, as it has distracted others as well, who gulp it down without drinking in season. It was wine that also drove to the centaur the famous Eurytion, distracted in the palace of the great-hearted Peritios, when he visited the Lapis. His brain went wild with drinking, and in his fury he did much harm to the house of Peritios. Grief and rage seized the heroes as they sprang up and dragged them through the forecourt outside, while the pitiless bronze severing his ears and nose, and he, having his brain bewildered, knew what a disaster his unstable spirit had got him. Since his time there had been a feud between men and centaurs, it was the first who found his own evil in heavy drinking. So I announce great trouble for you, if ever you string the bow, you meet no kind of courtesy in our group, but we shall put you into a black ship and take you over to King Echetos, who mutilates all men. There you will lose everything, sit and be quiet and drink your wine, nor quarrel with men who are younger than you are. Circumspect Penelope said to him in answer, Antinous, it is neither fair just to browbeat any of the guests of Telemachus who come to visit him. Do you imagine that if this stranger, in the confidence of hands and strength, should string the great bow of Odysseus, that he would take me home with him and make me his wife? No, he himself has no such thought in the heart within him. Let none of you be sorrowful at the heart in this feasting. Here, for such a reason, there is no likelihood of it. And now, Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, answered, Daughter of Icarus, circumspect Penelope, we do not think he will take you away. That is not likely. But we are ashamed to face the talk of the men and women who fear some other Achaean who is meaner than we are might say. Far baser the men courting the wife of a stately man. They are not even able to string his bow. Then another, some beggar man, came wandering in from somewhere and easily strung the bow and sent a shaft through the iron. So they will speak, and that would be a disgrace on all of us.
Circumspect Penelope said to him in answer, Eurymachus, there can be no glory among our people in any case, for those who eat away and dishonour the house of a great man. Why be concerned over reproaches? But this stranger is a very big man, and he is built strongly, and also he claims to be the son of a noble father. Come then, give him the polished bow. Let us see what happens. For I tell you this straight out, and it will be a thing accomplished. If he can string the bow, and Apollo gives him that glory, I will give him fine clothing to wear, a mantle and tunic, and give him a sharp javelin to keep men and dogs off, and give him sandals for his feet, a sword with 2 edges, and send him wherever his heart and spirit desire to be sent. Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to her in answer, My mother, no Achaean man has more authority over this bow than I, to give or withhold, at my pleasure. Not one of those who are lords here in rocky Ithaca, not one of those in the islands of horse-pasturing Elis, no one can force me against my will. If I want, I can give it to the stranger as an outright gift, to take away with him. Go therefore back into the house, and take up your own work, the loom and the distaff, and see to it that your handmaidens ply their work also. The men shall have the bow in their keeping, all men, but I most of all, for mine is the power in this household. Penelope went back inside the house in amazement, for she laid the serious words of her son deep away in her spirit, and she went back to the upper story with her attendant women, and wept for Odysseus, her beloved husband, until grey-eyed Athene cast sweet slumber over her eyelids. Now the noble swineherd took the curved bow and carried it, but all the suitors in the palace cried out against him, and thus would go the word of one of those arrogant young men. "Where are you carrying the bow, you sorry and shiftless swineherd? Those swift dogs that you raised yourself will feed on you beside your pigs, forsaken by men, if only Apollo and the rest of the immortal gods are propitious toward us." They spoke, and he took the bow and put it back where it had been, in fear, since many men were shouting at him in the palace. But from the other side Telemachus spoke and threatened him. "Keep on with the bow, old fellow. You cannot do what everyone tells you. Take care, or, younger though I am, I might chase you out to the fields with a shower of stones. I am stronger than you are. I only wish I were as much stronger and more of a fighter with my hands than all these suitors who are here in my household, so I could hatefully speed any man of them on his journey out of our house, where they are contriving evils against us." So he spoke, and all the suitors laughed happily at him, and all gave over their bitter rage against Telemachus. The swineherd took up the bow and carried it through the palace, and stood beside the wise Odysseus and handed it to him. Then he called aside the nurse Euryclea and told her, "Circumspect, Euryclea. Telemachus wants you to bar the tightly fitted doors that close the house, and then, if any of you hear from inside the crash and the outcry of men who are caught within our toils, you must not peep in from outside, but simply sit still at your work, in silence." So he spoke, and she had no winged words for an answer. Euryclea barred the doors of the strong-built great hall. Philœtius sprang to his feet and went silently outside the house, and then he closed the doors of the well-made courtyard. Lying beneath the portico was a fibre cable for an oar-driven ship. With that he made fast the doors, and himself went in and sat again on the chair from which he had risen, looking toward Odysseus, who by now was handling the bow, turning it all up and down and testing it from one side to another to see if worms had eaten the horn in the master's absence. And thus would one of them say as he looked across at the next man, "This man is an admirer of bows, or one who steals them. Now either he has such things lying back away in his own house, or else he is studying to make one, the way he turns it this way and that, our vagabond who is versed in villainies." And thus would speak another one of these arrogant young men, "How I wish his share of good fortune were of the same measure as is the degree of his power ever to get this bow strung." So the suitors talked, but now resourceful Odysseus, once he had taken up the great bow and looked it all over, as when a man, who well understands the lyre and singing, easily, holding it on either side, pulls the strongly twisted cord of sheep's gut, so as to slip it over a new peg, so, without any strain, Odysseus strung the great bow. Then, plucking it in his right hand, he tested the bowstring, and it gave him back an excellent sound like the voice of a swallow. A great sorrow fell now upon the suitors, and all their colour was changed, and Zeus, showing forth his portents, thundered mightily. Hearing this, long-suffering great Odysseus was happy that the son of devious-devising Cronos had sent him a portent. He chose out a swift arrow that lay beside him uncovered on the table, but the others were still stored up inside the hollow quiver, and presently the Achaeans must learn their nature. Taking the string and the head grooves, he drew to the middle grip, and from the very chair where he sat, bending the bow before him, let the arrow fly, nor missed any axes from the first handle on, but the bronze-weighted arrow passed through all, and out the other end. He spoke to Telemachus. "Telemachus, your guest that sits in your halls does not then fail you. I missed no part of the mark, nor have I made much work of stringing the bow. The strength is still sound within me, and not, as the suitors said in their scorn, making little of me. Now is the time for their dinner to be served the Achaeans in the daylight, then follow with other entertainment, the dance and the lyre, for these things come at the end of the feasting. He spoke, and nodded to him with his brows, and Telemachus, dear son of godlike Odysseus, put his sharp sword about him, and closed his own hand over his spear, and took his position close beside him, and next the chair, all armed in bright bronze.
Now resourceful Odysseus stripped himself of his rags and sprang up on the great threshold, taking the bow and the shaft-packed quiver. He poured out the swift arrows there at his feet and addressed the suitors, saying, "This contest's over, decisively ended, and now I'll go for another target, reached by no man hitherto, to see whether I can hit it, and Apollo grant me glory." He spoke, and then aimed a bitter shaft at Antinous, who was on the point of raising an elegant cup to his lips. Golden, twin-eared, had it in his hands, was intending to drink wine from it. In his mind was no thought of death. For who amid fellow feasters would ever imagine that one man, however strong, alone against many, would contrive for him a bad death and black fate? But Odysseus took aim and struck him in the throat with his arrow, and clear through the tender neck the point was driven, and he slumped to one side. The cup dropped from his hand when he was hit, and up through his nostrils at once came a thick spurt of human blood. A kick of his foot sent the table flying, scattered all the food on the floor, bread and roast meat in the dirt together. The suitors made an uproar through the hall when they saw the man fallen, sprang from their seats, panic-stricken in the hall, looking all around at the solid walls, but nowhere was there a shield or strong spear that they could grab. So they abused Odysseus in furious words, declaring, "It's an outrage, stranger, for you to shoot men. You'll never compete in another contest. Now you've sealed your fate. The man you killed by far was the noblest of the youths on Ithaca. Because of that, the vultures shall eat you here." So said each of them, for indeed they supposed he'd not killed the man on purpose. Poor fools, they had no notion that over them all the bonds of destruction were set. Then, with an angry glance, resourceful Odysseus replied, "You dogs, you thought that I'd never come home again from the Trojans' land, the way you ravaged my house, and forcibly bedded my women servants, and while I was still alive, underhandedly courted my wife, with no fear of the gods who own broad heaven, or of any human reproof that might come hereafter. Now over you all the bonds of destruction are set." So he spoke. Pale dread possessed them all. Each man looked round for a way to escape from sheer destruction. Only Eurymachus now responded to him, saying, "If you indeed are Odysseus, come home to Ithaca. Then what you say about all the Achaeans have done is just. Many their wanton acts, here in the house, out afield, but the man lies dead who was to blame for it all, Antinous. He it was who instigated these deeds, not so much out of desire or need for the marriage, but with a different aim, not fulfilled by Cronus' son, that over well-ordered Ithaca he might himself be king, and lie in wait for your son and kill him. Now he's been fairly slain. Spare these people. They are your own, and hereafter will collect you, reparation for all that's been drunk or eaten here in this hall, each man providing you with the worth of 20 oxen. Will requite you in bronze and gold until your heart is softened, but until that time comes, no man could blame you for your anger." Then, with an angry glance, resourceful Odysseus responded, "Eurymachus, were you to give me all you had from your fathers, all that you now possess, plus what you could find elsewhere, not even so would I stay my hands from slaughter until the suitors had paid the full price for their wrongdoing. Now it's your choice whether you'll stand and fight me or run. If anyone here can dodge death and its spirits, but none of you, I think, will escape from sheer destruction." So he spoke. There and then their knees and hearts gave way. But Eurymachus now spoke again and addressed them, saying, "Friends, this man won't restrain his invincible hands. Now he's got control of the polished bow and its quiver. He'll shoot from the smooth-worn threshold until he's killed every last one of us. We must think about how to fight him. So draw your swords now, hold the tables in front of you against his swift, deadly arrows, and then let's all go for him in a body, try to shift him from the threshold and doorway, then get to the city, raise a quick hue and cry. Do that, and this fellow will soon have shot his last shaft."
So saying, he now unsheathed his sharp sword, fashioned of bronze, with its double edge, and made for Odysseus, yelling out his fearsome war cry. At the same instant, noble Odysseus let fly another arrow. The swift shaft struck his breast under the nipple, drove into his liver. He dropped his sword on the ground and fell, doubled up and sprawling over the table. The food all went flying to the ground, along with his two-handled cup. His forehead smashed agonizingly into the ground. Both feet kicked out at his chair, dislodging it. A mist closed down over his eyes. Amphinomous next attacked renowned Odysseus, charging straight at him, keen-edged sword ready and drawn to see if he could force him back from the doorway. Telemachus was too quick, aimed from behind with his bronze-tipped spear, and hit him between the shoulders, drove right through his breast. He fell with a thud, hit the ground forehead first. But Telemachus sprang back, left his far-shadowing spear there in Amphinomous, much afraid that some Achaean, while he was busy prizing that long spear loose, might rush up and give him a sword thrust, catch him still stooping. So he set off a run, quickly reached his dear father, stood close, and addressed him with winged words, saying, "Father, I'll go now and fetch you a shield and a couple of spears, and an old bronze helmet, close-fitting at the temples. I'll arm myself too while I'm gone, and get arms for the swineherd and the cowherd too. For sure, to be in armor is better." Then resourceful Odysseus responded to him, saying, "Run, fetch them, while I still have arrows for my defense, lest they force me away from the doors, all alone as I am." So he spoke, and Telemachus, in obedience to his father, made his way to the storeroom, where the fine arms were kept. And from there collected 4 shields, 8 spears, and 4 bronze-plated helmets, decked with thick crests of horsehair. Carrying these, he quickly returned to his dear father. Then, first he armored his own body in bronze, and the 2 servants likewise put on their splendid gear, and stood there, flanking clever, subtle-minded Odysseus. He, while he still had arrows for his defense, went after the suitors, one by one, never stopping, there in his house, aiming, then shooting. They kept falling thick and fast. But when the master had no more arrows to shoot, the bow he propped up against the pleasantly sided hall's doorpost to stand by the bright inner walls. He now slung from his shoulders a 4-fold shield, and on his powerful head neck settled a well-made helmet with a horsehair plume nodding fearsomely up above, and 2 sturdy spears, both tipped with bronze. There existed a side postern set in the solid wall, flush with the top of the pleasantly sided hall's threshold, that led into a corridor and had a close-fitting door. On this corridor, Odysseus ordered the noble swineherd to keep a close watch. 1 man only could rush in at a time, since Agelaus had called out to all the suitors, saying, "Friends, won't one of you now slip out by that side postern, get word to the people, raise a quick hue and cry? Do that, and this fellow will soon have taken his last shot." Then Melanthius, herder of goats, responded to him, saying, "That won't work, Agelaus, Zeus' nursling. The fine courtyard doors are dangerously close, and the corridor is narrow. 1 man, if a good fighter, could hold off all comers. So let me go fetch armor for us to put on from his private storeroom. For that I'm certain, and no place else, is where Odysseus and his illustrious son have stowed this gear." So saying, Melanthius, herder of goats, went up by the steps of the hall to the storerooms of Odysseus. From there he took 12 shields and 12 spears, and as many bronze helmets with thick horsehair crests, and made his way back and quickly gave them to the suitors. Then Odysseus' knees and courage both wilted as he saw them girding themselves in armor and brandishing long spears in their hands, and huge his task now appeared to him. And at once he addressed Telemachus with winged words, saying, "Telemachus, it must be one of the women in the halls is backing this bad fight against us. Or maybe Melanthius." Sagacious Telemachus responded to him, saying, "I myself, father, made the mistake here. No one else is to blame. It was I who left the close-fitting door of the storeroom ajar. They kept a sharper watch than I did. You go now, noble Eumos, and shut that storeroom door, and see if it's one of the women who's behind this, or, as I suspect, Melanthius, Dolius' son." Such was the conversation between them, one to the other.
But Melanthius, herder of goats, went back to the storeroom to fetch more fine armor. The noble swineherd saw him, and at once addressed Odysseus close by him, saying, "Scion of Zeus, Laertes' son, resourceful Odysseus, there's that dangerous busybody, the one we ourselves suspect, off back to the storeroom. So tell me, truthfully, am I to kill the man if I prove the better fighter, or bring him here to you to pay for the misdemeanors, all of them that he's committed here in your house?" To him resourceful Odysseus then responded, saying, "For sure I and Telemachus will hold off these haughty suitors, keep them shut in the hall here, however hard they struggle. You too should force both that man's hands and feet behind his back, lash them to boards there, dump him into the storeroom, attach a braided rope to his body, hoist him up the tall column until he's near the roof beams. That way he'll stay alive longest and suffer real agony." So he spoke. They listened carefully and obeyed him. To the storeroom they went, unnoticed by the man inside, who was searching for armor far in the back. The two lay in wait for him, standing on either side of the doorway. When Melanthius, herder of goats, was crossing the threshold, in one hand a splendid helmet, and in the other an old broad shield that was all befouled with mildew and belonged to the hero Laertes, who'd carried it when young. But it had long been laid up, the seams of its straps were rotted. The two sprang, seized him, dragged him in by his hair, flung him down, sore, anguished at heart, on the ground. They lashed his hands and feet tight with agonizing bonds, forcing them right behind his back, exactly the way that Laertes' son, much enduring, noble Odysseus, had told them to do. They attached a braided rope to his body and hauled him up the tall column until he was near the roof beams. Then, swineherd Eumaeus, you made mock of him, saying, "This way, Melanthius, you'll keep watch the whole night, lying there on the kind of soft bed that's proper for you. Nor shall dawn early risen, coming up from ocean's streams, in gold-throned splendor escape your notice, as you bring the suitors your she-goats to set up a feast in the hall." So he was left there, stretched tight in his deadly bonds, while the two put on their armor, closed the bright door, and made their way back to clever, subtle-minded Odysseus. There they stood on the threshold, breathing courage, 4 men against a crowd of good fighters in the feast hall. Then Zeus's daughter Athena came up close to them, assuming the likeness of Mentor in both voice and person. Odysseus rejoiced at the sight of her, and addressed her, saying, "Mentor, defend us from harm. Remember your dear comrade, who used to do you good turns. You and I are the same age." So he spoke, but he guessed it was Athena, the host rallier. The suitors across from him made an uproar in the hall, and the first to rebuke Athena was Damastor's son, Agelaus. Mentor, don't let Odysseus sidetrack you with his glib talk into fighting against the suitors and giving aid to him, for this is how I think our purpose will be accomplished. When we kill these men, both father and son, you too will be slain along with them for the deeds you're so eager to perform in these halls. With your own head you'll pay for them. And when with the bronze we've stripped you of your violence, all the possessions you have, whether indoor or outside, we'll add to those of Odysseus. We won't let your sons live in your halls, nor grant your daughters or your good wife the right to move freely about Ithaca. So he spoke, and Athena grew even more furious at heart, and upbraided Odysseus with angry words. No longer is your courage steadfast, Odysseus, nor that fine prowess you showed when over Helen, high-born, white-armed, for 9 years you fought the Trojans unceasingly, and many fighters you killed in that dread conflict. It was your advice brought down Priam's broad-wayed city. Why then now, when you're back to home and possessions, do you wail at the thought of facing up to the suitors? So come here, my friend, stand beside me, watch me at work, and see the way when up against hostile fighters, that Alcimus' son, Mentor, repays your good services. She spoke, yet still did not give him enough strength to prevail in his battle, was still making trial of the might and valor both of Odysseus himself and of his illustrious son. And now she flew up to a roof beam of the smoky hall, and perched there, in plain view, in the likeness of a swallow. Agelaus, Damastor's son, was now urging the suitors on, with Eurynomus, Amphimedon, Demoptolemus, Pysandrus, Polyctor's son, and skilful Polybus. For these were by far the most valiant of the suitors who were still alive and fighting for their survival. The pick of the rest had already fallen to the bow and constant arrows. Agelaus then spoke among them, addressing them all. My friends, this man by now must surely hold up his invincible hands. After all those empty boasts, his friend Mentors deserted him, and they're left by themselves there at the outer doorway. So don't now throw your long spears at them all together, but you 6, throw first. See whether Zeus will maybe grant that Odysseus be hit, and we win the glory. Once he's fallen, there's no need to worry about the others.
So he spoke. They all threw their spears as he suggested, with force, but Athena made all their efforts unsuccessful. One of them hit a doorpost of the well-built feast hall, a second the close-fitting door itself. Another's bronze-weighted ash spear ended up against the wall. So when the suitors' spears had missed them, much enduring Odysseus at once addressed them, saying, My friends, this, I'd say, is the moment for us too now to hurl our own spears into the thick of these suitors, who are so eager to kill and strip us, on top of their earlier misdemeanors. So he spoke, and they all now threw their keen-edged spears with careful aim. Odysseus hit Demoptolemus, Telemachus Euryades, the swineherd Elatos, while the cowherd who cared for the cattle killed Pysandros. These then all together bit the wide earth with their teeth, and the suitors retreated to the innermost part of the hall, while the others rushed forward and pulled their spears from the dead. Then, once more, the suitors threw their keen-edged spears with force, but Athena made their efforts mostly unsuccessful. One of them hit a doorpost of the well-built feast hall, a second, the close-fitting door itself. Another's bronze-weighted ash spear ended up against the wall, but Amphimedon hit Telemachus on the arm at his wrist, a glancing blow, the bronze scraping the surface of the skin, and Ctesippus, with his long spear, grazed Eumaeus' shoulder above his shield, but the spear flew on, ended in the ground. Then, once more, those with the sharp and subtle-minded Odysseus flung their own keen-edged spears into the thick of the suitors, and once more, Odysseus, the city-sacker, scored a hit on Eurydamus. Telemachus on Amphimedon, the swineherd on Polybos, while the herder of cattle struck Ctesippus square in the breast and boasted over him, saying, Polytherses' son, insult fancier, nevermore, ever again thoughtlessly talk big, but leave any kind of comment to the gods, since they are far mightier. Here is a guest gift for you, a return for that ox hoof you lately presented to godlike Odysseus on his begging round in the house. So spoke the crumple-horned cattle herder, but Odysseus now wounded Damastor's son with his long spear close up, and Telemachus wounded Leocritus, Euenor's son, with a spear in the nether belly, drove the bronze through. He fell prone, hitting the ground squarely with his forehead. Then Athena held up her Aegis, the destroyer of mortals, from on high in the roof. The suitors were terrified and stampeded through the hall like a herd of cows that the darting gadfly descends on and drives to distraction in the season of spring when the days are lengthening. And just as vultures with crooked talons and hooked beaks come out from the mountains and swoop down on other birds that fly fast over the plain and avoid the clouds, but still the vultures pounce and destroy them. They have no defense or way of escape, and men enjoy watching the hunt. So now did they harry the suitors throughout the hall, striking them right and left, and hideous cries went up as their heads were cracked, and the whole floor ran with blood. Leodes rushed forward and clasped Odysseus's knees, and with winged words entreated him, saying, I beg you by your knees, Odysseus, respect me and pity me. Never, I tell you, have I offended any woman here in your halls by improper word or deed. In fact, I did my best to stop any other suitor who began to behave that way. But they took no notice, wouldn't restrain their hands from mischief, and through such wanton misconduct have met a ghastly fate. Yet I, their soothsayer, who have done no wrong, will die along with them. There's no gratitude for benefits received. With an angry glance, resourceful Odysseus responded, saying, If, as you claim, you in fact are their soothsayer, then surely many times you'll have made a prayer in my halls that the end of a sweet homecoming might be kept far from me, that you might be the one with whom my dear wife went, bore children. For that, you won't escape a most bitter death.
Saying, he seized in his sturdy hand a sword that lay nearby. Agelaos had dropped it at the moment when he was killed. With this sword, Odysseus now slashed through Leodes' neck. The man was still speaking as his head rolled in the dust. Terpe's son, too, the minstrel, was still trying to avoid black fate. Phemios, who was compelled to perform among the suitors. He now stood holding the clear-toned lyre in his hand, close to the postern door, uncertain in his mind whether to slip from the hall and sit at the well-built altar of Zeus of enclosures, on which Laertes and Odysseus had burnt in his honor so many thighs of oxen, or whether to run to Odysseus, entreat him at his knees. And as he reflected, it struck him that this was the better course, to run up and clasp the knees of Laertes' son Odysseus. So he laid down his hollow lyre upon the floor, between the mixing bowl and his silver-studded chair, and himself ran forward and clasped Odysseus by the knees, and addressed him with winged words, saying, By your knees I entreat you, Odysseus, respect me and pity me. On you hereafter shall sorrow be laid if you try to kill a minstrel such as I am, who performs for both gods and mankind. I am self-taught, but the God has planted it in my heart lays of all kinds. I'm equipped to perform before you as I would for a god, so don't be too ready to cut my throat. Telemachus, too, your dear son, could testify to the fact that it was against my will, with no desire on my part, that I came to your house to sing for the suitors at their feasts. They were stronger, and far more of them. They made me come. So he spoke. Telemachus, princely in power, heard him and at once addressed his nearby father, saying, Whatever you do, don't maim this innocent man with the bronze. Let's also spare meat on the herald, who used to look after me here in the house while I was still a child. That is, if Philoetius or the swineherd hasn't already killed him, or he ran into you when you were storming through the house. So he spoke, and Medon Sejasus at heart overheard him. He ducked down under a chair and wrapped himself in the fresh flayed hide of an ox, trying to avoid black fate. At once he got up from the chair, quickly threw off the ox hide, rushed forward, clasped Telemachus by the knees, and uttering winged words that entreated him, saying, "Friend, here I am, it is I. Stay your hand, speak to your father, lest in his great strength he hurt me with the sharp bronze, while incensed against these men, the suitors, who wasted his goods here in the halls, and the fools paid you no honor." But resourceful Odysseus smiled, and then addressed him, saying, "Relax. Telemachus here has protected you and saved you, so you may know in your heart and pass the word on to others how much better kind actions are than mean ones. But for now, leave the feast hall, go sit down outside the courtyard, away from the slaughter, you and the lay-rich minstrel, until I finish the work I need to do here indoors." So he spoke. The two now went off out of the feast hall and sat themselves down by great Zeus's altar, glancing in all directions, still half expecting to be murdered. Odysseus too looked around in his domain to see whether any man still alive was hiding, in an effort to dodge black fate. But what he saw was each one of them in the blood and the dust, the whole crowd fallen, dead like fish that fishermen have drawn in their fine meshed net up from the gray sea, heaped up on the sand, sorely missing the waves of the sea. But Helios, the bright sun, now heats the life out of them. Just so the suitors all lay there, heaped up upon one another. Resourceful Odysseus now addressed Telemachus, saying, "Telemachus, go and summon the nurse Eurycleia to me. There's something I have on my mind I need to say to her." So he spoke, and Telemachus, in obedience to his father, went and opened the door and called to Eurycleia, saying, "Up with you now, old woman. You who are in charge of all the serving women we have in our hall. Come here. My father is calling for you. He wants to say something to you." So he spoke. Her own word remained unwinged. She opened the doors of the well-built feast hall and came out, Telemachus leading the way before her. She found Odysseus standing amid the bodies of the men he had killed, bespattered with blood and gore, like a lion that's come from the farmstead where it's been feeding on an ox, and all its breasts and its jowls on either side are beslobbered with blood, so that it is a terrible sight to behold. Just so was Odysseus bespattered, hands and feet alike. But she, on beholding the corpse and the widespread bloodshed, began a cry of triumph for the mighty deed she saw. But Odysseus stopped her, cut short her enthusiasm, and uttering winged words addressed her, saying, "Keep your joy to yourself, old woman, don't exult aloud. It is not decent to vaunt over men that have been killed. These dead were destroyed by divine fate and their own dastardly acts. They honored no mortals on this earth, either high or low, of those that came among them. And so now, through their wanton deeds, they met a sorry end. Now tell me about the women in this household, both those whose conduct dishonors me and those that are innocent."
Then his dear nurse Eurycleia responded to him, saying, "Very well, my child, I'll tell you the truth of the matter. 50 women there are that live here in your halls, handmaids we taught to perform their various tasks, carding the wool while enduring a lifetime of servitude. Of these, there are 12 who chose the path of shamelessness, showing no respect for me or Penelope herself. Telemachus, though, only lately came of age. His mother hasn't allowed him control over the women servants. But now please let me go to that bright upper chamber and break the news to your wife, whom some gods kept asleep." To her, resourceful Odysseus then responded, saying, "No, don't wake her yet. But go and tell those women who have been guilty of shameful behavior to come in here, to me.
So he spoke. The old woman went out through the hall to bring the women his message and order them to come, while Odysseus summoned Telemachus, as well as the cowherd and swineherd, and addressed them with winged words, saying, "Start removing the corpses now. Get the women to help you, then have them clean off those elegant chairs and tables, washing them down with water, using porous sponges. When you've put the whole hall in proper order, then take these maidservants out of the well-built hall, to a spot midway between the roundhouse and the courtyard's flawless wall, and cut them up with your long, sharp swords till you've taken the life from them all, and they've forgotten their aphrodisiac pleasures under the suitors, lying with them clandestinely." As he spoke, the women arrived in a body, all sobbing desperately, all shedding big tears. So first of all they bore out the bodies of the slain, and stacked them under the colonnade of the well-walled courtyard, propped up against one another, while Odysseus directed their work himself, hurrying them. They were forced to carry the corpses. Then they cleaned off the elegant chairs and tables, washing them down with water, using porous sponges. Telemachus, meanwhile, with the cowherd and the swineherd, scraped off the floor of the close-built house with shovels, and the women collected the scrapings, depositing them outside. Then, when they'd put the whole hall in proper order, they took the maidservants out of that well-built hall to a spot midway between the roundhouse and the courtyard's flawless wall, and shut them in a tight corner with no possible escape. Sagacious Telemachus now spoke first to the others, saying, "A clean death isn't the way by which I want to end these women's lives. They poured insults on my own head and my mother's too, all while they were sleeping with the suitors." So he spoke, and taking the cable of a dark-prowed vessel, hitched one end to a tall pillar, the other about the roundhouse, stretching it high, so no woman could touch the ground with her feet. As when long-winged thrushes or doves are caught in the snare that's been set for them in a thicket, as they're flying back to their roosts, and hateful the bed that now welcomes them, these women's heads bobbed in a line, and round their necks nooses were set for all, to give them most piteous deaths. They jerked with their feet a little, but not for long. Then they brought Melanthius out, through the forecourt and yard, and cut off his nose and ears with the pitiless bronze, and ripped out his private parts for the dogs to eat raw, and in their fury chopped off his hands and his feet. That done, they washed their own hands and feet, and went into the house to Odysseus, and their work was over. But he now addressed his dear nurse Eurycleia, saying, "Bring sulphur, old woman, that cleanses pollution, and bring me fire to make fumes that will purge the hall. Then tell Penelope to come down now, she and her handmaids, and have all the women servants in the house assemble here." Then his dear nurse Eurycleia responded to him, saying, "Yes, indeed, my child, all this you've requested is in order. But please let me bring you a mantle and tunic to wear. Don't stand like that in your hall, with your broad shoulders clad only in rags. That would be just cause for censure." Resourceful Odysseus then responded to her, saying, "First of all, see that a fire is lit for me in the hall." So he spoke, and his dear nurse Eurycleia did not disregard him, but fetched fire and sulphur, and Odysseus thoroughly purified hall and house and courtyard. Then the old woman went back through Odysseus's fine domain to bring word to the women and order them to assemble. And out they came from their quarters, torches in their hands, and crowded round Odysseus and embraced him, and clasped and kissed his head and his hands and shoulders in affectionate greeting, and a sweet longing possessed him for crying and tears. Each one of them was familiar to him.
The older woman went upstairs with a chortle to tell the lady her own dear husband was downstairs. The woman's knees would hurry, her feet kept stumbling. Standing now by her head, she spoke to her softly. "Wake up, Penelopeia. See with your own eyes, dear child, what you've pined for all of your days here. Odysseus came, he's home, for all of his lateness. He's killed the prideful suitors, men who were swaying your son and devouring his wealth, troubling the whole house." Mindful Penelopeia answered by saying, "Dear aunt, the gods have made you mad. They can do that, making a man look foolish, even a wise man. They also can make a thoughtless man understanding. They've dazed you now. Before, your mind was a sound one. Why do you fool me? My heart has plenty of sorrow already. Why this talk? You woke me from the sweet sleep which held me fast and closed my eyes for a good while. I haven't slept that way since the hour Odysseus left for Troy. That evil no one should mention. Come on now, go back down, be off to the great hall. Because if another woman, one of my own maids, approached me with the news like yours and broke up a good sleep, I'd pack her off myself with a nasty and hurried way back to the hall. Your age has helped you in one way. Her well-loved nurse Eurycleia answered by saying, Dear child, I'm not fooling. Everything's quite true. Odysseus came. He's home, just as I told you. The stranger they all mistreated down in the great hall. Telemachus knew him a long time as Odysseus, but charily kept his plans of his father in hiding, until he could take revenge on the brutish, overproud suitors. She stopped, and her lady gladly jumped out of bed, there to hug her old nurse. Tears fell from her eyelids. She spoke to her then, the words with a feathery swiftness. Ah, but if only, dear aunt, tell me the whole truth. Indeed, if the man came home the way you have told me, how could he lay hands on those brazen suitors being alone? They've always crowded inside here. The well-loved nurse Eurycleia answered by saying, I asked and saw nothing. Groans of the dying were all I heard. We sat in the inmost well-built room in dread, the doors tightly fitted and holding until your son Telemachus came from the great hall and called me. His father had sent him forward to call me. Then I found Odysseus, circled by dead men. They sprawled on the hard floor. He stood there among them, piled on each other. The sight of the man would have warmed you. Smeared with blood and grime, he looked like a lion. The corpses are all together now by the courtyard gate, and Odysseus purges the beautiful palace with sulfur. He built a great fire and sent me to call you. Follow me. Both of your loving hearts should be marching now into joy for all the harm you have suffered. Today your endless longing is ended at long last. The man is alive at your hearth, finding you both well, his wife and son in the hall. The suitors who caused him trouble are all avenged right here in your household. Penelopeia was thoughtful still, and she answered, Dear aunt, no boasting yet, no chortling too soon. You know how welcome his sight would be in the great hall to everyone, mainly to me and the son born to us both here. Yet your story is not true, not as you tell it. Rather, some deathless god, enraged by their brashness, killed the high-born suitors for all of their wrongful, heart-stinging acts. They honored nobody walking the wide earth, good or bad, who ever approached them. They suffered harm for their recklessness. Still, my Odysseus lost his homecoming, lost himself far from Achaea. The well-loved nurse Eurycleia answered by saying, My child, what talk gets over the wall of your front teeth? Your husband's inside at the hearth, and you say he will never come and arrive back home? Your heart was always without faith. Come on, then, I'll tell you another sign that is quite clear. The scar that a boar's white tusk caused in the old days. I saw it washing his feet. I wanted to speak out and tell you. He clapped his hand on my mouth and stopped me from saying a word. Your man's mind is the shrewdest. So follow me now. I'll make a bet with my own life. Kill me if I've been fooling, and make it the wretchedest killing. Penelopeia thoughtfully gave her an answer. Dear aunt, it's hard to grasp the planning and power for all your shrewdness of gods born to be always. But let's go down to my son in order to witness all those wooers dead, and the man who killed them.
She stopped and walked from her room, mulling a great deal at heart whether to question the man she loved from a ways off, or go to his side, kiss his head, and cling to his 2 hands. Soon as the lady crossed the stone threshold and came in, she sat right down, bright in the hearthlight, facing Odysseus, but close to the farther wall. Her husband, next to a tall post, sat there gazing down, waiting to see if his able wife would speak now that she saw with her own 2 eyes. She sat quite still for a long time. Wonder had entered her heart, for at times her eyes would go to his whole face. Then she found him unknown, with foul rags on his body. Telemachus wanted to scold her, telling her outright, "Mother, hardly a mother, your heart's so unfeeling. Why so far from my father? Why don't you sit down close to the man and talk to him, ask him your questions? No other woman is like you, your heart so steadfast, holding back from the man with all his great pain, home in the 20th year in the land of his fathers. But then your heart has always been harder than granite." Penelope thoughtfully gave him an answer. "My son, this heart in my own breast is astonished. I hardly can say a word and to ask him a question, or look him straight in the face. Yet, if he's truly Odysseus home at last, then certainly we 2 will know each other better, having our own signs known by us both and kept in hiding from others." Those were her words. Long-suffering, godlike Odysseus smiled and promptly told Telemachus, words with featherly swiftness, "Telemachus, let your mother question and try me now in the great hall. Soon she'll know it all better. But now I am grimy, the clothes are foul on my body, so she scorns me. She won't yet call me her own man. But you and I should ponder. What is our best course? When someone murders a single man in a country, a man without great numbers behind him to help him out, still the murderer leaves his brothers and homeland. We have killed mainstays, the best by far in the city, the young Onithica. That's what I tell you to ponder." Telemachus promptly gave him a sensible answer. "See for yourself, dear father. Yours are the best plans among all men's, they say. No one could ever rival your counsel, no other man who is death-bound. We'll follow you gladly ourselves. No one is lacking in strength or prowess, I'd say, so long as we're able." Full of designs, Odysseus answered by saying, "So I'll tell you myself what looks like the best way. First, you should all take baths and put on your tunics. Tell the maids of the hall to pick out the right clothes. Then our God-gifted bard, holding his clear-toned lyre in hand, should lead us in dancing we all love. Those who can hear outside, whether they are walking the road or living around us, will say it's a wedding. That way the rumors of dead suitors will not spread broadly through the town before we go to our densely wooded and planted farms. There and then we will ponder whatever counsel Zeus of Olympus will hand us." He spoke that way. They heard him well and obeyed him. First they all took baths and put on their tunics. Handmaids adorned themselves. The God-gifted poet took up his hollow lyre and awakened their longing for honeyed song, for handsome and faultless dancing. The whole great house now echoed around with a playful stamping of men and maids in beautiful dance clothes. People who listened outside the house could be saying, "Surely a man's married the queen. She often was courted. An unkind lady, she's not holding out for the husband she married, or keeping his great house till he came home." They'd talk that way, but no one knew what had happened. Great-hearted Odysseus, now in his own house, was washed by Euronome. Then the housekeeper rubbed him with oil and tossed a beautiful mantle and tunic around him. Athena lavished grace on his head, and she made him look more muscled and taller. She managed his thick hair. It curled and fell from his head like hyacinth blossoms, the way a craftsman skillfully overlays silver with gold when he is trained by Hephaestus and Pallas Athena in all arts, and the work of he masters is graceful. She poured grace on his head and his shoulders in the same way. He looked like a deathless god as he came from the bathroom. Then he sat once more in the chair that he rose from. Facing his wife at last, he spoke to her outright. "You strange power, gods with homes on Olympus made your heart less yielding than all other women's. No other woman is like you, your heart so steadfast, holding back from your man with all his great pain, home in the 20th year in the land of his fathers. Come on, good aunt, make me a bed, and I'll lie here myself tonight. This lady's heart is of iron. Mindful, Penelope answered by saying, You strange power, I am not so proud or uncaring. I am not so amazed. I do know well what you looked like leaving Ithaca, sailing your ship with its long oars. Come on, then, Eurycleia, make up a thick bed outside my well-built room. The bed Odysseus crafted. Set out the bed thickly, throw on some covers of lamb's wool with cloaks and glistening blankets.
She spoke that way to test her man, but Odysseus bridled and told his wife, who was knowing and careful, Women, your words are really galling my own heart, who settled my bed elsewhere. Even a greatly skilled worker would find that hard. Maybe a god could, arriving there and wanting blithely to settle it elsewhere. But men, not even the strongest man in his best prime could simply move it. The bed was built as a great sign, worked out all by myself. Nobody helped me. An olive with long leaves had grown in the courtyard, mature and hardy. Its trunk resembled a column's. I built my bedroom around it until I was all done. My stones fit snugly overhead. It was well roofed. Then I added joints and doors that would close tight. I cut off shoots and long leaf hair of the olive, and trimmed its trunk from the ground up, smoothing around it. Skillfully with bronze, I scraped its true to a string line, that fine hoped bedpost, and drilled it all with an auger. After that start, I planned the bed until I was quite done, inlaying it all with gold, ivory, and silver. Then I stretched the ox-hide bedstraps, glowingly purple. So now I've explained that sign. But whether my bedstead's firmly standing, I don't know. Woman, or now some man's placed it elsewhere, cutting the olive tree trunk down. Her knees and heart loosened now when he spoken. Knowing the signs Odysseus spoke of had not moved, she ran up straight to him, crying, throwing her hands out, circling his neck, and kissing his head as she told him, Don't be angry, Odysseus. You have the most sense of all good men. The gods joined us to sorrow, chafing because we two might stay with each other, endure our youth, and arrive at the threshold of old age. But don't be irked with me now, bitter or vengeful, because at first when I saw you, I failed to be loving. This heart in my caring breast was always afraid some man might arrive and unfold lies to cajole me, since plenty of men wrongfully plot for their own gain. Not even the daughter of Zeus, Helen of Argos, who would ever made love in a foreigner's bedroom, had she known that Ares, like son of Aquinas, would take her back to the well-loved home of her fathers. But surely a god aroused her to act in that shameful way, for she'd never kept in her heart before such a hapless urge. All our sorrows come first from that sorrow. But now you have plainly spelled the signs of our bed out. No one else has ever seen our bed in that same way, only you and I and one of my handmaids. A couture's daughter, my father's gift when I came here, guarded the tightly fitted doors of the bedroom. You've truly prevailed on my heart, unkind as it might be. Her words provoked still more his yearning to cry out. He wept and embraced his wife, a knowing and caring woman, his heart's joy. So land is a welcome sight to a swimmer whose well-built ship had been ravaged at sea by Poseidon, chased by heavy waves and a high wind. The few who escaped from the hoary rollers by swimming ashore with plenty of salt encrusting their bodies, walk on the land with joy. They run from the havoc. The woman gazed at her welcome husband the same way, not letting her white arms ease at all from his neck yet. Now the rose-fingered dawn would have shone on their crying, had not Athene, the glow-eyed goddess, thought of a new plan. She kept the long night in the west, and she held back golden dawn by the ocean's flow. She would not let her quick-hoofed team be yoked. Phaeton, Lampon, the cult of dawn that carry her splendor to people. Full of designs, Odysseus spoke to his dear wife. My woman, we haven't arrived at the end of our trials, not yet, not all. The work ahead is unmeasured, hard and plentiful. I must wind up the whole thing, because the soul of Tiresias prophesies just that. I traveled down one day to the household of Aides to ask for the right way home for myself and my war friends. But come to bed, my woman. It's time that we lie down, finally taking the sweetness, the pleasure of sleeping. Mind full, Penelope answered by saying, "Surely the bed is yours, whenever your heart likes, because the gods have doubtless made you arrive back home in your well-built house in the land of your fathers. But now that you know, some god has thrust it inside you. Tell me about those trials. I guess I will know them myself in time. To know them sooner is not worse." Full of his own plans, Odysseus answered by saying, "Strange power, what's the hurry? Why do you ask me to say all that? Though I won't hide it, I'll tell you. It won't bring joy to your heart, nor in my own heart glad, since the prophet told me to travel to plenty of people's towns. My hands will be holding a well-made oar. I'll call on men not knowing the salt sea. They take no food, he told me, seasoned with salt there. They have no knowledge at all of purple-cheeked vessels, and well-turned oars that act as the wings of a fast ship. He gave me a plain sign. I won't hide it from you now. The day another traveler meets me and tells me I carry a winnowing tool on my glistening shoulder. The prophet told me to drive my oar in the ground there and offer beautiful victims to lordly Poseidon, a ram, a bull, and a boar that's mated with females. Then I should go back home and render hecatombs holy to deathless gods who rule broadly in heaven, to each in order. The death will be far from the salt sea, arriving very gently, taking my wealthy life, overcome with age. People will prosper around me. That's all Tierres told me would happen."
Mindful, Penelope answered by saying, "Truly, if gods will bring you a happier old age, there's hope at last you'll make an escape from your troubles." So as the couple spoke that way with each other, the nurse and Eurynome, meanwhile, were making their bed up, with soft coverlets under the glow of their torches. After they had both hurried and laid out the thick bed, the older nurse went back to rest in her own room. The bedroom nurse, Eurynome, guided the couple along to bed, holding the torch with her 2 hands. She led to their room and went out. The man and the woman now approached the place and welcomed their old bed. Meanwhile, Telemachus, joined by the cowherd and swineherd, slowed their dancers' feet and stopped the handmaids. They went to sleep themselves in the shadowy great hall. After the pair had taken pleasure in loving, they spoke to each other, taking pleasure in stories. This brightest of women had held back in the great hall, eyeing those men, that crowd of disgraceful suitors. They'd slaughter so much livestock, bullocks and fat sheep, because of a woman. So much wine drawn from the wine jars. Zeus bred Odysseus, told her of all the hardship he'd brought on men and all the anguish he'd suffered. He told it all. She gladly listened, and no sleep fell on her eyelids before he told her the whole tale. He told her how he'd mastered the Cicones people and sailed to the green fields of the lotus eaters. All of the Cyclops' acts, Odysseus made him pay for the stalwart war friends he'd ruthlessly eaten. He went to Iolaus next, who welcomed him freely and sent him off. His fate was not to arrive in his well-loved fatherland yet, for a storm wind seized him and sent him away on the fish-filled sea, heavily groaning. He sailed to Telepulos after, Laestrygonian people who speared his well-grieved men and bombed his vessels, all of them. Only Odysseus ran in his black ship. He spoke about Circe too, her many ways of misleading. He told her he'd gone by ship with its many oarlocks to ask for Teireses' help, the prophet from Thebes, in moldering Ada's house. He'd spotted his war friends there and his mother, who'd borne and fed him in childhood. Yes, and he had heard the endless song of Cyrenace. He'd gone to the wandering rocks, fearsome Charybdis and Scylla. No man before them had fled without harm. But then his crewmen butchered Helios's cattle, and Zeus, the high thunderer, blasted his race-fast ship with sulphurous lightning. The last of his good men drowned together. Only Odysseus ran from that wrong doom. He went to Calypso then, a nymph on a Ouija island. She kept him there. She longed for the man as her husband. In hollow caves the goddess fed him and told him she'd make him deathless. All his days he would not age. Yet she never prevailed on the heart in his firm chest. Then he came to Phaeacian land with all of his deep pain. People took him to heart like a god and esteemed him. They sent him by ship to the well-loved land of his fathers and gave him presents, bronze, gold, and plenty of clothing. He'd said the last word. Now sleep, relaxing his body, gave him sweetness, undoing his heart from its troubles. Athene, the glow-eyed goddess, thought of a new plan. Now that she knew the heart of Odysseus fully, enjoyed the bed of his wife, and rested in good sleep, she promptly roused the newborn dawn on her golden throne to bring men light from the ocean. Odysseus rose from the soft bed. He spoke to his wife and enjoined her. "My woman, by now we've tired of our many trials, you and I. You cried for my woeful return here. Well, Zeus and the rest of the gods, for all my longing, snarled me in pain, far from the land of my fathers. Now that we've both come back to the land that we so love, do care for all my wealth that's here in the great hall. The overbearing suitors devoured my sheep flocks. I'll get some back by looting. Achaeans will give me the rest of the stock, till the last sheepfold is refilled. Now I'm going out to that farm with its dense trees to see my worthy father. He's grieved for me often. So I enjoin you, woman, with all of your good sense, fast as the rising sun the news will be spreading about these wooers, men I killed in the great hall. Go to your upstairs room with the women, your handmaids, and stay there. Don't look out or ask any questions." He stopped and clapped his shoulders in beautiful armor. He woke Telemachus, then the cowherd and swineherd. He told them to take the war god's tools in their own hands. No one disobeyed him. Armored in bright bronze, they opened the doors and left, with Odysseus leading. By now there was light on the land, but using her own night, Athena hid them and led them fast from the city.
Hermes, meanwhile, was calling forth the ghosts of the suitors. He held the wand he uses to charm mortal eyes to sleep and make sleepers awake, and with this beautiful golden wand he marshaled the ghosts, who followed along squeaking and gibbering. But deep inside an eerie cave, flit and gibbler, when one of them falls from the cluster clinging to the rock overhead. So too these ghosts, as Hermes led them down the cold, dank ways, past the streams of the ocean, past the white rock, past the gates of the sun and the land of dreams, until they came to the meadow of Asphodel, where the spirits of the dead dwell, phantoms of men outworn. Here was the ghost of Achilles, and those of Patroclus and flawless Antilochus, and of Ajax, the best of the Aeacians, after Achilles, Peleus his incomparable son. These ghosts gathered around Achilles, and were joined by the ghost of Agamemnon, son of Atreus, grieving, he himself surrounded by the ghosts of those who had died with him and met their fate in the house of Aegisthus. And son of Peleus was the first to greet him. "Son of Atreus, we believe that you, of all heroes, were dear to thundering Zeus your whole life through. For you were the lord of the great army of Troy, where we Greeks endured a bitter campaign. But you too had an early rendezvous with death, which no man can escape once he is born. How much better to have died at Troy with all the honor you commanded there! The entire Greek army would have raised you a tomb, and you would have won glory for your son as well. As it was, you were doomed to a most pitiable death." And the ghost of Agamemnon answered, "Godlike Achilles, you did have the good fortune to die in Troy, far from Argos. Around you fell some of the best Greeks and Trojans of their time, fighting for your body as you lay there in the howling dust of war, one of the great, your horsemanship forgotten. We fought all day and would never have stopped, had not Zeus halted us with a great storm. Then we bore your body back to the ships and laid it on a bier, and cleansed your beautiful flesh with warm water and ointments. And the men shed many hot tears and cut their hair. Then your mother heard, and she came from the sea with her saltwater woman, and an eerie cry rose over the deep. The troops panicked, and they would have run from the ships, had not a man who was wise enough in the old ways stopped them. Nestor, whose counsel had prevailed before, full of concern, had called out to the troops, "Argives and Achaeans, halt! This is no time to flee. It is his mother, with her immortal nymphs, come from the sea to mourn her dead son." When he said that, the troops settled down. Then the daughters of the old man of the sea stood all around you
and wailed piteously. And they dressed you in immortal clothing, and the Muses, all 9, chanted the dirge, singing responsively in beautiful voices. You couldn't have seen a dry eye in the army. So poignant was the song of the Muses. For 17 days we mourned like that, men and gods together. On the 18th day, we gave you to the fire, slaughtering sheep and horned cattle around you. You were burned in the clothing of the gods, with rich unguents and sweet honey, and many Greek heroes paraded in arms around your burning pyre, both infantry and charioteers, and the sound of their marching rose to heaven. When the fire had consumed you, we gathered your white bones at dawn, Achilles, and laid them in unmixed wine and unguents. Your mother had given us a golden urn, a gift of Dionysus, she said, made by Hephaestus. In this urn lie your white bones, Achilles, mingled with those of the dead Patroclus. Just apart lie the bones of Antilochus, whom you honored most after Patroclus died. Over them all, we spearmen of the great army, heaped an immense and perfect barrow on a headland beside the broad Hellespont, so that it might be seen far out at sea by men now and men to come. Your mother, Thetis, had collected beautiful prizes from the gods, and now set them down in the middle of the field. You have been to many heroes' funeral games, when you men contend for prizes, but you would have marveled at the sight of the beautiful prizes silver-footed Thetis set out for you. You were very dear to the gods. Not even in death have you lost your name, Achilles, nor your honor among men. But what did I get for winding up the war? Zeus worked out for me a ghastly death at the hands of Aegisthus and my murderous wife.
As these two heroes talked with each other, Quicksilver Hermes was leading down the ghosts of the suitors killed by Odysseus. When Hermes and these ghosts drew near, the two heroes were amazed and went up to see who they were. The ghost of Agamemnon recognized one of them, Amphimedon, who had been his host in Ithaca, and called out, "Amphimedon, why have you come down beneath the dark earth, you and your company, all men of rank, all the same age? It's as if someone had handpicked the city's best men. Did Poseidon sink your ships and drown you in the wind-whipped waves? Was it that? Or did an enemy destroy you on land as you cut off their cattle and flocks of sheep, or as they fought for their city and women? Tell me, remember who is asking. An old friend of your house. I came there with godlike Menelaus to urge Odysseus to sail with the fleet to Ilion. A full month that journey to Ithaca took us. Hard work persuading Odysseus, destroyer of cities." The ghost of Amphimedon responded, "Son of Atreus, most glorious Agamemnon, I remember all that, just as you tell it, and I will tell you exactly what happened to us, and how it ended in our bitter death. We were courting the wife of Odysseus, long gone by then. She loathed the thought of remarrying, but she wouldn't give us a yes or no. Her mind was bent on death and darkness for us. Here is one of the tricks she dreamed up. She set up a loom in the hall and started weaving, a huge, fine-threaded piece, and then came out and said, 'Young man, my suitors, since Odysseus is dead, eager as you are to marry me, you must wait until I finish this robe. It would be a shame to waste my spinning, a shroud for the hero Laertes, when death's doom lays him low. I fear the Achaean women would reproach me if he should lie shroudless for all his wealth.' We went along with this appeal to our honor. Every day she would weave at the great loom, and every night she would unweave by torchlight. She fooled us for 3 years with her craft, but in the 4th year, as the seasons rolled by, and the moons waned, and the days dragged on, one of her women, who knew all about it, told us, and we caught her unweaving the gloried shroud. Then we forced her to finish it. When it was done, she washed it and showed it to us, and it shone like the sun or the moon. It was then that some evil spirit brought Odysseus from who knows where to the border of his land, where the swineherd lived. Odysseus's son put in from Pylos in his black ship and joined him. These two, after they had plotted an ugly death for the suitors, came up to the town, first Telemachus, and then later Odysseus, led by the swineherd, who brought his master wearing tattered clothes, looking for all the world like a miserable old beggar, leaning on a staff, his rags hanging off him. None of us could know who he was, not even the older men, when he showed up like that. We threw things at him and gave him a hard time. He just took it, pelted and taunted in his own house, until, prompted by Zeus, he and Telemachus removed all the weapons from the hall and locked them away in a storeroom. Then he showed all his cunning. He told his wife to set before the suitors his bow and gray iron, implements for a contest and for our ill-fated death. None of us were able to string that bow. We couldn't even come close. When it came around to Odysseus, we cried out and objected. "Don't give the bow to that beggar, no matter what he says." Telemachus alone urged him on and encouraged him to take it. And he did. The great Odysseus took the bow, strung it easily, and shot an arrow straight through the iron. Then he stood on the threshold, poured the arrows out, and glaring around him, he shot Lord Antinous. And then he shot others with perfect aim, and we fell thick and fast. You could see that some god was helping them, the way they raged through the hall, cutting us down right and left. And you could hear the hideous groans of men as their heads were bashed in. The floor smoked with blood. That's how we died, Agamemnon. Our bodies still lie uncared for in Odysseus's halls. Word has not yet reached our friends and family, who could wash the black blood from our wounds and lay us out with wailing, as is due the dead.
And the ghost of Agamemnon responded, "Well done, Odysseus, Laertes' wily son. You won a wife of great character in Icarius' daughter. What a mind she has, a woman beyond reproach. How well Penelope kept in her heart her husband Odysseus, and so her virtue's fame will never perish. And the gods will make among men on earth a song of praise for steadfast Penelope. But Tyndareus' daughter was evil to the core, killing her own husband, and her song will be a song of scorn, bringing ill repute to all women, even the virtuous." That was the drift of their talk as they stood in the dark lord's halls deep under the earth. Odysseus and the others went from the town and made good timing getting down to Laertes' well-kept fields. The old man had worked hard, reclaiming the land from the wilderness. His farmhouse was there with a row of huts around it, where the field hands ate and rested and slept. These were his slaves, and they did as he wished. There was an old Sicilian woman, too, who took good care of the old man out in the country. Odysseus had a word with the herdsman and his son. "Go into the farmhouse and make yourself busy. Sacrifice the best pig and roast it for dinner. I am going to test my father. Will he recognize me? Will he know who I am after all these years?" He disarmed and gave his weapons to the herdsmen. They hurried off indoors, leaving Odysseus to search through the rows of fruit trees and vines. He did not find Dolius or any of his sons anywhere in the orchard. Old Dolius had taken them to gather field stones for a garden wall. But he found his father alone on a well-banked plot, spading a plant. He had on an old dirty shirt mended and patched, and leather leggings, pieced together as protection from scratches. He wore gloves because of the bushes, and on his head he had a goatskin cap crowning his sorrow. Odysseus, who had borne much, saw him like this, worn with age and a grieving heart, and wept as he watched from a pear tree's shade. He thought it over. Should he just throw his arms around his father, kiss him and tell him all he had done and how he'd return to his homeland again? Or should he question him and feel him out first? Better that way, he thought, to feel him out first. With a few pointed remarks, with this in mind, godlike Odysseus walked up to his father, who kept his head down and went on digging. His illustrious son stood close by him and said, "Well, old-timer, you certainly know how to garden. There's not a plant, a fig tree, a vine, or an olive, not a pear tree or leek in this whole garden untended. But if I may say so without getting you angry, you don't take such good care of yourself. Old age is hard, yes, but unwashed, scruffy, and dressed in rags, it can't be that your lord is too lax to care for you. And anyway, there's nothing in your build or looks to suggest you're a slave. You look more like a king. The sort of man who, after he has bathed and eaten, sleeps on a soft bed, as is only right for elders. Come on now and give me a straight answer. Whose slave are you? Whose orchard is this? And tell me this too, so I can be sure. Is this really Ithaca I've come to, as I was told by that man I ran into on my way over here? He wasn't very polite. Couldn't be bothered to tell me what I wanted or to even hear me out. I've been trying to find out about an old friend I entertained at my house once, whether he's still alive or is dead by now and gone down to Hades. So I'll ask you if you'll give me your attention. I was a host to a man once back in my own country, a man who means more to me than anyone else who has ever visited my home from abroad. He claimed his family was from Ithaca, and he said his father was Laertes, son of Arcesius. I took him into my home and entertained him in a style befitting the wealth in my house, and gave him suitable gifts to seal our friendship. 7 ingots of fine gold, a silver mixing bowl embossed with flowers, 12 cloaks, as many carpets, mantles, and tunics, and his choice of 4 beautiful women, superbly trained in handicrafts. A tear wet his father's cheek as he answered, "You've come to the land you're looking for, stranger, but it's in the hands of haughty and violent men. You've given all those generous gifts in vain. If you were to find him alive here in Ithaca, he would send you off with beautiful gifts and fine hospitality you deserve as his friend. But tell me this now and tell me the truth. How many years has it been since you hosted your ill-fated guest, my son, if I ever had a son? Born for sorrow he was, and now far from home, far from his loved ones. His bones are picked clean by fish undersea. Or on some wild shore, his body is feeding the scavenging birds. Unburied, unmourned by his mother and me, who brought him into this world. Nor has his wife, Penelope, patient and wise, who brought him so much, lamented her husband on a funeral bier. And tell me this too, so that I will know. Who are you? What city are you from? Who are your parents? And where have you moored the sailing ship that brought you and your crew of heroes here? Or did you come as a passenger on another's ship that put you ashore and went on its way?
And Odysseus, his great mind teeming, "I'll tell you everything, point by point. I come from Alybas and have my home there. I'm the son of Aphados and Polypaemon's grandson. My name is Eperitus. Some storm spirit drove me off course from Sicily, and, as luck had it, here. My ship stands off wild country far from the town. As for Odysseus, it's been 5 years now since he left my land. Ill-fated, maybe, but the birds were good when he sailed out. On the right. This cheered me as I sent him off. And he was cheered too, our hearts full of hope we would meet again and exchange splendid gifts. A black mist of pain shrouded Laertes. He scooped up fistfuls of shimmering dust and groaned as he poured it upon his gray head. This wrung Odysseus's heart, and bitter longing stung his nostrils as he watched his father. With a bound, he embraced him, kissed him, and said, "I am the one that you miss, Father. Right here, back in my homeland after 20 years. But don't cry now. Hold back your tears. I'm telling you, we really have to hurry. I've killed the suitors in our house and avenged all of the wrongs that have grieved your heart." But Laertes' voice rang out in answer. "If you are really Odysseus and my son come back, give me a sign, a clear sign I can trust." And Odysseus, the master strategist, "First, here's the scar I got on Parnassus from that boar's bright tusk. Mother and you had sent me to my grandfather Autolycus to collect some presents he had promised me when he had visited us here. And let me count off all of the trees in the orchard rows you gave me one day when I was still a boy. You gave me 13 pear trees, 10 apple trees, 40 fig trees, and 50 vine rows that ripened one by one as the season went on, with heavy clusters of all sorts of grapes." He spoke, and the old man's knees went slack as he recognized the signs Odysseus showed him. He threw his arms around his beloved son and gasped for breath. And godly Odysseus, who had borne much, embraced him. When he had caught his breath and his spirit returned, Laertes' voice rang out to the sky. "Father Zeus, there are still gods on high Olympus if the suitors have really paid the price. But now I have a terrible fear that all of Ithaca will be upon us soon, and word will have gone out to Kephallonia too." And Odysseus, his mind teeming, "We don't have to worry about that right now. Let's go to the cottage near the orchard. I sent Telemachus there, and the cowherd and swineherd, to prepare a meal for us." And they went together to the house with its comfortable rooms and found Telemachus and the 2 herdsmen there, carving huge roasts and mixing wine. While they were busy with these tasks, the old Sicilian woman bathed great Laertes in his own house and rubbed him down with olive oil and threw about his shoulders a handsome cloak. And Athena came and made the shepherd of the people taller than before and added muscle to his frame. When he came from the bath, his son marveled at his deathless, godlike appearance, and his words rose to his father on wings. "Father, surely one of the gods eternal has made you larger and more handsome too." And Laertes, feeling the magic, answered him, "I wish by Zeus and Athena and Apollo that I could have stood at your side yesterday, in our house, armor on my shoulders, as the man I was when I took Nericus, the mainland town, commanding the Kephallians. I would have beaten the daylights out of them there in our halls and made your heart proud."
While they were talking, the others had finished preparing the meal. They all sat down on benches and chairs, and were just serving themselves food when old Dalius came in with his sons, weary from their work in the fields. Their mother, the old Sicilian woman, had gone out to call them.
It was she who made their meals and took care of Dalius now that old age had set in. When they saw Odysseus and realized who he was, they stood there, dumbfounded. Odysseus spoke to them gently and said, "Old man, sit down to dinner, and all of you can stop being amazed. Hungry as we are, we've been waiting a long time for you." He spoke, and Dalius ran up to him with arms outstretched and clasped Odysseus' hand and kissed him on the wrist. Trembling with excitement, the old man said, "My dear Odysseus, you've come back home. We missed you so much, but never hoped to see you again. The gods themselves have brought you back. Welcome, welcome, and may the gods grant you happiness. But tell me this, I have to know. Does Penelope know you have returned, or should we send a messenger?" And Odysseus, his mind teeming, "She knows, old man. You don't have to worry." He spoke, and Dalius sat down in a polished chair. His sons then gathered around glorious Odysseus and greeted him and clasped his hands, and then sat down in order next to their father. While they were busy with their meal, rumor, that swift messenger, flew all through the city, telling everyone about the grim fate the suitors had met. Before long, a crowd had gathered outside Odysseus' palace, and the sound of their lamentation hung in the air. They carried their dead out of the hall and buried them. Those from other cities they put aboard ships to be brought home by sea. Then they all went to the meeting place, sad at heart. When they were assembled, Eupeithes rose and spoke among them. Upon his heart an unbearable grief for his son Antinous, the first man whom Odysseus killed. Weeping for him, he addressed the assembly and said, "My friends, it is truly monstrous what this man has done to our city. First, he sailed off with many of our finest men and lost the ships and every man aboard. Now he has come back and killed many others, by far the best of the Cephalians. We must act now, before he runs off to Pylos, or takes refuge with the Epeian lords of Elis. We will be disgraced forever if we don't avenge our sons' and brothers' deaths. And if we don't, I see no point in living. I'd rather be dead. Let's move now, before they cross the sea." He wept as he spoke, and they all pitied him. Then up came Medon, and the godlike bard from Odysseus' halls. They had just woken up from a long sleep, and now stood in the midst of the wondering crowd. Medon had this to say, "Hear me, men of Ithaca. It was not without the will of the deathless gods that Odysseus managed this. I myself saw one of the immortals close to Odysseus. He looked just like Mentor, but was a god. Now appearing in front of Odysseus, urging him on, then raging through the hall, terrifying the suitors who fell thick and fast. He spoke, and they all turned pale with fear. Then the old hero, Halitherses, son of Master, rose to speak. He alone looked ahead and behind and spoke with the best intentions of them. Now hear what I have to say, men of Ithaca. You have only yourself to blame, my friends, for what has happened. You would not obey me, nor Mentor, shepherd of the people, when we told you to make your sons stop their foolishness. It was what your sons did that was truly monstrous, wasting their wealth and dishonoring the wife of a great man, who they said would never return. Now listen to me and keep your peace. Some of you are asking for trouble, and you just might find it." Less than half of them took his advice and stayed in their seats. Most of them jumped up with a whoop and went with Eupeithes. They rushed to get weapons, and when the mob had armed themselves in glowing bronze, they put the city behind them, following Eupeithes, who in his folly thought he would avenge his son's death, but met his own fate instead. Eupeithes would never return home again. Athena, meanwhile, was having a word with Zeus. "Father of us all, son of Cronos most high, tell me what is hidden in that mind of yours. Will you let this grim struggle go on, or will you establish peace on Ithaca?"
And Zeus in his thunderhead responded, "Why question me, daughter? Wasn't this your plan, to have Odysseus pay them back with a vengeance? Do as you will, But I will tell you what would be fitting. Now that Odysseus has paid the suitors back, let all parties swear a solemn oath that he will be king on Ithaca all of his days. We, for our part, will have them forget the killing of their sons and brothers. Let them live in friendship as before, and let peace and prosperity abound. This was all Athena needed to hear, and she streaked down from Olympus's peaks. The meal was over. Seeing that his company had satisfied their hunger, Odysseus said, "Someone should go out to see if they're coming." One of Dolius' sons went to the doorway, looked out, and saw the mob closing in. His words flew fast to Odysseus. "They're almost here. We'd better arm quickly." They jumped up and put on their gear, Odysseus and his 3 men and Dolius' 6 sons. Laertes and Dolius armed themselves too, warriors in a pinch, despite their white hair. When they had strapped on their bronze, they opened the doors and headed out behind Odysseus. Athena joined them, looking for all the world like Mentor, and Odysseus was glad to see her. He turned to his son Telemachus and said, "Telemachus, now you will see firsthand what it means to distinguish yourself in war. Don't shame your ancestors. We have been strong and brave in every generation." And Telemachus coolly answered him, "The way I feel now, I don't think you'll see me shaming my ancestors, as you put it, father." Laertes was delighted with this and exclaimed, "What a day, dear gods! My son and grandson going head to head to see who is best." The gray-eyed one stood near to him and said, "Son of Arcesius, my dear comrade, say a prayer to Zeus and his gray-eyed daughter, and then cast your long-shadowed spear." Pallas Athena breathed great strength into him, and with a prayer to Zeus's gray-eyed daughter, Laertes cast his long-shadowed spear and hit Eupeithes square in the helmet. Bronze bored through bronze, and Eupeithes thudded to the ground, his armor clattering. Odysseus and his glorious son charged the front lines, thrusting hard with their swords and spears. They would have killed every last man. No one would have gone home, had not Athena, daughter of the storm cloud, given voice to a cry that stopped them all cold. "Ithacans, lay down your arms now and go your ways with no more bloodshed." Thus Athena. And they turned pale with fear. The weapons dropped from their trembling hands and fell to the ground as the goddess's voice sent shock waves through them. They turned back toward the city and ran for their lives. With a roar, the great long-suffering Odysseus gathered himself and swept after them like a soaring raptor. At that moment, Zeus, son of Cronos, hurled down a flaming thunderbolt that landed at the feet of his owl-eyed daughter, who said, "Son of Laertes in the line of Zeus, cunning Odysseus, restrain yourself. End this quarrel and cease fighting, lest broad-browed Zeus frown upon you." Thus Athena. The man obeyed and was glad, and the goddess made both sides swear binding oaths. Pallas Athena, daughter of the storm cloud, who looked like Mentor and spoke with his voice.